welcome to Gaming Live. I'm Shay Thompson and welcome to day one of this 3-day virtual convention celebrating all kinds of queer geekery from all around the world. Gaming Live is presented by Healthysexual from Gilead Sciences and is sponsored by Remag, MPG, Paizo and Prismatica Games. We'll be finding out more about them over the coming days and weekend. I'm with you today and tomorrow, and then the fabulous Paris Munro will take over the main hosting duty on Sunday. Each day we're joined by an awesome guest host, and today it's star of RuPaul's Drag Race UK, Veronica Green. Thank you so much for joining me. How's it going?
I'm not doing too bad at all, Shay. Not doing too bad at all.
That's what we love to hear. How excited are you to be here?
This is major for me. This is like gaming has been a part of my life since I was a little child, and I'm so thankful that I'm being given the opportunity now to come and talk about it on a worldwide stage, and also like having just become a Twitch streamer as well. I feel like I can share my love of computer games with the world now. Well, computer games, video games, as they call it.
Yeah, they're interchangeable. That's totally fine. Honestly, it's so great to have you here because you are like the gaming icon for me. So yeah, this is really cute.
Oh,
really
thank you so much.
That's so great. So I think we should take a look at our schedule and see what's coming up for the day, don't you think?
I mean, that sounds like a great idea to me. What is coming up?
Well, let's find out. So we're kicking off the day with the Star Trek Superfans panel, which I'm all excited to hear about.
Lovely.
Then we're jumping straight into the Indie Showcase. Then we're taking things very pink and very cute with the Barbie Horse Adventure Speedrun. Then we're launching into the Creating Safe Online Communities panel. Then we're switching gears, going into Wrestling with Emotions. And finally, we end the day with the Cosplay Competition.
Oh, I love a good cosplay competition.
I know you do.
I'm in a bit of a cosplay myself today, a tiny little bit. Although not a computer game, it's more of a comic book character. It's my version of Emma Frost from the X-Men.
I was going to say it, but then I didn't want to embarrass myself. That would have been the worst. No, I see it, and you did her proud.
Oh,
you did very well.
She embodies sort of like everything that my persona is. She's a fierce leader of the X-Men, but she's also a bit of a villain at heart.
Oh, I love that. That's amazing. God, I'm so excited to kick off the day with you here. But before we do that, we've got a quick message that I want you to check out.
Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV, but there are things that everyone can do to help prevent it. It starts with getting tested regularly. If you're HIV negative, you and your healthcare provider can decide if PrEP may be right for you. PrEP means routinely taking prescription medicine before you're exposed to HIV to help reduce your chances of getting it. And it can be 99% effective when taken as prescribed.
Talk to a healthcare provider about all your HIV prevention options. Our health is worth protecting.
So, I would love to know, what are you most looking forward to today?
What am I looking forward to today? I mean, it's got to be the cosplay competition.
I was going to say, given our last chat, I'm like, that makes the most sense.
Costumes, hair, makeup, all of the fandangles that people can create and make themselves. I'm a massive advocate for people making their own costumes. I just love what people can do with foam these days.
I know. I honestly, it makes me feel so inspired. I'm not the craftiest person. I wish I was. But yeah, it makes me feel really inspired. It makes me want to make my own cosplay one day. One day.
Oh, you have to. Start tonight.
Start
when
tonight.
You get home.
When I get back.
Get no sleep.
I love it. I love it. So don't forget, this is just one part of Gaming Live. We've also got an indie festival taking place on Steam, and tomorrow and Sunday we'll have an exciting lineup of community panels over on our community stage. Plus, if you're in LA or New York City, you've got some IRL fun to look forward to, with the likes of Bitch Puddin' and Aja headlining 2 awesome Gaming Live local events. For more on all of this, head on over to gamingmag.com/live and be sure to follow us on TikTok so you don't miss out the best of the weekend in clips. Now, Remag is a new app that helps you connect with gamers in our community. Remag, which is gamer, spelled backwards for all you Nancy Drews, has just started rolling out in North America. So we will be amongst the first community to join the action and provide feedback to help Remag in their mission to build a positive space that connects gamers from all walks of life. In Remag, you can craft your own unique profile, select your favorite avatar, a list of games you love to play, and explore other profiles to find your perfect gaming companions. I think we should find out some more about it. If you're in the US or Canada, go download Remag now. We'll be finding out a lot more about it later on today. So, Veronica, tell me, Star Trek, you a Trekkie?
Do you know what? I have to confess, I must confess, I am not a Trekkie by any means. Cue the Rotten Tomatoes, throw all of the Rotten Tomatoes at me, boo, boo, boo. But what I do know is that Star Trek was like woke before anybody knew what woke was. I think it had a lot of diversity, a lot of inclusion, including very, very strong female characters, including female captains, female leadership. And I don't think there's a lot of people that don't appreciate that Star Trek was ahead of its time. I mean, it literally was like exploring the universe. But I think it's one of those shows that really wanted to hammer home diversity and inclusion for LGBT people, for women, and it really challenged some norms, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you. So, you know, you're talking about possibly being booed. I'm probably going to get booed as well. I'm sorry, I'm not the biggest Trekkie, but again, for me, it always stood out because it was like the most diverse kind of like interpretation of sci-fi. And it makes sense, you know, if you look at like other kind of sci-fi, whether it's books or TV shows or movies, like, you know, it has, you know, telling these amazing diverse stories like at its core. So it makes so much sense for me. I know that you have seen some of the more recent Star Treks.
Yeah.
Or iterations of Star Trek?
Well, so I dip in and out. You see, it's not the kind of series that I've followed through to its conclusion. But I've seen a few of the more recent versions, especially with oh goodness me. My mind has gone completely blank all of a sudden. I think was there a Netflix version recently?
Yeah, so there's like Below Decks, which I believe is one of the animated versions of Star Trek. Yeah.
Yeah, and also I think there was something on Disney Plus. I believe, yeah. So like, it's not my forte, it's not my sort of zone, but I've seen the odd episode or two.
Yeah, no, and it looks, honestly, it looks great. The animated version in particular, like I've popped my head in when friends have been watching and I'm like, this is great. And I know that there's a really big, like, dedicated, like, cosplay community, like, behind Star Trek as well. Like, I don't know if that's like, well, Jan, would you ever do a Star Trek cosplay?
Oh, I would do a 7 of 9 in an instant. Yes, please.
Oh my God, I so see that, especially with today's look. I'm like, yes, I see the vision for that.
Oh my God, 100%. That would be my character of choice if I had to do a cosplay of somebody.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to think who could I know that Whoopi Goldberg was like in Star Trek at some point.
Yes.
I hope I have that right. I'm like 90% sure. I think, and I remember that outfit being like very iconic in my mind. So that's something I feel like I could pull off. Anything more than that, I think would be a stretch. I don't think I have the. I don't think I have the.
You're not a Spock, are you?
I don't know. Can we imagine me being like a yassified Spock? Maybe.
I could see it.
I don't often wear short hair, but maybe this is the time to.
Oh yeah, and we need to get those ears.
Oh, the ears. I mean, my ears like naturally are quite small, so I'm like, actually, this will be my time to film my fantasy and actually have bigger ears for once.
100%.
I'm trying to think, what else do you think I could pull off in terms of cosplay in the Star Trek world?
Probably one of the captains.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're leading the ship
Captain Kirk. Could you see that for me?
Oh my god!
Somehow.
Yes.
I mean, that's like really pushing like the boundaries of like creative interpretation. But I think, like, do you have a William Shatner impersonation? I don't. Not in my repertoire.
I do not. No. The last time I saw William Shatner was on a James Bond movie. Wasn't he in GoldenEye in '97?
Oh my god! If you could do that, I would literally give you money out of my purse right now if you could pull that out.
Oh, I don't think I could. I'm going to be broke. I'm broke. I'm broke.
Missing out.
No money for me today.
Could I do it? Honestly, I don't think I could. My impersonations.
No,
it's not a very long list.
I think the only impersonation that I've got is this. Isn't that the snivel? Do you put your thumb there, or do you
I think it's like it's out. It's like this.
Out. Yeah.
Somewhere there are like nerds basically and I use nerds lovingly. I'm a nerd, but they are like, get these people off my screen.
These people who don't have a clue about Star Trek.
It comes from a loving place though. I wish I had gotten into Star Trek a lot sooner because I used to work at H&V and we would sell like the entire box sets, and those are the things that I had to go back into the stock room, like really pull it out because they were massive. And like every single person that bought one of them, and they weren't cheap, was like a very dedicated fan, and I wish I'd gotten into, especially back then because I had a discount, so I would have gotten it a lot cheaper.
I think when it comes to sort of like sci-fi, it's not. I'm more of a sort of like fantasy kind of person. I like Lord of the Rings, all that kind of stuff. The only sort of sci-fi show that I'd ever watched was Farscape.
Oh, yeah, no, that's great. Yeah.
So, but that's not Star Trek, everybody. So I do apologise.
But it does. But I mean, it's a great like. Conversation topic, like sci-fi in general. Like I play a lot of like sci-fi games or like games that have that kind of flavor, but in terms of like actual like sci-fi shows, for example, it's not something I reach for as a genre. Yeah.
But I do think it's one of those genres though that it's so expansive because we do not know what is out there, what is beyond the stars. So I think that you've got endless possibilities with that kind of genre. And especially these days with the kinds of technology that we can recreate what the starscape looks like, it all looks so real these days.
It really does. And I love that you mentioned The Expanse. I don't know if this was intentional on your part, but there is a show called The Expanse that like kind of touches on it. Yeah, exactly. So I was like, if that is intentional, Miss Lady, that is some great hosting skills because that was fantastic. But, so we're gonna say that it was intentional.
Yeah,
it was great. It was perfect.
Intentional.
Yeah, it was so good. I haven't finished watching The Expanse because I was watching it with someone that I was dating at the time, and then we stopped dating. So then I was like, well,
oh no.
But I loved what I watched of it. It was fantastic. Yeah. And then the Telltale, if you're familiar with the Telltale games, they did like a version of their games but with The Expanse, which is great, which makes you...
did they?
Yeah, exactly, which is a very narrative focused. There's like branching narratives and storylines, which is great.
I think maybe Star Trek is something I should go back and maybe sort of like discover it, because I definitely think I'm having a bit of a thing with that at the moment. There's so many things that you can watch, so much entertainment that you can take in and media to consume these days that you only have time for so much. But I've been going back and watching some things that I've missed along the way. Like I started watching Agent Carter recently, and that came out years ago. So I'm thinking maybe I should do something like that with Star Trek.
Yeah, I think this is your time. Hopefully this conversation has prompted you to want to dive back into that world. Because I will do the same. We'll do it together.
Yeah,
I think we should do it together.
Well, it's just one of those it's one of those series that is so iconic that even if you haven't watched it, you've got to know of it. It's got to be on your radar somewhere. And of course, there are past stars like George Takei,
queer icon.
Very, 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 very vocal over on Twitter /X, and a queer gay LGBT icon as well. So it does cross over through different communities.
Exactly that. Well, on that note, I'd say we should head on over to our first panel of the day, featuring Star Trek superfans Christos Giannaris, Radders, Urban Bohemian, Ray Lantioni, and it's hosted by Alexander Rodriguez. So enjoy.
Well, hello, Trekkies, Trekkers, and Trekketeers. Engage. This is our Star Trek Superfan panel at Gaming Live, and it is truly an international experience. I'm your host, Alexander Rodriguez, podcaster and journalist, and I'm part of the original crew. I'm a original crew Trekkie. That's how I got into it. My mom started watching Star Trek when she was a kid, and she took me out of school every single day, or every single time a new movie came out. She took me out of school, and we saw it. Went into through college years and work, we would play hooky and go see the new Trek movie, and that was our tradition. I'm so excited for our panel, and we're going to let them introduce themselves. We're going to find out who they are, what they do, and we're going to find out what their first entry point into Star Trek was. I want to start with Ray. Ray, can you introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself and that moment of engage.
Yeah, thanks, Alexander. My name is Raylan Shoney. I am the founder and CEO of Queerty Gamers. We're a 501c3 LGBTQ gamer nonprofit. So we provide funds to help out queer games. We throw like networking events like our annual GDC mixer and all that good stuff. And my entry into Star Trek was So of course, it was on the TV when I was growing up. My parents watched it here and there. They weren't big Trekkies. But when I dropped out of high school, because I was failing Algebra 1A like 5 times. I'm not good at math, so I'll never work at NASA. But I don't know if they use algebra in NASA, probably. But maybe. But so I was trying to do like sewing. I was trying to do baking at like a school, and while I was home, Star Trek was on, and that kind of I started watching that. I was like, oh, I really like this, and it kind of gave me hope that I could do something in life. And so that was my entry point. I think it was on the Sci-Fi Channel. I think I started on Voyager, but I was watching Next Generation as well, and then eventually I watched DS9 fully, and that was my start.
I love it. I love it. Radders, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello, hi, I'm Radders. I'm from the ye old UK, England. I say bottle of water, can't have no teas in there. I am a disabled content creator on Twitch and a Twitch ambassador. And my entry point to Star Trek was kind of similar to Ray. It was on the TV when I was a kid, but it wasn't like my mum's preferred programming. So we mostly just ended up watching nature shows and stuff. But I've always kind of peripherally enjoyed the Star Trek, the TNG that would come on when I was a kid. But I never really got into any of the storylines until I moved in with my fiance, and we were deciding okay, let's have a show that we can kind of watch together on nights off and stuff. And he said, do you want to watch Star Trek? I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm really curious. Let's do it. It's perfect. Star Wars who?
We're just going there. Okay.
There we go.
And we're off. We're off. Shots fired.
But it is funny that a show like Star Trek, no matter which iteration you subscribe to, can really bring a community together, friendships together, family together. It really is a show that you can bond with because there's so many universal themes and characters that we can affix ourselves to. Okay, Brian, you're up next.
Hi, I'm Brian, aka Urban Bohemian. I am mostly a variety streamer on Twitch, also TTRPG player and sometimes DM. My entry point was reruns of the original series and then the animated series. In 1979, when the movie was coming out, a lot of the programs that do syndication were okay, let's get all the Star Trek out of there and try and build hype. And honestly, I as much as I love the original series, the animated series back then was probably my favorite thing to start with. And it's something that my parents enjoyed, which we don't share a lot of nerdy kind of things, but I think Star Trek is one of those shows that they also liked. And then, when TNG came out, it's always funny. My dad was very into his surround sound in the living room. and he would always watch Top Gun to hear like the planes go from one end of the room to the other. But I had Star Trek on, I had TNG on, and it was one of the earlier episodes. And he just he walked in the room. He said, "What is that?" And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "That hum, like that bass hum. Oh, that's the ship, Dad." And he was just like, "Oh, okay." It was one of the most random things, but I am a huge Star Trek nerd, so I will not. Like, especially not today. I'm not apologizing for that, but it's just one of the shows that I always go back to. Every single series has like a most watched episode for me. It stays in rotation. I have followed it from whatever streaming network to streaming network that I can finally just put it on in the background. And yeah, it's just one of my comfort shows, and I'm loving every new thing that they put out.
And that animated series is so underappreciated, I feel. There's so many nuggets of goodness, and it's worth a revisit no matter what Star Trek franchise you're most into. There's so many nuggets of goodness in that series. And then we know the success of Lower Decks. Animation and Star Trek, they go very well together, especially when there's a crossover. And I have to say that hum, that engine room hum, I go to sleep on that. There's a YouTube video, and it's 10 hours of engine room hum. If you have problems sleeping or if you're traveling, you turn that baby on and you're asleep. All right. Last, certainly not least, Christos.
Hi there. So by day, I am a GM of marketing and digital at a heavy equipment company here in San Diego. But I moonlight podcasting on the BQN network. I'm part of a podcast called All Good Things, where we have random episodes every week where normally we break down an episode. A lot of time there's a theme. And then I have my own podcast on the network called What's the T-Bev, which is an LGBTQ plus and allies podcast. We have people on every week. We talk about their Trekdom, as I like to say, and then we just talk current Star Trek events. It's really just kind of a fly-by-your-seat kind of podcast, and Alexander's actually been on. So if you ever want to know about both of us, go back and visit that episode. Chris, I think my first intro... Oh, go ahead.
No.
Oh,
go ahead.
My intro was Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. My dad introduced me to that when I was like literally 5 or 6 years old. And a couple years later, TNG started right as I was hitting like 10 years old. So I like to always say TNG raised me. I learned all my core values and morals watching TNG, and the rest is history, as I like to say.
Well, I mean, those maroon uniforms, I'm sorry, Star Trek 2, those uniforms, beautiful. So we're just going to dive right in. We're all talking about our entry points into the Star Trek franchise, and it's only kind of recently that it's really become focused towards the LGBTQ community, or even speaking about our community. But our entry points is way before that. So I want to know what your opinion is. There's a huge faction of the LGBTQ community that has been Star Trek fans for generations, like literally decades and decades of our community. Why does our community subscribe to the Star Trek universe so much? What is it about it that's super gay, or that we respond to? And it could be anything from the uniforms. That's where this little gay boy first fell in love with the clean cut uniforms and the lines and the way that it fit. That's my super gay way into that's what first got my attraction. But for the rest of you, what is it about this universe that we love so much?
I think for me, it's a case of everything about Star Trek was acceptance. It didn't matter what a person looked like or acted like, whether they had any perceived social differences or what have you. None of that mattered. It was each individual's core values that kind of interwoven in all of the stories, and that's what pushes narrative threads. It's not just some kind of perceived bigotry. And I think as somebody who didn't really come to terms with my sexuality until I was in my 20s, and I always grew up very afraid of who I was, Star Trek kind of gave me a oh, I'd love it if when I grow up, this is our future sort of thing. And that just resonates with me because it was safe.
Yeah, oh, go for it.
Oh, I was just going to say, especially I was talking about, those formidable years, 10 to 17. Star Trek was kind of an escape for me. I was bullied a lot in high school and in junior high. And, Star Trek was a little bit of a retreat in which we saw this utopia where everybody on Earth has learned to get along and love one another. And our problems come from outside, not from within. And I don't know, like I said, I just really identified with that. Like, hey, there's a place for me in the future and it's safe. And, it let me get through those hard times.
Yeah, I would agree with both of you. I think it's an optimistic future, especially for anyone who's ever felt marginalized. If, the Federation Charter, just kind of everything that is lore in that universe. And because it is, not to bring the Star Wars, Star Trek thing up again, Star Wars, while I love Star Wars, it's in another galaxy and it's not an optimistic view of our future. And so when you're queer, you can see, hey, like, this is the future I want to live in. Like, this is where I'll be accepted, right? We've moved beyond those kinds of, feel like leaving people out, having them feel marginalized. And so, yeah, I agree with what both of you said. That's kind of what I was going to say as well.
No, I'm right in there. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, like, I know that we've gone like super serious straight away with this, but I just have to like quickly mention that the fact that the uniforms are often so tight fit and a lot of the camera work and a lot of the scenes is very horny. There's young little repressed me that was just like, ooh, and then at one, and then ooh at another, and it didn't matter who they were or what they looked like. Like, if they were filmed just right, like the sex oozes out.
We have to remember Picard and his short shorts. I mean, come on. And
oh
then the
my
gosh. In
gosh.
season 1 of Star Trek Next Generation.
Yeah, we just love that. Absolutely.
Can we bring the skirts back?
Shorts?
I want the skirts back. The scants, yes, please.
Yes.
No,
yeah, and Daddy Riker was a thing too.
Yeah.
Oh God,
yeah.
I
Yes, he
very
was.
much agree. Like all the diversity and inclusiveness. For me, it was a show that you could actually like. I could actually see myself being on. That wasn't some weird stereotype of people. But also, it's just campy as hell. Like everything about it. It uses those fun TV. It kind of never really got away from the TV tropes of like the 60s and 70s. Like the moments are predictable. Everybody like rock, like when the entire bridge crew rocks and something like catches on fire, you're like, why in the future do you have panels that catch on fire? Like what is that about? And and then of course like Kirk and Spock fiction didn't really hurt anything, but it's for me it's just fun. And now looking at like when I come even to the modern series, even if people like the first thing they're learning about today is maybe Discovery and Picard and Strange New Worlds, everyone's hot. Okay, just everyone is hot.
Everyone's hot in their own way. Like even Saru, I'm like, that tall drink of water. Okay, it's like I wonder what he's got
packing. The way he's got that walk where
yes.
I was like, yes.
It's like, hey girl, you go. But I have to say something else about the Star Trek universe. I came from a very big family, but it was so traditionally conservative. And my mom and I were the black sheep of the family. And so what I love to see is that you could make your own family out of friends. And sometimes they were more important than your actual family. And you could, make your circle. And we see that in every one of the franchises of Star Trek is we see a family unit in some way or another, that they fight, they get along, they make love. It's all of this kind of, you build your circle. And I love that message so much because you're not limited to what you're given. You can make the future your own. So I want to know, just take like your favorite, it could be a queer, non-queer character from Star Trek. Who do you associate with the most? Who sticks up in all of the franchises? Who's that one? And you're like, okay, that's my jam. Christos, I want to start with you because I can guess. I mean, you have a podcast about her.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've always loved, literally from season 1 of TNG, Dr. Beverly Crusher. And I've had to ask myself several times throughout life, why do I still gravitate to that character? And I think, Beverly, it was just this no nonsense woman who got things done. She was a commander. She was a bridge officer. She was a mother. She was all these things, best friends with the captain. And, and, she just was always strong and never afraid to show it, never afraid to speak up, never afraid to assert herself. And even when it was not popular, she would be contrary. I mean, like episodes like where she's the first one to advocate for the Borg and Iborg, and when everyone else was ready to destroy them. So it's like not being afraid to speak up and to defend your morals and your, she questioned the Prime Directive right there in season 1. That's what I like about life, not always questioning things and being curious and asking why. And Beverly does that.
Christos, do you think the next generation would have clicked as long as it has if she wouldn't have come back to the show?
It was everyone, watch Chaos on the Bridge, very famous documentary. Season 1 and season 2 were so off for so many reasons. And, I don't know. I mean, Dr. Pawlowski wasn't very popular. They were talking about replacing her again with a third doctor. I think when Patrick Stewart wanted Gates McFadden back, that was a part of what made season 3 just kind of go perfect for the show after that. And I can't imagine it without her. So we'll say, no, it wouldn't have worked.
Radders, who's one of the characters that you absolutely associate with?
I never really had a character that I associated with at first because I didn't really know myself at the time when I first started watching and really getting into Trek. But the more that I understand the brain that I'm actually living in, the more I identify with Seven. I'm 99.9% sure I'm either autistic, neurodivergent in some way or whatever, and I've always struggled with just why are humans, and I've never really understood other people fully because I've never felt understood, because the way that my brain works, most of the kids and people around me just don't get it. They think I'm weird or different or whatever, and I feel that just the journey that Seven goes throughout Voyager and also into Picard, where she even in Picard is discovering new things about herself. It's, I don't know, I just resonate more with that kind of constant journey of who am I, how can I live with everything that's happening to me and around me.
And, her identity was such a big part of Picard. Like you said, who is her identity? What from her past does she want to cherish and bring forward? What does she want to change and get rid of? And how does she want other people to call her and respond to her? And we know that's such a huge hot button right now in society with our trans and non-binary community trying to fight for use of their pronouns and fight for how we identify them legally and socially. And I thought that was such a crafty way to interweave some of those themes. Whether you subscribe as trans or non-binary, there are parts of us being gay or bisexual that, our identity is always evolving. How we want to, present ourselves is always changing. And I think that character encapsulates that so much because we thought we knew who she was from Voyager, and it's just this constant evolution. Ray, who's your person?
Well, also 7 of 9. I did write a few others, but it's really 7. Judsia is up there, and I really like Garrick and Bashir. But I would have to say 7 of 9. I mean, my cat's name is Annika Hansen. I have her little implant. I want to do cosplay drag version of her soon. I've been meaning to, so probably this Halloween. But I really... Also, I'll just break this out. I love the Franklin Mint, so I have a Voyager right here in front of me at all times, and a DS9, which I'll show later. But anyway, I really love 7 because, I mean, a lot of what Ratter said, and for me, she's trying to find her family as well, right? She doesn't really have her family that she was born into, so she's finding her chosen family throughout Voyager. I mean, now we see it in Picard as well. You know, she was with the I'm forgetting the group she was with.
Friends or Strangers.
The Friends or Strangers, yeah.
Thank you. And then she's finding her place, kind of with Admiral Picard, and then at the end of Picard, which I'm sure it hasn't been out long enough, so I won't give spoilers for that. But she's finding herself again. And then totally unexpected. I will give a spoiler for this. Totally unexpected with Raffi. I didn't even know like it makes sense that if your identity was stripped away from you and then you're finding yourself, you're probably not going to adhere to maybe like gender roles or just sexuality. And so, we see her with Chakotay at the end of Voyager, and then we see her with Raffi in Picard. And so for me, I think it's a lot of maybe, a lot of what Router said, like kind of not feeling like you really can connect to people as well, but also just having that chosen family. So and Jerry Ryan is amazing. Like I said, happy birthday to her on Google. Do you remember Google? What was that social media website? I said Google Plus. Yeah. I said happy birthday to her on there, and she responded. And then she responded to like me showing her my cat. And I love her. I love Jerry Ryan so much.
Yeah.
I would never get starstruck over anyone except Jerry Ryan, honestly. She's amazing.
Yeah. I always felt that when she I was with Jerry Ryan. Or not with Jerry Ryan, but with 7 to 9, when she, with Chakotay and everything, you have to think about things. She was basically an adolescent human at that time and still figuring herself out, and then maybe even doing what was expected of her and just trying things and exploring. So it makes total sense that, okay, yeah, maybe she tried to do what, social norms or maybe not social norms were, but okay, she tried this, it didn't work out, and then she eventually figured out who she is. There is a novel coming out in a few months by David Mack, who's written so many good Star Trek novels, and it's called Firewall, and it's literally going to deal with Seven's post Voyager journey to where we pick her up in Picard, and I'm really looking forward to having those years filled in.
Ooh, that sounds fun. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and even look at the Borg Collective. When you plug into the collective, you're plugging into all kinds of sexualities, all kinds of identities. So you come out from that experience kind of having all of those feelings within you at some point because you're plugged in. And it's like, wouldn't that, I mean, I know the Borg are, bad, but wouldn't it be nice to plug into a society where we share each other's feelings and each other's identities? I don't think there was any Borg phobia happening within the collective. And Brian, who's your person?
Oh, this is so hard because I have like a huge list. They're all my babies and I love them, but I think if I had to narrow it down, I would say, you can say queer or not queer. It would definitely be Dr. Julian Bashir, who I say that episode, Dr. Bashir, I presume, like his is one of those weird, like, this is a coming out story, whether they wrote it that way, whether they expected it to be that way. And the minute you find out that he's been genetically enhanced and hiding it this entire time, it also completely changes the writers don't necessarily mean for this to look this way, but it immediately changes everything from episode 1, the way he's acted, his romances, the way he is around others. And I think just being like being one of those nerdy gifted kids who now just has a bunch of trauma about all the things that I could have been, whatever, watching Julian in a point where he said, to survive, I had to hide all of this part of myself, and I could not. If I wanted to blend in with everybody, I had to act like everybody else. And there's also the weird way of his parents trying to fix him initially, and it's just there's a lot there. And I say, like, it probably wasn't meant as a coming out tale, but it reads as a coming out story to me. And obviously his friendship with Garrick, who, like many of us know, they wanted to play it a lot harder than they were allowed to. And I think Andrew Robinson basically is like, yeah, I had to dial it back. That was too much for them. So I love Bashir. I love how he looks like he's just this fumbling, smarmy, jerk. And then you find out, no, he's just been kind of keeping all of this in reserve this entire time. And when you finally get to know the real him, you can see he's happier. Everybody else is happier to know him. It's a really nice arc for him.
All right, guys, we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get deep into some hot topics that have been going on within the Star Trek community. You know, there's been a definite shift from our classic original crew and even to Next Generation to now we have so many different spin-offs, such as Lower Decks. We have Strange New Worlds, Discovery, Picard. We know the Section 31 movie is coming out. There's a classic fan base, and I subscribe to the classic fan base. You know, I'm like Kirk and Spock all day, every day. I don't need them rebooted. I like them the way that they were. But now there's this kind of shift where we have the younger generation and the older generation, and the younger generation is we need more Trek, more storylines. And then there's also the kind of hot topic that people are saying, are we diluting the Star Trek universe so much by having all these spin-offs, by changing stories that we thought we knew, by changing characters that we thought we knew, by introducing the queer community? That's been another hot topic. Are we having too much Trek too fast, and are we diluting the product, so to speak?
I would say no, because
no, definitely not.
What I like about Trek now, and at one point I think we were up to 5 shows, and those are dialing back now with some new things coming, but there's something for everyone in new Trek. I mean, if you look at the shows and even the 2 animated shows, they're all so very different. And I think what's important is you can find your jam in there. You might not like Picard because you didn't watch TNG. I mean, that was one thing I noticed about this last STLV was all these young kids in their 20s that are new Star Trek fans. And that's exactly what these shows are designed to do, to keep this franchise from aging out. And I think between the 5 shows, there's something. I would tell people now that Strange New Worlds is the perfect show to watch if you've never watched Star Trek. It's the perfect entry point in, and
it has
important.
The charm.
Yes, it has the charm. It has, it looks cool. It's a little bit, reminiscent of the Abrams movies. The look and the aesthetic. But I feel like everyone can find something in one of those shows or all of those shows by watching it, and I think it's important to carry on the story.
Well, and like the Picard season 3, like we know how high the ratings were, and then this, like you said, this whole generation who never saw Next Generation, they went back and watched the whole show. Yep. all of the seasons.
Yeah, and Strange New Worlds was a top 10 show every week.
Yeah. But we know Picard took a while to find its footing. I was not a fan of season 2 at all. I thought it went completely off of the rails. And so, again, to that point, like, does that kind of harm the franchise when you kind of have an experience like that? Or am I the only one that thought season 2 of Picard was what?
It was flat.
I think for me, it's more that in the moment when I watched season 2, I was kind of whelmed. Like
I'm stealing that.
I love that. They use that on like Young Justice all the time. They're like, it's never under, it's never over. It's just, I was whelmed. I'm like, I love it.
But I find that like once the story is complete, once the story that the writers wanted to tell has been told, it fits better. You know what I mean? Like when you get to the end of season 2 and you're like, end of season 3, I'm like, yes, thank you. Yeah. It's like you've threaded those, like you've actually woven those threads together again. Thank you. Like things make more sense. And for me, I always find that I can't like form too heavy of an opinion until I've seen everything. I need all the context, all of that stuff. And I think that Trek can't really get diluted unless all they do is make remakes of all the same old episodes or the same old stories, like every plot point, boop, 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 the exact same. But Trek is so infinite a universe that there are so many stories that can still be told. So they don't need to stop making Trek. They don't need to slow down too much. Like they've got stories and they should tell them.
I like when they try new things. Even when I don't like the episode, I'm glad they tried it. I think I would say just like, okay, so I was listening to Kylie Minogue's new album last night. At the end of the album, some of the songs are just like, there's a few that I'm like, I'm going to steal it, whelmed. Most of it's amazing though. And I think that's the same with Star Trek. You're gonna find some stuff that's like, it's okay. So season 2, so here's the thing, I'm easy to entertain, and I saw Los Angeles and I live there. I'm like, okay, I like this. This is cool. Was it the best season of Star Trek ever? No. Did I like the musical in Strange New Worlds? No. I'm sorry. But I know a lot of people did, and I'm glad you guys liked it. So
I'm leaving
there you
now.
go.
I'm sorry. I gotta
I'm
go.
sorry. But that's the thing, is I think when you expand these narratives and you try and include as many people, you're gonna create a bigger, stronger, healthier fan base. And that's kind of, that's what the United States is about, right? We're like a melting pot of these different cultures. We're pluralistic society. And the same could be said of Star Trek. It's reminiscent of the best values that our country over here has. So I love Star Trek for that. And so, yes, I think, if you don't like Discovery, go watch Picard. If you don't like Picard, go watch Lower Decks. Like like Krista said, there's a lot. They're going to be sitting there forever.
I don't know. I'm a big story person. I'm a big character. Like, we have, like, a lot of us, like, I'm 51 years old. I've seen the entirety of Trek, and I've loved every crew, every character. And there are definitely duds when it comes to episodes, especially with, I feel like the newer series, especially because you got out of that. Only DS9 started okay, here's something that's going to happen, and it's going to affect every single episode over the entire season. TNG didn't have that. The original series didn't have that. It was like, what's the drama of the week? But once they started writing longer stories, yeah, your pacing gets weird. However, every single episode, you're still having a definition of who this character is, and what happens in this episode is going to take them forward. And yeah, there are, like, I agree that season 2 of Picard was dull, but if you then go back and think, okay, but what are we seeing from the perspective of each of these characters? The moment when Seven and Raffi have that, like, Seven realizes her implants can't be seen and people react to her differently, and she's having to have a whole like existential crisis about, like, oh wow, this is interesting. Like, there are elements in that, even though some of them may fall flat of the overarching story, there are elements in there that are amazing. I still, when Q has the speech with Picard at the end, it's like, I'm over here like, I'm not crying, you're crying. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. But I think that the new series kind of acknowledging, like, this is just the new way that TV shows tell stories. I think that's the other thing people aren't thinking about, is you told stories in very different ways during these eras. And I have friends who are they said, I'm going to start watching Star Trek from the beginning. And I love it. I'm getting all these amazing DMs from them after every episode. But they had the break between the original series and Next Generation. And then when the crossover, basically when the overlap happened, they were like, wait, there were 2 Star Trek shows on at the same time? Like, you didn't just have to wait for one? And then, like, yeah, we had an overlap of 3 series. It was fantastic. And then nothing. Like, I think that everything that they're doing storytelling wise is helping to build the universe. And I know that we said a little bit about Star Wars earlier, but it really is taking some good cues from Star Wars, their expanded universe. They are unafraid to look at the most minute role, the most minute thing, and say, let's build a story off of that. And I think that Star Trek is now starting to learn, hey, we can just go ahead and tell that story, and let's just do it.
I think a lot was learned because of Picard. If you think about it, Picard was kind of the early seasons were the mess that they were, because they were literally, like, you weren't going to get Picard unless it was by Patrick Stewart's terms. This is not going to be a reboot of TNG. It's not going to be a continuation. It's going to be a very different show. So they had to write within those parameters, and it handcuffed the show a lot and really held them back. And I liked elements of season 2, as you guys discussed. I liked the Raffi and Seven story. And then, like, it got thrown out for season 3. I was like, you just took the best part of season 2 and, like, just kind of dissolved it. I wasn't a fan of that part, but by the end, it kind of wrapped up pretty good with Q and that whole scene. I mean, I always say Star Trek's at its best if it makes me cry, because it reminds me that I'm alive, and it reminds me that I feel. And if Star Trek gets me there, then I know it's good.
Well, I mean, Star Trek has always benefited from great character development. When they didn't have money for the high tech special effects, it always went back to the characters and their kind of relationship. And I think that's kind of, if there was a battle between Star Wars and Star Trek, I think Star Trek's characters are more well rooted, and there's more of a chemistry, I think. And the many years that we've seen them. And what I like too is the actors from the new franchises. They love being part of the Star Trek universe. Mm-hmm. They're sharing it on their social media. They're going to the conventions. They're responding to their fans. And I don't think we've seen that kind of excitement from the actors of Star Trek. We know, the original cast had its own kind of identity crisis of, do I want to be Spock forever? Do I want to be Captain Kirk forever? And I think there's this fresh kind of enjoyment that being part of the Star Trek universe and even being a Trekkie is now cool. When I was a kid growing up, I had in my Trapper Keeper, I had, the cast photos. I would wear the Star Trek pins to school, and I was just made fun of so much. But now it's cool to be a Trekkie. And that's changed because, we have this kind of new excitement. And I just love that. I want to get into the LGBTQ representation. We know that LGBTQ themes have been around even from the original series. Were they called LGBTQ themes? No. But were we talking about identity? Were we talking about phobias? 100%. The first kind of highlight we got was in the reboot of Star Trek when we saw Sulu's character greet his husband at the end of the film. And it was kind of, brushed under, but it was definitely there. Then we see in the series, especially like Discovery, we see this influx of, we are talking about non-binary, we are talking trans, we are talking about a gay couple in space. And so I want to play devil's advocate because there is a large faction as well that says, why do we need so many queer characters all at once in this universe? We get it. What would you say to people who say that maybe Star Trek is getting a little too woke and it's getting in the way of the storytelling?
It's getting too woke. Will wake me the F up, baby. Let's go.
I would ask, have you ever seen Star Trek? Have you ever actually watched the show Star Trek? Because it sounds like if you're saying that, you're not really a fan. I don't know.
Yeah, you missed the whole point, right?
It feels that way. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's gone from allegories to not being afraid to represent what we are. Do I think that Discovery can be a little heavy-handed at times? I do. I mean, I can be objective. I think our characters should just be there, and it's okay that you have them being all the different representations there. I think it's a little too much of a focus on it at times, but for the most part, I'm glad it's there. And I think we have that to look forward in season 5, that everything's kind of been done and explained, and now our characters are just going to be doing their jobs. And I think that's the most important thing, right? We want to be seen as being there, being part of the future, being accepted for who we are, and just being able to do the same job that everybody else is doing. And that's the most important representation, is just being seen as, quote unquote, normal, if that's even a word anymore.
Well, and Christos, I 100% agree with you. Star Trek audiences, I tend to believe, are smart audiences. Mm-hmm. And it's like, we don't need to be hit over the head so much. And a lot of people say that that's why Discovery kind of, the popularity kind of slacked off, and that's why it's not continuing. Because it was too heavy-handed, and it didn't let the audience kind of experience it on their own. And that's a critique out there. And they say that being quote unquote too woke was the death of that show.
I have a critique about Discovery and Strange New Worlds, and that is the fact that, why are you on such an inaccessible platform? Come on. I was fully ready to watch all the new Star Trek, and then they're like, nope, come to Paramount.
They made a mess of the whole
Goodbye.
thing.
And I'm like, come on, let me experience this too.
No,
that's my biggest complaint.
I can't share watching it with my friends across the pond, and it sucks because we're always off cycle. Yeah, it sucks.
And up in the UK, you had Discovery on Netflix, right?
Yeah, but I live in the Netherlands. So...
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm an immigrant, so.
Okay. That explains. What was the question? I'm sorry, we went off topic.
No, it's like, what would you say to somebody that's saying that Star Trek has become too woke?
I think Discovery suffered from other things in season. Is it what's the newest one right now? Is it 4?
4.
4.
Yeah.
I think it suffered from other things besides it being too woke. Whatever that means. I think it's more like we're focusing a lot on like Book, who isn't the most interesting character, especially his home planet. It's not really a core planet to the Federation, so I think they're like, and we are experiencing, I think, like the first time a captain is having this very romantic relationship, and so they're trying something new, right? Like it's a very heavy-handed relationship. Like Book and Michael, they're together. So they're trying new things. I get it. I wouldn't say even though I would agree it's a little heavy-handed with the like for me, like I use they them pronouns. I wasn't a huge fan of the kind of argument about pronouns. I think in the 29th century, I don't think we're going to be arguing about pronouns anymore.
100%.
I understand why it was there, but Brian, wait, I feel like Brian, you want to say something?
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
No, it's totally fine. I just feel like I keep hearing the word heavy-handed, and I'm like, we are talking about Star Trek. Like it is one of the most heavy-handed, like with their writing ever. But the fact is, we just had crumbs or nothing for decades. So for anyone to say, well, this is too much, I mean, it's the same conversation we have around representation. Yeah, but somebody out there needed to see that. Someone out there needed to hear that piece of dialogue. Somebody out there needed to be hit. Somebody, like worse, a Star Trek fan who maybe isn't as open and loving as they do, maybe needed to hear that and look at a family member and be like, oh, I'm being the bad guy. So I feel like a lot of that, yeah, it is over the top. It is overdone. It is laid on really thick, but it's also been something that has been utterly absent from Star Trek for all this time. So I'm ready for it. Like, give me more of those things. And if it makes people who, like you can say woke, and usually by saying that, it's already a dog whistle and a red flag for me.
Right.
But if Star Trek now makes people who are bigoted feel like they can't watch the show, good. It's mine now. You can no longer have it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah.
I just feel that the writing in Trek, no matter how progressive Trek has been, like from the start, it's always a product of the time that it's written, right?
Mhm.
So yes, you can say like, oh, this pronoun argument was quite like ham-fisted, like, all right, we get it, pronouns, woo, 29th century. But in this like utopia future, yes, we probably wouldn't be having these conversations around pronouns. It would just be like, how do I refer to you? Cool. And then you move on with your life, which is how it should be, right? But we are also living through a time of regression in terms of like public sentiment, and quite a heavy pushback from people who think it's too woke to let LGBTQ people exist or be seen in any kind of form. And so I understand why they put that in there.
Yeah.
Because it is very much, we've had a huge influx of much younger fans and just newer fans in general. And at some point they've got to kind of draw the line and be like, this is our values. This is our values, and this is what we're going to impart in all of our stories. And yeah, let them get offended by it.
Yeah.
I think go on.
Oh no, go ahead.
I think the response I would like to see from folks that don't really like this show is just don't watch it, right? Like, don't go out of your way to be like, this is not real Trek. I hate it. I mean, you don't have to like it, but like, so for me, like when I said these heavy-handed parts, I just don't watch those parts, right? Like I skip ahead. And I think like, I agree with what Brian said is there. And I know someone's like personally who watched it with their mom, and by doing so, their mother understood their life better, right? By watching Discovery. But like, I think we're at that moment where it's like, if I can't like it, nobody can like it. I don't like where we're going. And I think everyone in this room would agree that it's good to have it there. If you don't like it, move on. That's what I do. And but I love that they're going there. I love that they're like, who went to Star Trek Live? You said there's like 20-year-olds. I'm so glad that these shows are bringing in a younger audience. Also, what was the animated series? They need to bring that back. I'm so sad to see the cartoon go.
Oh, Prodigy! It's actually coming back. I was at STLV and they're like 99% sure that they have a new home for it. So we will see these next 20 episodes that are pretty much done. But I was just going to say, I think season 4 it suffered from things too much more that were like not even having to do with the wokeness. I think Book's character was troubling. The revenge trope, the "you hurt me, I'm going to hurt you." Oh, that is so overdone. And then this, the Arrival movie that was kind of like ripped off for season 4. I was just reading Star Trek Explorer magazine because I'm that big of a nerd, and Jonathan Frakes, who directed some of the episodes in season 5, which none of us have seen, he even said, "We've got this show back on track." So even the directors are saying, like, they recognize that the last season had some issues, but some of the representation in other shows has been amazing. I mean, if you watch Strange New Worlds this last season and you watch the episode Ad Astra Per Aspera, I think that's one of the finest hours of Star Trek ever made.
I cried.
So good.
It's the best drama. And to your point, Alexander, you don't need to have all these special effects to have good Star Trek. That was just dialogue and drama and understanding, and the allegory for gay, trans, whatever was so strong, and you could argue heavy-handed, but you understood it, and I love it.
I love a good JAG episode. That was
seriously. Every time they come up with a legal episode of courtroom drama on Star Trek, I'm all in.
Yes. And what I love is in real life now, we go to the Star Trek conventions if you do go or what have you. And now the LGBTQ communities usually have a panel or panels, or they have gatherings. So we are getting more visibility with the fandom around the world. And I love to see that. Talking about these themes is now on the main panels. It's part of the universe now, and we're not going anywhere. We're part of the family officially, and that's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling to be able to wear, Christos, your skirt into a convention and everybody wants to take a picture with you.
Oh yeah, you get all the attention.
I don't know. I would love to add, I love that Christos and Ray, we're talking about the newer fans, but just to also pull back to the fandom to recognize a lot of people who have watched Star Trek since it's been on the air and for most of their lives. It's also time to recognize that while you are in you are on the dartboard for the audience, you are not the target audience anymore. I know that I'm not the target audience for Trek at my age. I still love everything they put out, but they are trying to capture a new audience. They're trying to capture new fans, and we're seeing younger fans who no, they don't have encyclopedic knowledge of Star Trek, and that's okay because they have their favorite series, they have their favorite characters, and they love them just as much as we love ours.
Yeah, I would argue that.
I think that's such a good point. I hate change, and like I said, I'm original crew. Like the original movies, the uniform, like Star Trek 2, Star Trek 3. I'm about that.
Even the pajamas. Even the pajamas.
Everything. But when Star Trek Next Generation came, I even had a problem with that. I was like, who is this new crew? They don't resemble anything like what I'm used to. There was that safety level that was kind of taken away from my universe. But it's we need, to all of your point, we need the younger generation to keep this franchise going. And look how it's booming. I mean, it's not going anywhere at all. And so if we really subscribe to the idea of Star Trek, we have to be open to going into the future and changing what our safety, system is. Picard was so good at that because it gave the old fans what we wanted. I mean, come on, the Enterprise coming back, amazing. That end scene where they're playing poker, it was like handing the baton over. It's we're this, but we're this, and we're this, and now we're all of this, Yeah. And that's what I love. I think the future of the universe is only going to get better. And so kind of one of the final questions I want to ask you is, as a queer person, what kind of storyline do you want to see developed, or what would you include from our community in the future of the Star Trek universe? And it could be about, I really want to explore this character, or you could talk about, different themes that you want to see more of.
I don't know. I had an answer written down for this, and it was basically I want to see a queer Denoblian polycule, but that's just like that's my own personal thing.
Oh my god,
I
yes, please.
yeah, I'm like, look, if Boxx has 3 wives and they have 2 husbands, I'm like, but to kind of further that out, like, they're looking at shows, they're talking about doing things like Starfleet Academy, they're talking about like other perspectives, which I also feel is why shows like Discovery initially and Lower Decks are important, because you're seeing the perspective of other officers, not just from the captain of the ship, but allowing us to delve into other cultures that are either already part of the Federation, part of other planets, welcoming them in, that will allow us to continue to look at gender roles, identity, gender expression in ways that were not as bad as Riker, like basically giving somebody a gender because they had really good sex. I stay mad about that episode forever. But I would, yeah.
Sorry, I just remembered that episode.
Yeah.
Oh.
I would love for them, because I would love for them to meet other cultures and for the writers to go completely left field and say, well, their values are nothing like ours. So let's look at that. Let's examine that. We have, they're only limited by their imagination. And if they keep it within those same reins that we're used to Star Trek shows being in, I would love to see more of that, because then the norms that people feel like the shows are rebelling against, they wouldn't be there. They would just be this new generation's norm. So I want them to keep going and going outside the envelope and just keep going.
I think though, like if you take a look at like what they've done in Lower Decks, you've taken the character like Mariner, who I think is bisexual, and the reason I say I think is because it's there. It's just we see her with I think Jen, and I think there's been some allegories toward hot guys from her, and it's like it's just fine. We haven't dug into it. You just accept her for who she is, and the story just keeps going. And I think that's the way we want to see ourselves. So like I was saying earlier, we're there. We definitely have our relationships and whatnot, but having to justify our relationships and having to justify who we are is no longer done. We are just who we are, and we are accepted for that. And I think that's what I want to see more of. If Star Trek Legacy happens, I would love to see Captain Seven have a relationship with another woman, and we are first, lesbian or bisexual captain. No one's even talked about that. I was like, that's kind of incredible.
Yeah.
Brian, I wrote something down too, and then I really like what you said. So I wrote down, it's just a general, I want to see more story-driven narratives where you can relate to, if you could see a family member in that character or a friend, right? Something to help change your perspective on maybe LGBTQI issues or other things, right? But then what you mentioned, and now I'm on this tangent in my own mind, is I want to see more of the Star Trek universe. It doesn't have to be on a starship. I want to see the spin-off of prequel Battlestar, Caprica, right?
Yeah.
Love Caprica. Yeah. It ended too soon, in my opinion. I would love to see more of that. I want to see, let's go back all the way to before, warp was invented by Cochrane, right? Let's see, I want to see what's the episode in DS9? I've been talking about it for months, because it's going to supposedly happen in a year, where they go to San Francisco.
With the Bell Riots. Yeah,
the Bell Riots. I want to see. Well, I want to.
Yeah, I think that was past tense time too.
Oh, is that the name of the episode? Okay, yeah. Well, I want to see, maybe let's visit. It's gonna be hard. It might be traumatic, but let's visit something with LGBTQI issues where it's not all sugar coated and stuff, right? I want to go there. So I think there's plenty of room to explore this universe, and I think they're just scratching the surface as it is right now, and I'm super excited.
I think the only thing that for me is a little bit missing from the romances in Trek is, yes, we've had some LGBTQIA allegories and some just very much explicitly non-straight relationships, but We don't have a huge amount in regards to like intersectionality in the universe. I think almost every single queer character is a humanoid, and the majority of them are white. And it just feels a little bit like there are so many species in this universe, and especially with like the Federation and a lot of the later Trek, we've got species from all over. I want people with 6 tongues and somebody with 0, and then they find a way to have true love. Like just give me some
Ta'ana and
weird
Shax.
stuff. Yes,
I was going to say, I think that lower
Ta'ana and
decks, because
I
they are
love
so
Lower
freed
Decks.
of like filming schedules, lower decks is doing far more imaginative and off the wall things. And people, when it first happened, people were like, I don't like it. I don't like the animation style, which is a valid thing. But I was like, but like, just watch it and understand.
Get out of your
like,
safe space.
They can do things with this medium that they can't do filming. They can do gags and jokes, but yeah, they basically have those, interspecies, intercultural relationships, and to them it's nothing. They, they make fun sex jokes about it because, who wouldn't want to get with like a colony creature that can detach their parts and, like let's be real about it.
Yeah.
But they're able to do that, and I would love to see more of that as well. Just like I know that the show, especially Discovery, because Discovery's crew is actually like pre-TOS, but in the future now, which is why when they did have that conversation, I was like, have they ever had that conversation? Because this is like pre-Kirk. But yeah, it's like it's a very, very human-centered show, and I would love to see them break that mold for like literally any show out there, please.
Personally, what I would like to see is, like we're taken aback right now that our nation is regressing so quickly. It's regressing in terms of abortion rights, trans rights, gay rights. I would love to see that addressed in the Star Trek universe, to see that universe kind of have a fight to regress back and to see how our characters respond to that and work through that and how they overcome that. We're in a really difficult position right now as the LGBTQ community, and I would love to see the Star Trek universe kind of address that. It's like we wish things were to get better, but as we've seen in our own history, things are not that much farther ahead. It's like, okay, how do we get past that? How do we come together as a family and fight against that?
And Star Trek has done that before, and they've done it well. If you like season 4 of Enterprise, which was right after the Xindi War, which was an allegory for 9/11, when they came back after their big heroic mission, suddenly there's all this xenophobia on Earth, and it's not even cool to be an alien on Earth, and people are getting beaten up. So they've done it, and they've told those stories and done it well. So that would be a really interesting, something, find some way to weave that in. That they could do that.
First time Enterprise was brought up this entire
Isn't
panel.
that funny? Yeah.
I set
love
blocks.
Enterprise.
I love Enterprise.
No,
do.
you're right. I'm sorry, the Noblians. Oh.
But and I also find it fun because like the episode that Ray talked about of DS9, even in that season of Picard, not that many years had passed since they were coming to present day. Like after the Bell riots, like society still hadn't quite made it there when Picard and his crew basically jumped back, and it still felt like they were really leading towards like those sanctuary districts. So they were trying to point at our current world and say, y'all are still messing it up. But maybe that's what needs like stronger writing in future.
This is what I love about panels like this is, we all come from such different walks of life, even where we live, which franchise we ascribe to, and yet we can have these kind of conversations that progress our community further and build the Star Trek fellowship. That's what I love. It's all about communicating our feelings and being able to have these open discussions. So unfortunately, that's the end of our panel today. I would like to close. I would like if each of you can reintroduce yourself and tell people where you want them to find and follow you. And then if you can just give us like a sentence, a message to your fellow queer Trekkies. Radders, let's start with you.
No pressure then. Hey, gays. Hey, and theys. How you doing? Right, let's me. You can find me on Twitch over at twitch.tv/Radders, spelled like this with the second S, because otherwise you'll get lost in a void of pain. I am on the socials including the really crap one, under the mostly that name. And yeah, just find me around online if you ever want to talk about anything really, but especially Star Trek because I love it. And my message to other LGBTQIA plus Trekkies is there you go. Good luck.
That works.
Love it. Live long and prosper sexy. Brian.
Hi, I'm Brian, Urban Bohemian. You can also find me like here pretty much on all the socials. I mostly stream on Twitch, and you'll find me playing in a lot of tabletop RPG, one-shots, campaigns, and charity games. I guess a message for LGBTQIA plus Star Trek fans. I think I'm going to reference The Nightmare Before Christmas when all of them are singing and they say it's ours this time. This is our time. Trek has never given us more to eat, and I think we should revel in it and enjoy it.
Love that. Christos?
You can find me on most of the socials at Greek Geek SD, and also my podcast, What's the T-Bev, on wherever you get your podcasts, and on YouTube for the video version of that. And I guess my message would be, if there's nothing wrong with me, maybe there's something wrong with the universe.
Last but certainly not least, Mr. Ray.
Hi, everyone. Here's my DS9. So yeah, my name's Raylan Shoney, founder and CEO of QWERTY Gamers. I don't really use social media except Twitch, so if you want to follow me on there personally, I'm at Ratings, RAYTINGS. But go find QWERTY Gamers, QWERTYgamers.org. We have every social media. We don't use that website anymore because I was really pissed about their they got rid of the guidelines for gender stuff. So I was like, bye. And then I will leave everyone with a quote that I didn't get to say. It was a breadcrumb from the early, it's a Bev quote. It's a breadcrumb, but I really like this. Someday our ability to love won't be so limited.
The host.
I can't believe we didn't bring that episode up. I
wanted to, but we never got there.
Yeah, we need a part 2, a part 3, a part 4. We need a spinoff. Like, we need an animated version of this panel. Like, we need all the iterations.
Come on, What's the T-Bev? We can talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you all for joining us today. I've been your host, Alexander Rodriguez. You can find me on Instagram at Alexander is on air. And my message to my fellow queer Trekkies is just let your freak flag fly. Like I said, I got so bullied even in high school when I loved Star Trek so much, and I would be so afraid to wear a Star Trek shirt or wear a pin. And then even later at the conventions, if I didn't fit into my uniform right, I would feel a certain way, like, nobody cares. The only person that's suffering from your own insecurities is you. So you do you. Be proud of whoever you are, whatever you look like, and just do you, and just revel in this universe that we have all been building. The fans have a big part of building this universe, so it is our universe to that. So I want to thank everybody so much for joining us, and that's been our Star Trek super fan panel, and we're going to head back to Gaming Live in the studio. Live long and prosper.
Just want to say a huge thank you to Alexander there for that amazing message to end off that panel. And of course, a big thank you to our panelists as well. They made some really good points there about, Star Trek.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's like a cardinal sin. Just have sci-fi on the brain. But Star Trek being this like really powerful, like character-driven series, which I couldn't agree with more.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic. So like we said earlier, we've made our pact now. we're gonna dive into the series, starting from the beginning.
Absolutely. The beginning is the very best place to start.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Sweet. Now, it's time to play a game we're calling Let's Find Out the Most About Our Guest Host. We like to rhyme over here. It's a very, very fun time. So, are you ready, Veronica?
I'm ready. I'm
Yes.
ready. I've been waiting for this moment all my life.
Amazing stuff. I mean, it will help everyone, even if they're not, which I can't imagine why they wouldn't be. It will help them familiarize themselves with your work, with your amazing self. It'll be a fun time for us to chat, which I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, maybe you'll find out a secret or two about me. Who knows?
Well, clearly this is the best place to be. So, when did you start doing drag?
When did I start doing drag? We're about to come up to my 10-year anniversary, in fact. On November the 3rd, I was living in Singapore at the time and working for Universal Studios. I was playing the Phantom of the Opera in one of their little theatre shows there. And there was a bunch of people that I worked with that wanted to do drag for Halloween. And it's, any LGBT person who is in the closet and not sure about wanting to experiment and stuff like that, Halloween is the go-to date where anything goes, you can get away with it all, do whatever you like. So I decided to tag along to that event and very, very tentatively took some steps to do a tutorial. I actually followed Manila Luzon's makeup tutorial. So she's a previous Drag Race alumni. And it was just so amazing. I felt so free and yeah.
What do you dress up as like a specific thing, or is it just like just a general drag look?
I dressed up as Poison Ivy.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Yeah. I wouldn't expect anything less though, doing like a nerdy cosplay or like a drag look as your first.
Oh, absolutely.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody recognised me either. I got to the event and I was milling around, talking to people, and about halfway through the event, I suddenly felt a bit weird around people. I was like, people are being really weird. What's going on? And it turns out they'd all thought I was this random girl who would gatecraft the party, and they were all whispering to each other, who's that girl? Like, does anybody know her? So they were all just being super, super polite. Didn't have a clue who I was.
Well, clearly you were that good. The transformation was that dramatic. I live. That's amazing.
I won't go that far to say I was that good on my first try. It's taken me 10 years to look like this.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so good. Like I won't say a gremlin. I'm not going to put myself that much down, but I do feel very underdressed, which is the point.
Hey,
right?
Some people can work the bare-faced look.
Oh, you.
You haven't got a lick of makeup on you.
I don't. It's all sweat, babes. It's all sweat. I mean, you sort of gave us like a backstory there anyway, in terms of like what got you into drag and how you started. So I feel like kind of covered those bases, which is nice. What have been some of the top highlights of your career?
Oh gosh, top highlights of my career. I think number one, ding, 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 that everybody I'm sure will recognise, well, if you know who I am, of course, is appearing on RuPaul's Drag Race Season 2. That was probably the high point of my career. I was a singing waiter, I was a humble musical theatre student, and I was working in retail when the show came along, and it's just catapulted me into all sorts of opportunities now, and now drag is my full-time job. Like that, I do this for a living now, everybody. You can make money. I mean, not very much money, but you can make money.
No, I love that, honestly, and like, you know, to see your career kind of go in this way, because I was there, I was locked in watching RuPaul's Drag Race UK Season 2 every single week. I was rooting for you, our whole house was, so yeah, no, it's great to see it all come together like this. Yeah,
I think the most important thing as well to recognise is I did also do Season 3 as well, but we don't talk about that really because it didn't go very well.
That's fine.
One important point I wanted to touch upon is that you can have the highs and the lows in life, but you will get to where you need to be in the end as long as you keep going. So if you're an artist, any artists out there, anybody who's thinking about doing drag or whatever, just keep going. Don't give in for anything, because your passion will see you through to the right place in the end.
Such good advice. I love it. Beautiful. You give good advice. What can't you do? My goodness.
Comedy.
Oh, you're amazing. So when did you start playing video games?
Oh gosh, video games goes way back. When me and my brother used to fight over the Amiga 500 back in the early 90s. We used to play Lemmings, Manic Miner was a big one. The Captain Planet game as well.
Yeah,
so,
geez.
oh my gosh, yeah. Between that and watching Gladiators on a Saturday night, we had a great time with our Amiga 500. And then moving on to Nintendo after that, I became a massive Nintendo fan over the years with the N64.
Awesome. So, in terms of like nowadays, like what's your go-to console of choice? And I know you mentioned Nintendo, but what do you pick up nowadays?
Okay, well, currently I am on a quest, a massive quest, doing The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It is monumental. I've just finished a 6-month journey of doing Breath of the Wild, moved straight on to Tears of the Kingdom, and I am overwhelmed by just how expansive that game is. It's taken over my life, Shay.
I can imagine. I remember back in 2017, I sat down, started playing Breath of the Wild, and I was like, there's a lot in this. There's a lot in this. I still haven't finished it. And then Tears of the Kingdom came out, and I was like, I have a lot to get on with.
Well, thankfully it was called, Breath of the Wild and not Hold Your Breath of the Wild. Otherwise we'd all be dead by now, the amount of stuff that there is in that game to do.
And you say you're not good at comedy. Come on, that was great.
Just quick wit. and sometimes dim wit.
I love it. So, you've spoken about Legend of Zelda. What are some of your favorite, like, all-time games? I'm going to say give me 5.
My top 5?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, number 1, utterly sort of like defining game for me is The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. It was the first time that I'd ever had this gaming experience that I felt shaped my life. It's so weird, video games. You wouldn't think that they could shape you as a person, but playing through that game as a teenager, as a 13-year-old, it really sort of like steered me in this direction. So that for me is the number, it takes the number 1 spot. I mean, the Legend of Zelda games are just the best. I love them so much, so we have to put Breath of the Wild on as number 2. I'm not going to put Tears of the Kingdom on the list just yet because I've not finished it. But other great titles that I absolutely love. Oh my gosh, let's think about this. So I used to be a World of Warcrafter back in the day, 2008, but I moved on to a different online game eventually, League of Legends, and I played that non-stop throughout the years. I tried my best to climb the ladder in ranked. I got gold though twice, which is very, I think that's pretty
good.
Respectable.
That's pretty good.
Above average, ever so slightly. So yeah, League of Legends is something that I've just played continuously as the years have gone by. Mass Effect. That game series. I love game series that have good stories. And although sort of like fantasy, medieval fantasy and that kind of stuff is my go-to, there is no genre off the table as long as it's got a cracking story. And the Mass Effect series, especially Mass Effect 2, is just a massive high point for me. Yeah. I think I've named 4. I need to do one more.
Yeah,
I need to do one more. Let's go for something. Beyond Good and Evil, GameCube title. Yes.
Yeah.
So again, it's just a great story, and it's a lesser known title that sort of like floated under the radar when it was released. I mean, there's so many games like that, especially nowadays when there's just so many games to pick from. There's quite a lot that slips through the net, but Beyond Good and Evil is a fantastic game.
I would say, first of all, you have great taste, especially Ocarina of Time, Mass Effect, You Have Me, we're locked in, we see each other, because those are just like fantastic games.
Are we having an experience
right now? I think we are. I think we've bonded. Something's happened, something's shifted, which is great. No, it's honestly, it's wonderful. I love like learning about people through their love of video games. Like it says a lot about a person, so yeah, it's very good.
I mean, like chalking it down to a list of 5 is like, there's so many on the outskirts. You got your Metroid Primes, like
so much.
Super Mario 64 and Sunshine as well, I really loved. And there's just too many. There's
too many games, too many games, of course. So we're talking a lot about AAA games, and now we're going to talk about some indie games because they're playing a huge part of Gaming Live, and you can head on over to gamingnmag.com/live now to explore our indie game festival happening over on Steam. Indie games play a huge part in telling authentic LGBTQ stories. So I think it's time for us to dive into some indie games, don't you think?
Oh, really?
Yeah, we have a little showcase happening. So, like today and like every day throughout the weekend, we're going to be featuring a selection of different trailers that will be in our indie game festival right here on the main stage. So I think we should check out the first of our trailers right now. Through the power of technology, I have moved over into the indie corner, and I've
transported yourself.
Magically. We'll never find out how exactly. But I'm joined by the indie games expert, Riley. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me. My ident says enthusiast because expert, I don't want to say I'm an expert by any means, but I do love a good indie game, and boy have we got some very cool ones to take a look at as a part of our indie showcase.
Yes, I think you're right, and I think on that note, we should probably get things kicked off because I'm excited. There's a whole host of different games, so many different genres. It's gonna be great.
Right, let's take a look.
Let's take a look.
Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms.
I'm not sure what to expect here.
Blasted! This is not over. Die! This time you will fall before my wrath.
Oh.
Yes!
Not what I was expecting, but I love the little twist.
Interesting. I love that they left a lot up to us to find out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of cheating a little bit because I'm familiar with that, like, ever so slightly. So it exists within, like, the Dungeons and Dragons realm.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, yeah. So that's I don't know if that's a spoiler. I mean, it can't be a spoiler, right?
Well, I guess I'll just have to play the game.
You just have to play the game, exactly. But yeah, I know that much. So that looks really cool.
Nice. Should we take a look at the next one?
I say so. Let's do it.
Hello, Sarah.
Yes, some hunky characters. I'm like, where is this going?
He needs help to take back his throne, Shay.
Oh no! Someone's got to do it. I guess it's going to have to be me.
It's gonna have to be me. This looks like a visual novel.
Yeah, I'm getting that vibe. Oh.
Hello. Dagroth.
Okay, so we got like an elf and like orcs kind of rivalry going on.
I stopped paying attention as soon as the orcs came up.
Yeah, but there's a lot of distractions on the screen right now.
I'm lost. Hello, Khan. We should see what he offers. I want that sexy outfit.
No, I will not. Oh, oh, good heavens! It's suddenly gotten quite warm in here.
Orc Covenant. It's a visual novel dating sim.
Yeah.
So elves dating orcs.
Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting. Things are looking a bit explicit, which I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, I'll definitely be checking that one out.
Yeah, that's one that's being wished
privately after the event. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Should we have a look at the next one?
I think so. I think that's going to be setting the tone for the rest of this showcase.
If there's no sexy orcs in this one, I'll be very disappointed. Vampire Slate, sexy vampires. Yes, yes. He mistakenly turned his enemy into his familiar. We love an enemies turned lover story.
We do love that. My favourite trope, I swear.
Yeah.
Okay, and a bit of angst as well.
A bit of teen angst. Thalos bites him. They have to work together. I love that.
I love it. I love it.
Can he resist Thalos' dark desires for him? Good luck. Another sexy visual novel.
Yeah, I'm sensing a theme here.
Listen, that's the thing with indie games. When you're an indie game developer, you can make what you want to see. You can make what you want to play. If you're into sexy vampires and you're a game dev, make yourself a sexy vampire game. I am so down for that. I really think that visual novels as sort of like a game base, I think we have a lot of them involved in the indie showcase. I think they're a great way for especially developers who might not necessarily have like this huge backing like AAA game funding and all the support. So visual novels, I think, I'm not saying it's easy to make a visual novel by any means. I couldn't do any of this, but I think it's a great way to showcase your interest and your passions for games in a sort of more approachable fashion than, for example, like a larger scale game that involves a lot more things at the back end. So I think visual novels, I think we're going to see a lot of them, are just a great way, especially for LGBTQ plus game devs to tell their stories quite literally.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the same. Like, you know, it allows you to explore loads of different themes without having to worry about, you know, voice acting or like different mechanics. Like you kind of can strip it down to the basics and kind of focus on the story and hopefully explore, loads of different elements, which clearly there's going to be loads of different
different elements and themes.
Yeah.
I wonder what other sexy mythical creatures we're going to be seeing throughout these games.
Do you have any predictions? So we've seen like
We've
orcs
seen
and elves
vampires
and
and
vampires.
orcs and elves. I think I'm letting my imagination run away with me a little bit. Should we take a look at the next trailer?
Okay, yeah, we're getting all sci-fi now.
I saw a corgi. I love corgis. On the run from your ex. Me too, bestie. Really interesting art style.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's really striking. Oh, I love this. It also reminds me a lot of like Sable, like in the best way.
Yeah.
Oh, this is great. It seems there's like a management sim aspect to it.
Yeah, it seems a lot more in depth.
Really like the look of this so far. Loads of different like gameplay mechanics.
The art style is really cool.
Journey to an uncertain end.
Available now. Another one that I think is the art style is really interesting. Like that's the thing with games as well. When you're an indie game dev, you can make a game in any art style that you want. Like with indie games, that's where you see the most diverse style of art. Like with AAA titles, it's a lot of like face models and CGI and things like that. But when it comes down to just what you want to draw, what you want to see, you can see so many different diverse art styles and diverse people.
Exactly.
You see the people that they were drawing in that game, there was just like a group of real people. Like no group of people looks the same as each other, and I just think that that's a great way of using your skills and using your powers as a game dev to show the kind of community that you want to be.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I saw a character with like Bantu knots, which is like a style that I wear like all the time, but I rarely, if ever, see that in video games. So to see it here is just like fantastic. And yeah, you're so right. You know, when you're not like trying to appeal to the majority, and I use that like very, very loosely, you can play around with different art styles and people will naturally flock to that. So,
absolutely. And I love, like you said, with the hair diversity, that's another thing that you don't really see in mainstream media. With some of the character creation things that are coming in AAA games, like it still lacks like POC hairstyles and things like that. So even though it is getting more and more diverse, it's still miles behind indie games.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's time now for another trailer.
Deadly virus and civilization. The first infection.
Oh, not the direction I thought it was going to take. I thought it was going to be, you know, like a third-person adventure.
Like a pandemic.
Yeah, it looks like it's a dating sim in the age of a pandemic, which I am not opposed to at all.
Yeah. The infection has spread and our time is running out. Is it a sexy infection?
Is there such a thing?
I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. Are they shooting the infection?
Oh.
The future rests on their shoulders. Red Ops, the first infection. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, a little flash at the end there.
I mean, I can't because of my skin tone, but if I could, I'd be blushing right now. Like, it just... I'll shy.
Blush for the both of us.
Please. Oh my god. So I think if you're into like hunky characters, like hot characters, this is your home now. Like, I think this is very much the right place to be.
No, I love that they left a lot of questions about that one, like the gameplay style and things like that. But they definitely hooked us in, for sure.
I'm locked in. I also think like one thing I find sometimes quite frustrating with AAA games is like they sort of avoid like the topic of like sex and like sexuality and like attraction like on a very, very like raw level. So to see it here like represented like in full force, I'm so happy to see.
Yeah, like you said, I think that sex and sexuality is such an important part of who we are as beings, even if you're asexual and things like that. It still defines us a little bit when we're adults, and playing games like this is a nice way of experiencing that, because like you said, with AAA games, like it's kind of an untapped market, really. There's never really any aspects like that in games.
Especially to have it handled with care, which I'm no doubt these games are doing.
Should we take a look at the next one?
I think so.
Rated T for teen.
Oh, a Switch one.
Ooh. I love this hat already. Into this.
Stars and Time. Very witchy. I'm in my witchy era.
I love it. Oh. Okay. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's like a
you
roguelike.
restart, you're stuck in a time loop.
And apparently it's very easy to die. Oh, this looks cool.
I love the art style. I'm getting like Gravity Falls vibes.
Yeah. A little bit of like Undertale. I mean, that's mostly just from like the sort of...
the black and white.
Yeah. It sort of reminds me as well of like, I don't know if you played Eastward, but there's a sort of like hidden mechanic in there that kind of reminds me of this art style.
And it's a love story. Oh!
Oh, this is so cute.
Really cute.
Everything's fine. It probably isn't, but I love the optimism.
Fine. Stars and Time. I love that. Very cute art style. Really interesting game type. The first one we've seen of that kind of variety in this showcase. I really think that that's the kind of art that I would see like 10 years ago on Tumblr, you know what I mean? And that was in the Tumblr era. And so it's nice to see that those people who had like a social media way to share their art are now turning their art into their work and their passion. And games, I think, is a great way to literally take something you love and showcase it to the world. I mean, that's what we're doing here, aren't we?
Exactly.
We are showcasing some of these smaller creators because we really believe in the mission of indie games and just getting your art out there in front of everyone.
Especially a title like that looks great. Like, that's exactly my kind of vibe. Like,
yeah, and on the Switch as well, like that's cozy game vibes for sure.
Cozy game vibes. Yeah, and also like a nod to like old school like RPGs and stuff. So yeah, I'm locked in for that.
Very cute.
Yeah. Should we take a look at another trailer? We're spoiling you all at home right now. Okay, the Divine Speaker, the Sun and the Moon. As someone who's like obsessed with the moon, don't ask me why, I just am.
You're a moon girl?
I am a moon girl. This speaks to me already.
Oh, cute. This reminds me, have you ever done those online like character customization where you make your own person? The pit crews,
yeah.
Mine always come out way cuter than I am in real life.
I don't believe that for a second.
It's like, no, it's not me. He has the ability to foresee his own death.
Okay, so again, I'm getting like visual novel, dating sim vibes. Yep. Something in there for the furries.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
I must become a sinner, then let me.
Ooh.
directed by fate and his own
desires.
Same.
Alone in a golden gilded cage. Okay, so it's sort of set in like a school?
Yeah, it looks...
That's the vibe I'm getting. Yep.
Nikolai. The Foxman, I'm guessing. Caspian Prince.
There is something for everyone in this game.
After all, the moon would never be able to have the sun. Oh, I love that. A little poetic.
It's now on Steam, so if that tickles your fancy, go ahead and wishlist it, because that's really important for our amazing indie creators. Like, every wishlist helps.
Yeah,
honestly.
especially if the games aren't out yet, but you're interested. Like, show your interest. Like, add it to your wish list, and maybe have a look at the devs on social media, let them know, and things like that. With smaller games like this and indie games, like, the community is so important, and I always think that indie game communities are incredible because they're also dedicated, because they know how much work goes into these games, and the people that they love are making them, and they're making beautiful things. That was a beautiful looking game, like very ethereal. Like, no, I loved that for sure.
That was great. And I love the relationship between like indie developers and the players, because like, you know, it ends up being this really good like feedback loop almost, like, and they help like in the sort of development process through like feedback and iterations and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, you can tweet at a AAA game until the cows come home, but you're not likely to get a response that you really like. Whereas with indie game developers, they care about their game and they care about people liking their game. So feedback is also super important. You can tweet at an indie game dev and be like, hey, I love this. Would you maybe consider including a character more like this next time? And they'll be like, yeah, of course. Like, we're here for you. And I think that the dedicated community is so close-knit that everybody is constantly improving themselves and each other, and there's just no bad blood, really.
No, not at all. Shall we say we look at another trailer?
Let's go for it.
Let's do it. Oh my goodness.
Throwback.
I'm getting like big PS1 vibes. I'm like, yeah.
In the best way.
Yeah, I say that out of like love. I miss this aesthetic so much. Oh, this is cool.
It's giving very like arcade game vibes, and also and it's become a side scroller.
Oh, I love this. I love this so much. Again, it feels in the best way like a love letter to the old school like Final Fantasy VII.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, this is cool. I love I love seeing games like this with like the different setups, like the side scrolling, then we've got like the different mini games. Looks pretty creepy. Again, I mean that in a good way. Angeline era.
I'm in my Angeline era.
Oh,
a little cheeky look back.
Yeah.
Coming next year, wishlist on Steam. Like I said, wishlist these games. It means a lot to them.
Yeah, I just sort of noticed at the end there that was made by the creators of Anodyne 2, which I don't know if you're familiar with, but that was a great game. So seeing that, I'm like, oh, okay, I know what to expect from the studio. So,
like you said, that felt like such a throwback in the best way possible. That game style and the art, and it just looked very fun. Looked like there was so much going on and things to manage, and also it looked like it had, you know, different play styles and moving the camera and playing with different mechanics and things. Like, I love it when a game really just goes all out on your capabilities within the game.
Exactly that. Because we've seen a lot of like, you know, visual novels, which, you know, are great. So it's nice to have like something for everyone. Because sometimes
a lot of variety.
Yeah,
variety
exactly.
is the spice of life.
Of course, exactly that. So you want to see another?
Always.
Go on then. Already so into this art style.
Yes.
So this is Raptor Boyfriend, a high school romance.
She's dating the raptor? His name is Robert.
Robert the Raptor.
Robert the Raptor.
Oh, so is this like a high school for like, I don't want to say misfits, but you know, misfits and the weird and the wonderful.
Named one of 21 indies to look forward to by Polygon.
Nice. Robert the Raptor rides a... I was trying to think of
Tricycle. It wasn't even a bicycle, it was a motorbike. Yeah, a dirt bike.
There's a lot to love about this game. Oh, who's that?
That's us! What, Robert's naked?
I love this main character. Just, I don't know what it is. There's something about maybe the...
Satirical 90s teen drama. There it is. That's the vibe I was getting.
Vibe, yeah.
It was a 90s vibe.
Because it kind of reminded me of like Daria, almost.
Yes.
I know it's not the exact same art style, but just that kind of influence that feels very prominent. Oh, this is so cool. And then the sort of like comic book aspect reminds me a bit of Saga as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trying to find love in your last year of high school. Raptor boyfriend, a high school romance. Oh. That's funny because I actually dated a raptor in high school as well.
Oh
so
my goodness. So
I'm really feeling it
there's
here.
representation for you.
It was specifically for me, yeah. No, I loved the art style in that. Like you said, it felt very comic booky, like such a throwback to sort of like maybe early 2000s animations and things like that. But the 90s vibe was clear, like it was coming through for sure. And I love that it was like a dating sim, but also like
sort of like
a high school simulator, really. But I wouldn't want to go back to high school, but that one looked like a pretty cool one to go back to.
100%. It also seemed really funny as well. I don't know why, but I feel like the comedy in
the comedy was
really
coming
good.
through for sure.
100%. Yeah, so that's one to memorize for me at least. I don't know what it is about Robert the Raptor. He got me.
He got me. He got you good. He got you good. I think we're about halfway through our trailers now, so let's take a look at the next one.
Yes.
Oh. Even more of a throwback. Even further back.
Getting big Pokemon vibes.
Pokemon vibes. Like.
This is Small Town Emo.
Did you have a Game Boy?
I did have a Game Boy Color. Yeah.
I had a Game Girl.
What?
Mm-hmm. It was just a Game Boy, but it was pink.
Oh.
And it said Game Girl on it. Because girls can't play the Game Boy, obviously.
That's not allowed. Man, I was missing out. My childhood. Not good. But that looks really cool.
Really cool. Like, and I loved the way that they did that trailer then, cutting into like some real video footage and back to gameplay. Like,
it literally looked like an ad from the 90s.
It did. It did. Like a 90s like cereal ad or something. You know what I mean? Or early 2000s. But I love the vibe they were going for with that one, and I love the throwback to the Game Boy. Like, there's something so nostalgic even about indie games that are being made today, because they're being made by game developers who grew up in the early 2000s or the late 90s. Like, so many aspects of real life gets put into our art. Like, it's who we are and it's what we're making. So I love the throwback to sort of like older retro games, because we wouldn't be where we are in the gaming industry if it wasn't for the foundations laid by retro gamers and game devs in the early 2000s and 90s and things. So very, very cool.
Yeah, and also exposing like a younger audience to that kind of style of games as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, I never really feel old unless I'm talking to people about games I used to play. Like, I had like Echo the Dolphin, and I think the first game I played, funnily enough, was a Barbie game. Barbie Safari Explorer on the PlayStation 1, which was amazing. So I'm super excited for the Barbie horse mystery ride speed run later. But I will be watching that for sure. I hope she gets the record.
Me too.
Should we take a look at the next trailer?
Let's do it.
Space has always fascinated
Another spacey one.
The Symbiont.
And that's the main reason I became a transport pilot.
That just makes me think of Venom.
Oh,
or
yeah.
is it symbiote?
Symbiote. It's not dissimilar. Into the music here. Pretty funky.
I'm the pilot of the Maritime.
Danya.
My business
Is it a
partner,
dating,
Junie,
a
and I
space
usually
dating
carry goods to
sim?
different planets.
How do you date in space? That's the question.
They're going to show us how, I assume.
Juniper, engineer mechanic.
Into that character
Yeah,
design.
I like her.
Yeah.
I study mutually beneficial interactions between different species in the galaxy.
Brave, symbiont expert.
Brave and I have been getting close lately.
Oh. Oh, why?
Very, very close.
Oh my!
But there's just
My heavens!
I don't know why it sounds so. Good heavens!
Wait, Danya, you can't tell them I'm on board the ship.
Sweating. Me too.
Do my best to keep you safe.
Oh, so it's like they're like star-crossed lovers. I mean, literally, because they're in space.
Yeah. Star-crossed lovers.
See what I did?
I love that.
Wordplay.
Let's pretend you did that on purpose.
I did actually. I did. That was intentional.
No, I love that, and I would love to see, because if they're on the same ship, like, such close quarters, and it's just like, is there love triangles on the spaceship? Like, how are they getting work done? How are they researching the symbiont if they're all kissing each other?
So many questions.
So many questions. I'm going to have to play the game.
Exactly.
That one's
Get
going
them
on my
answered.
wish list for sure.
Amazing.
That one and the orc one.
Oh, yeah.
Those are my top two for now.
Yeah, I think Raptor Boyfriend is still up there for me.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true. Raptor Boyfriend. I was just getting throwbacks to Raptor Boyfriend. Yeah, really good, really good. Should we
Amazing.
have a look at the
Another
next
trailer.
one?
Let's do it.
Oh, pixel art.
Beloved Rapture. Again, yeah, getting some old school RPG
Aaron
vibes.
Crawford. Is it just one person that made this game?
It's like it.
It's dedication, Aaron.
Yeah, especially with all of these like pixel art assets, like gorgeous.
The sprites are just...
Yeah.
The animations for a pixel game are so good. There's so many frames in these animations.
I'm such a sucker for pixel art, and this is gorgeous. All the different like terrains and stuff.
It's giving Stardew Valley vibes in the best way.
A little bit of like Octopath Traveler, which is obviously like newer, but again harkens back to that nostalgic feeling.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
Yeah. Music is great too. Oh.
Beloved
Yeah.
Rapture coming this year. Try the free demo on Steam today.
Please
that
do.
looked like a lot of work had gone into that game. Like, it was beautiful. If it really was one person, that is so impressive.
So impressive. It always blows my mind, honestly. Like, I don't even think I can make a game if I had like 50 people to work with. Never mind like on my own, you know?
No, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely astounded by the talent that goes into these games, especially because, like I said before, there might not be as big like financial support or team support behind. So when a really good indie game gets made, you just know how hard it was to get that across the line. And I think it really, really shows in games like that where, you know, the animations are on point, the scene looked beautiful, the gameplay looked great, the storyline looked really interesting. Like, that one for sure is going on my wish list.
A real labor of love, definitely. Another trailer, shall we?
Let's.
Okay, Call Me Under. Like, again, getting some like old school FMV vibes.
Is it an underwater world? A secret city under the sea.
Oh.
Mysteries linger. They do at the bottom of the sea. You won't catch me at the bottom of the sea.
No, absolutely not. Getting some noir vibes.
Yes.
Yep.
A little murder mystery.
Oh,
1950s Eldritch Noir LGBTQ visual novel.
Are you looking to
Love a woman in formal wear.
Yeah, I know. I'm all aboard so far. What are they investigating? I need to know.
I've watched this show.
Oh. Okay, it looks like we're getting some. Are those character names or like voice actors? I'm like,
I think those were credits. Great job. Step into the light. Love that. Pull me under.
Reaches out to you.
Ooh.
Will you take its hand?
Again, they've combined so many different aspects of different storylines and storytelling. So not only is it a noir visual novel, it's also set in an underwater city.
Yeah, and then you've got the sort of like eldritch horror aspect of it as well. So loads going on there.
I would love to see how they combine all of those things, and the storyline looked really interesting. So
and all the different characters as well. I'm like, so much going on.
I wonder what they're getting up to down there.
I know. I'd love to find out more. I mean, you can, watching at home, you can head on over to Steam, find out more. Make sure you wish list if it's something that tickles your fancy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I think we should take a look at yet another trailer.
Oh, go on
then. Go on. Spoiling you. Okay, so this is Bugaboo Pocket. Oh.
Interesting that the screen is square.
Yeah, I was like, it kind of reminded me of like a Tamagotchi to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's intentional, maybe.
Is it like, are you taking pictures or?
I think you're kind of taking care of like a little
bug in your pocket.
Yeah, and then there are like different mini games.
I would love that.
That looks
That
great.
sounds- oh my
That's
God.
really cute.
Yeah, really cutesy vibes. Like I was getting like almost like SpongeBob vibes around the side with sort of like the artwork, and like I said, really interesting way of showing a game screen in like a square. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So
exactly.
I want a little bug. I want to look after my own little bug.
I know, my little pocket bug.
I used to
want
collect
that.
ladybugs when I was a kid and keep them in like a terrarium. I'd look after them.
For a second, I thought you were going to say like you just kept them in your pocket, and I was being very
No.
concerned.
I was looking after them. I mean, I was a child, and my mum would have to come into my room and be like, "What bugs are in here?" And I'd be like, "No, there are no bugs in here. I don't know what you're talking about. No bugs at all."
Well, clearly, Bugaboo Pocket will be a way for you to interact with your inner child.
Yeah.
Go back to looking after some bugs.
Oh, see, that's another thing about games is I love the ability for it to take you back to your inner child.
Yeah.
Like playing games that throw back. I mean, I still play games on my on emulators and stuff from when I was younger.
Me too.
Like I know this isn't a super old one, but I've recently been playing Cooking Mama on my phone.
Oh yeah! Oh my god!
I know.
Yeah.
I used to have it on my DS, like when I was a kid. But I have been obsessed with playing it on my phone recently.
Oh my god, I love that. Incredible. Well, you know what I'm going to say?
Are you going to ask me if I want to look at another trailer?
You know me so well.
Okay, then, let's go.
Life after magic. Saving the world with your friends was only the beginning.
The
What
beginning?
comes next?
We started with saving the world?
I love that.
Oh, look at
This art style. Oh, pixel art just makes me so happy.
So
just
cute.
itches something in my brain. I'm like, this is great. Okay. Really interesting setting here, given that they've already saved the world.
Yeah.
So
life after magic. So what happens after you
Yeah.
save the world together?
So it looked like the magic that you had was fading away, possibly. So yeah, you know what? I think they answer a very interesting question. Like, you know, sometimes you save the world playing like other games. You're kind of like, well, what now? Like, how do they get on with their lives?
From here? So it's really interesting because most stories end with the saving of the world, but I love that this is kind of like a what happens now, and beautiful, beautiful pixel art. So many people say that like pixel art is a great and easy way to get into games, and they are right and wrong. Like
'Cause I'm like,
pixel art,
easy? Ain't nothing
pixel
easy
art
about it.
That was such detailed pixel art as well, especially when you look at just how many pixels it goes into making one character, and then how are they making that character move and talk and things like that. But they managed to showcase really beautiful, in-depth queer characters using just colors and boxes. Blows my mind.
Yeah, like I feel like I know a lot about each of those different characters, like based on their design and like everything else.
I want access to their wardrobes as well. Those clothes were so
good.
cute.
So cute.
Shall we take a look at another one?
Oh, go on then.
It's the year 2066.
This is
Mankind has
synthetic
succeeded
lover.
in creating artificial beings
A
whose
dating
sole
sim,
purpose
perhaps?
is to serve.
Maybe.
I am one of them.
Yeah, I feel like you're going to be right.
Are we dating robots?
If it's a third-person
My
shooter,
life
I'd be
was
really
simple.
shocked.
Because
But
we've had
job,
orcs
keep
and
my neighbors
vampires and
Until I
elves
came into
and
contact with
robots
something.
and aliens, and
It changed me.
if you can dream it, you can date it.
It made me see the darkness. I have to figure this out and fix it before it is too late.
Okay,
Before they
some
find
interesting dynamics going
out
on
and
here.
destroy me. But how am I supposed to do this?
Giving kind of like cyberpunky vibes a little
It's
bit.
fascinating,
Yeah.
dangerous. I have to find a way. Who can I
Bastion,
trust?
the bartender.
This
And
self-centered
Clueless
bartender
Steve.
who doesn't seem to care?
Love his hair.
The
Terrence.
suspicious corporate rat who says all the right things but
professional
works for my
employee.
makers?
Guiding light. Okay.
Okay, so
I
that
don't
seems like
know.
some big, like, evil
But I've
corporation.
got to
Got
try.
it.
There is no other way.
Yeah, no company called Guiding Light is doing good things,
No,
are
it
they?
doesn't sound like it. So I wonder, are we the synthetic lover? And then we're trying to find love. I wonder how we're...
Yeah, that's a good
We're
point. That's a
navigating
good
that.
point.
Yeah.
I know a lot of like dating sims allow you to literally put yourself in the game. So
Mhm.
it's kind of like, you know, like young adult novels and things where you're the main character and you're supposed to see yourself in the main character, which is why they're all like ambiguous about who the main character is and what she looks like. So you can place yourself in that role.
Mhm.
And I know that dating sims, you can kind of get two different types where you create a character, you're in the game, you're playing with them, or it's literally targeted right at you, sitting at home, like on your PC, like you're the person dating. So it's really interesting to see how it would work in that universe. But yeah, very like cyberpunky dating sim,
Yeah.
big giant evil corporation vibes. So it would be super interesting
I love
to
that
see
you
how
put
that
that in
plays
quote
out.
marks.
Well, I don't know. I've
You
not
don't
played
know.
the game. Like Guiding Light could be a very good and wholesome company for all I know.
I'm not so sure, but that's what makes it interesting, right? Is like, again, there's like so many different dynamics there, and I think having the cyberpunk setting as well, like, adds for a lot of like texture.
The dark and dingy sort of noir neon lights vibe, which I really like. Did you play Cyberpunk?
I did.
Have you played the new DLC?
Not yet. I'm embarrassed to say, but I did enjoy.
That's fine. It only
Cyberpunk, so-
came out like
That's
last
true.
week. Like not many people. It's good though. It is
Yeah.
good. They fix a lot of issues, and that's a good example of a game where they're continuously trying to work on it as well. Not that it's an indie game, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's all in the same umbrella, so it works. It's fine.
We love all games here.
We
but
do.
Mostly indie games. So let's take a look at the next one.
Celestial crowns. Okay.
To
Are they the
war
planets?
Or to wed.
The war or to wed.
The weight of the crown is thrust upon you after your father's untimely death.
Oh.
Okay.
Now, on the brink of war, what will you do to save your homeland?
Oh. So
Marry a man
some
I've
war
never
and
met and
intrigue.
relinquish control
Terror.
over my kingdom.
Ah.
I think not.
Customize your
Oh, we got an
character's
outfit
body
change.
type
That's
and
cool.
pronouns.
Oh, I love
Role
that,
play
and I love
your
that the
way
body type
with
said
9
masculine and
different
feminine,
personality
not
traits.
like choosing a girl or
Yeah.
a boy.
I am the monarch
It's
of
outdated.
Latte.
I mean, it's
I will
2023,
act as I
babes.
Come on.
please.
Decide the fate of Latte with 3 separate strategies. Diplomacy,
You will learn in time, as your father did, that I am usually correct.
Okay.
conquest.
So the first one was
I would
diplomacy.
never let anything
conquest.
happen to you. I promise.
Or matrimony.
I wasn't far off.
Matrimony.
I dare say I find you rather
Romance leads to matrimony.
Yes.
Be careful, kids.
if you allow me.
Navigate the high courts, learn legendary magic, and lead your kingdom to prosperity.
Whatever he said to you, it is not right. I could have him executed.
Okay, so we
If
got
you'd
like
like.
a couple of different elements there.
I was so
Bit of like
worried.
political intrigue,
thought,
some romance.
I don't know what I'd do if you died.
Using this like the kind of celestial
fighting at
world,
your
I
sides
guess,
has
as a
been
backdrop,
an
which is pretty interesting.
Oh, their names are like celestial
Yeah.
related as well, which is really nice. Planet names and things like that. I love the way they've shown that there. I love the way that you can play who you want there. So that's one of the kind of dating sims where
That you
you're in the
mentioned,
game,
yeah.
like I said, but there was no limit to what you could be. So you could have masculine body type, feminine body type. You could love women, you could love men, you could love whoever. So that's another great thing about diverse indie games is that, you know, you get to really do whatever you want and be whoever you want. Why put the limits on games when the limits aren't there in real life?
Exactly. Love that. Let's check out another trailer.
Frog song.
This looks really cute.
This is so cute. Is he wearing a little backpack?
I think so. Oh my god,
Look
look
at
at the old one.
man frog. Oh. Oh. I've only just met this frog, but if anything happens to him, I'd be devastated. Look at his little feet.
Oh my god. We got a cat. Oh, this looks great.
It's a little frog welder.
They haven't figured it out yet. The world's ending.
The toilet. Ooh. The way he like plods along is so cute.
So cute. Okay.
Oh,
frog song.
That was adorable. I love being just a silly little guy.
I know. Being a silly little guy is my favorite thing, honestly.
I wish I could be a silly little guy as a career.
I think you can. We can make that happen.
This is what I'm doing now. I'm just being a silly little guy. Can you change my lower third, please? It's Riley, silly little guy.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, that one looked really cute. A little adventure explorer game as a little frog. I love that. I love games where you can play animals and creatures and things. I'm a big nature person, and that looked so cute.
good with all the puzzles and everything. That looked like a treat. Shall we take another look at another trailer as we wind down towards the end of our showcase?
Let's hop into it.
They said he
Should have
wanted to
said that.
become a
So
knight.
disappointed.
See? Just me being a silly little guy again.
So this is the Hayseed Knight. Looks really cool.
Very interesting art style. Oh.
Was he actually doing cartwheels? I have high quality standards for my ancestors.
Adderson, son of Gerfaz of the upper fields, right here for you.
Cute.
All day, every day. I'm just your run-of-the-mill prairie buck, ma'am. Whoa.
For your information, everyone already thinks that rows are thick-skulled.
Joseph! There you are!
Ugh, give me a break.
You're many, many things, dear, but subtle is not one of them.
I love that they're showing us the character art
I
as well.
know.
Anyone's butt.
I know
Insult
an
her
obsession when I
butt.
see one.
No, that has to be illegal somehow.
Oh, I knew this would happen. Should have
It sounds
gotten
like it's
rid
got
of
like
the
full
office
voice
as I
acting
saw.
as well.
I love that.
Boy ruined his life betting on all the wrong
The
numbers.
art style's so expressive.
Really,
So
really
good.
expressive.
Alas, your fair maiden is in another alley.
Boss! You're gonna end up giving someone a heart attack if you don't quit sneaking up on people like that, you know.
He told me quite a bit about you, his beloved boss, Iona.
Ain't I?
You're lucky I can't have you arrested, you unruly little beast.
Heligram?
Trying to guess from the art style and like the character design, like about the setting.
Is it sort of getting like medievally vibes? maybe?
Bless your ears, Red.
I'll make a wardrobe out of you! Don't you have anything to say about this, insolent child?
I do love the way that the character models are like moving
It's
around. I think
Adderson
that
of
adds
the
to it
upper
as
thief.
well.
Yeah, definitely,
How can a
especially
country
because
boy with
you know
ambitions as
it's
great
just going
as
the extra
yours
mile
go
to
on
make
living,
it
knowing he
look
can't
and
aspire
feel
to more than his
interactive and interesting.
deplorable life.
Farmhands don't become knights.
Then I guess the only question I've got left is this going anywhere at all?
Do I have to say yes or no to get out of here alive?
You have some excellent survival skills.
The
There's nothing
Hayseed
else.
Knight.
Yeah, available on Steam. So much going on there in a great way.
Really cool art style, and they really put those characters. You could, like you said, like very emotive, like expressive. Like you could tell what they were feeling by the way that they were drawn, and I think that was really cool, especially because you know, it's a series of drawings, isn't it? That just play next to each other, and I think that was really cool. I love the way that they anthropomorphized like the animal creatures, and really, really interesting.
Really makes them stand out from the crowd as well.
And another diverse game, another game that we haven't seen before in the indie showcase, like animals as humans. Like there's a target audience for that, as you know.
There is,
so
I'm sure.
Really, really interested to see more about that one.
Right, we got a couple more trailers for you, so let's check them out.
Let's get into it.
3 days to Chicago.
Oh, these are pictures.
Oh, I love what they've done, like with the editing of the photos. Okay, it looks like we're having a very intense conversation, like over
for
text.
not introducing
What an
myself.
interesting way
Name is
to
Paul.
make a visual novel.
Yeah.
The sun is just about to set. Nice, isn't it?
Chance of a lifetime.
Sounds like work doesn't leave much time for anything else.
I wonder if he's one of the devs.
Do you regret it? I don't want to rush anything, but I have to ask. Is there something here that could be bigger than today? Or this trip?
I wanted to know what they picked.
I know.
3 days to Chicago.
I also wonder, like, what the significance of like setting it in Chicago is. Like, there must be some. It's like tied into the story. There must be some greater reason, I'm sure. I really love what they did with the editing of the photos and like the color scheme and everything.
What
So
an
striking.
interesting way of creating a visual novel without animation, like taking photos. I mean, that's art as well, isn't it? So taking photos, and the way they edited them was really interesting, and the filter, and it just made it feel very like visceral and real life. But no, really interesting, and I wasn't expecting to see anything like that today. So very, very cool.
Yeah, this showcase has really kept me on my toes. I think we have our final showcase trailer
One
of the
more.
day.
Oh.
I'm very sad about, but
we'll be back tomorrow.
We will be back tomorrow.
Hi,
Let's
I'm
have a look at
Yuzu,
this
and
one.
I'm a kitsune.
A
Since I became
kitsune.
a messenger of the goddess Inari, I've had some wild adventures.
Tales.
No story would be complete without Kiri. She's my best friend, and we've known each other since we were little. But lately, she's been acting a little strange.
Hey, Yuzu! I've been thinking about you and me.
She's been acting strange because she has a crush, I think.
You know what? It can wait. Let's go for a run
I
instead.
love the use of
She's
the
gotten even
kitsune,
weirder
and this
ever
is
since
such
I
a
met
beautiful art
Akko, the
style.
village healer. Akko is amazing, and she's always suggesting fun stuff to do together.
Hey, Yuzu! It's been a while. You should be my partner at tonight's harvest dance. We'll be the cutest couple there. And don't worry, I'll try not to step on your tail.
She also introduced me to the village elder,
A
who
lot of
thinks he's
different
really funny.
influences here.
Miss Yuzu,
Yeah.
it's so nice to hear you're
I'm getting
able to
Pokemon
Akko
vibes,
to
I'm
dance.
getting Stardew
Just
Valley
the
vibes, and
Exactly.
the pixel art again is fantastic. Even just the animation of that tail.
I also met a grumpy samurai ghost at a haunted mansion.
A kitsune. Your kind plagues me even in
Voice acting on
death.
point.
So good.
You'll love the cat merchant with all his puns. I think he's perfectly adorable.
No, it's been years since I've been in a damp cave or a dungeon, but I'm not one to refuse the call of destiny
Not the
and
puns.
probably
Oh, the way his little
I've run
ears
into old
vibrated. I
friends
love
like
that.
you. Kiri's uncle trains her too.
My brother may indulge you, Kiri, but I will not. Do it again with proper form this time.
Ah! My form? Nothing I do is ever good enough for him.
I actually really like your form. I think your form is excellent. He just wants you to be the very best. That's all.
Things got a little crazy at the harvest dance. It was great dancing with Akko.
Oh, I love the way that
But
the
when
lights
Kiri
look,
showed up
like the
and wanted to
lanterns.
dance with me
Yeah,
too.
very nice.
Yeah.
Got
It's so
really
hard
confusing.
to portray lighting in a game like this as well with
but I'll tell you
pixel
lots
art.
more
Like
later.
lighting is so
Don't
hard
worry,
to get
'cause
right,
I'll
and
be
they did a
back
great
in
job
2
with
shakes
that.
of a tail.
2 shakes of a tail.
That's
Kitsune
good.
Tails, that one was so cute, and what a great one to end it on.
I know.
Such beautiful colours and art style, and a nice amalgamation of lots of different kinds of game types as well, which is really nice.
It was really good. I had such a blast, like putting all these different games on my radar and like mentally like wishlisting them. And I am, of course, going to wishlist them for realsies.
Yeah, for surezies.
Because
yeah.
come on, come on. If you'd like to know about any of the indie games that you saw in this showcase, then please make sure you head on over to our Indie Games Festival over at gaymingmag.com/live. Riley, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to doing this again with you tomorrow, finding out more of some of the incredible games we have in our indie showcase. But thank you so much, Shay, and I hope you all like the games and add them to your wish list, like Shay said.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes. So we will see you tomorrow, and we'll be back very shortly, right after this message.
Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV, but there are things that everyone can do to help prevent it. It starts with getting tested regularly. If you're HIV negative, you and your healthcare provider can decide if PrEP may be right for you. PrEP means routinely taking prescription medicine before you're exposed to HIV to help reduce your chances of getting it. And it can be 99% effective when taken as prescribed.
Talk to a healthcare provider about all your HIV prevention options. Our health is worth protecting. So, Veronica, did any of those games catch your eye?
I'm going to tell you right now, there's a bunch of them that caught my eye.
Okay, I cannot wait to hear all about this.
And a few of them might have captured my heart as well. Firstly, I need to talk about all of these dating sims. I have never, ever played one before. But some of these have given me a bit of an itch to maybe scratch. Because I wouldn't mind seeing some semi-naked elves and orcs, you know what I'm saying? Zareth really caught my eye. That sort of fantasy land. All the bare chests, I couldn't believe my eyes. I never knew games like this existed. So that is one for sure that I'll be checking out.
Love to hear that.
Not in the workplace though, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Not safe for work. Another one that really, really caught my eye was In Stars and Time. The sort of like time loop element to it. I mean, the whole vibe of it was giving me sort of like Link's Awakening, Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, right.
And so naturally my eye was drawn to it. So, and I really, really like that element. If you die, you go back. So that's one that I'll be keeping an eye out for. And then, of course, I have to talk about Frog Song as well. Towards the end, that to me was the standout of the entire lot for me personally, just because it came across so different and it had so much character and so much heart, and I felt like I just wanted to jump into the little frog shoes and and hop around and play it for real. So I think it had a point of difference amongst a lot of the other trailers that I saw. So for me, that is one that I would be checking out 100%.
I love that. Yeah, there was so many. Again, like I think towards the end, in particular, Frog Song just like grabbed me. Yeah, yeah, it was so good. Like
grabbed you by the gills. Oh, that's fish.
I mean, to be honest, you could have said that and I would have believed you. I was just like, frog gills, yeah, that seems right. You're smarter than me. Which is just wonderful stuff. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Gaming Live, presented by Healthysexual, a Gilead Sciences company. Here's what's coming up this afternoon. I guess afternoon for us, but maybe a different time for y'all. Let's have a look at our schedule. So, we will be jumping into the Barbie Horse Adventures speedrun right after this, which will be very exciting. And then we're going to slow things down with a panel, looking at creating safe online communities. Then we'll be moving into wrestling with emotions, and then closing out the day with a cosplay competition. So, which I know you're very excited for.
Contain myself. I'm so excited for it.
I know. So, I'm going to do a very smooth segue, and I all want you to clap when it becomes apparent what I'm doing. So, I'm wearing pink.
Oh, yes.
I am wearing pink, yes.
They say something about pink, don't they?
Did you say something about pink? No, this segment isn't actually going to be that great. Do you like Barbie, Veronica?
Do I like Barbie? Like, do I like butter on my bread? Yes.
That is the answer I was hoping for. Tell me about all of your love for Barbie.
Oh, my exploits with Barbie over the years. We go way back, me and Barbara do. We sure do. Back when I was a kid, my dad was very progressive at the time. When I wanted a doll, my dad bought me a doll. And I was probably like a little 8-year-old boy, 7-year-old. I was very, very young. Mm-hmm. But I just fell in love with dolls, Barbie dolls in particular. Yeah. When my sister was born, I stole all of hers. Yes, they just kept going missing. We did have an unfortunate accident once because we loved to style the hair, but I had a bit of a frizz problem when I popped it in the boiling water to curl it, and then combing it out, I accidentally melted the hair.
Yeah, I mean, I had a couple of those accidents myself, and like I feel like it was a good like priming element for me because I'd always like cut their bangs too short, and then I ended up cutting my own bangs too short. So it was like, you know, that should have been like the proper practice. I still ended up messing up anyway, so it wasn't good. But you know what? And I don't know if this like anybody else had this. Like I was really convinced that their hair would grow back. I was just like, I want it enough. So the hair's gonna grow back.
Id you not have the one where the hair did grow back though?
No, I didn't.
One where you could have long hair, you could have short hair. Yeah. I think it was done like on some sort of wheel or something. Yeah. It was amazing.
I think that was the start of like my delusional era. But like when I say I was convinced, I was like, I'm gonna go to bed, I'm gonna wake up, and the hair would have grown back. It never did. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've had the same experience where you've had the odd Barbie's head shaved, you know.
Oh, God.
I Britney-fied them, you know.
Yeah. God, I have never had an original experience. I did the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So did you have like a favorite Barbie? Because I did.
I did.
For sure.
Oh
yeah,
my gosh. It was just a standard Barbie, but she had really long hair like this. And I kept her until she had but 3 hairs left on her head. Because every time I brushed the hair, you know, 1 or 2 would come out.
How hard were you brushing?
Oh, do you know what? They say, don't they, 100 brushes a day.
You took that to heart. I love it.
Yeah, but she was just my favourite. She looked the best. I would always draw the makeup on her as well. But I had a whole troupe of them. Well, they were my sisters, but they were mine, really. And we used to play all sorts of games. We used to do pageants. I'm saying we as in me. Like, I would take them away to my bedroom, dress them all up, do competitions. We'd have eliminations. It was a bit like Drag Race,
I was
really.
going to say, yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like. So you were prepping yourself, like all those years ago.
If they could see me now, if dolls could talk, they've got a lot of secrets. The stuff, like the grueling challenges I put them through.
Oh my goodness. No, I love that. Like, I was obsessed with Barbie and like all the different like editions that came out. I had a Beatrix Potter Barbie.
Oh,
and I kept that in the box for ages. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I wish I kept it because I probably could have sold it for so much money.
Yeah.
But
collectors.
Yeah, but I couldn't resist. She was really cool. She had like this really pretty dress, like these really cute like light blue shoes. Yeah.
I think one of the things that I love most about Barbie and as the brand in general is that it teaches people and especially young girls that you can be whoever you want to be. Barbie was an astronaut. Like Barbie's done everything and she just shows you that you can be who you want to be and you can do what you want to do. I've always loved that about the Barbies.
I'm trying to think of like what Barbie would have like really resonated for me, especially in my like adolescent years. Like maybe like a HMV worker Barbie, or like because that was like for a really long time.
One with the headphones and the mixing desk.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh,
DJ
God.
Barbie.
I'm sure Barbie must have been a DJ at some point. Like,
I mean, she's done it all.
She's done it all.
She's been a doctor. Like, I'm sure she's been a DJ.
I love that so much. Oh, yeah. Do you have any Barbies that you'd like to see?
Oh my God. I mean, hey now, I wouldn't mind a drag queen Barbie, but I mean, it would have to be one of her friends, wouldn't it? Because,
yeah. I could see that happening.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
Pretty
Absolutely
sick.
amazing. I mean, to be honest though, Barbie always has so many extravagant outfits. I loved the Barbies that had the gowns, like the proper collector's ones that, I mean, have you seen some custom doll makers now have got some of the older Barbie's clothes and sort of modernised them. I really love watching those kinds of things as well.
So good. Clearly, I'm like a lot more obsessed with Barbie than I thought I was actually. So I love this for me. Maybe I'll listen to my inner child and get back into Barbie in a really big way.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. I mean, I've still got one at home actually.
Well, I'm gonna have to come over, take a look.
You're not swiping my Barbie.
So on that note, we've got a world record attempt coming up with a speed run of Barbie Horse Adventures. So let's cross live to our fabulous drag streamer Mynxie and check it out. Good luck, Mynxie!
Hello everybody. My name's Mynxie666 and welcome to my bedroom. Chucky's over there. It's fine if he moves. Just it happens all the time. It's fine. And today we are going to be speed running Barbie Horse Adventures Mystery Ride. I am so excited. Something that we do on our channel sometimes, just for special occasions. We like to speed run what can only be described as hyper feminine games that are probably not aimed at an age demographic anywhere near mine. For about a year, we were #1 in the world at Monster High's Skulltimate Roller Maze. Someone did beat us. We are now #2. They beat us by like 30 seconds. I'm not going to go back and get that. They can have it. They can have it. I have no idea how to even get faster at that. But previously we also did Barbie Supermodel on the NES, which was pretty difficult actually, because the game itself doesn't really have much skill. It was basically who can button mash the fastest. So I think we got number 14 or 15 or something like that. But like times 1 to 6 were all exactly the same down to the millisecond. So again, not going to try for any harder at that because I'm actually not very good at games. But today we are going to be running Barbie Horse Adventures Mystery Ride. I have got chat up on my phone here. The Barbie that wore the Bob Mackie dress and the share. Oh god, that was so cool. That was so cool. That was like really expensive, I believe. Got Cress up in chat. Top streamer. Go and follow Cress up. Yeah, so what we're gonna do, we are on until approximately 7:30, and we're gonna just do as many runs as we can. The #1 time for this game is 7.5 minutes. That is really difficult. Really difficult. And it also requires a lot of luck. There is a lot of RNG in this game. So I might have to restart a lot. I'm sorry if that gets annoying, but if we reach an RNG game and we get really bad luck, we could do better than that. We could do better than that. So I will restart, especially if I mess up. I do mess up. I make silly mistakes a lot. What we are aiming for today is a top 10 time. So currently number 10 is around 9 minutes and 27 seconds. So what we need is 9 minutes and 26 seconds. But my PB is 9 minutes and 12 seconds. Just saying in my practice runs. So, you know, I reckon we can get it. I reckon we can get it. When I take away the camera here, you'll see my live split actually says my PB is 9 minutes, 16 seconds. It's lying. It's lying. My live split glitched out and I lost it. But trust, it's 9 minutes and 12 seconds. Who have we got in chat? Obsessed with the look, thank you. This hat is one of my most prized possessions. Celestial Coutures on Instagram, my friend, hand crystals them, and she makes all different colors. She makes nice pink ones, purple ones. I asked for like a flame color scheme because I've got a little jacket with flames on it to match. Vargo, I'm ready as well. I think we're gonna get top 10. I do actually believe that it might happen, all right? So we need to just go through it a few times. The run, like I said, it's only 9.5 minutes, so we can do it several times. Even if we get the top 10 time, we'll just keep doing it because we might get a better time. We're not going to get #1. I'm just telling you that right now. It's really difficult. But we will get top 10. So here we are. Barbie Horse Adventures Mystery Ride. Did anyone have this when they were a kid? Because I did not. We did not have a PC. We had a Mac, and nothing was compatible with Macs back in those days. Also, it might crash. When I was playing this just from the ROM, it used to crash my entire computer, and then I would have to restart, which would be a disaster. But luckily, the folks over at Gaming Mag helped me out a little bit. And now it very rarely crashes, and when it does, it's just the game. It's just the game. We can just reopen it. It's fine. But it is frustrating when it happens in a good run. That's the only thing. You've never played a Barbie game, Cat Scratch? Well, they vary. They vary because obviously Barbie is a brand that has been around for a very long time. So if you think about games that came out in the late 80s and early 90s compared to ones in the 2000s, this one is from 2003. So I am using a macro keyboard because not only is it from 2003, but it is also aimed at literal children. So you can't use WASD. You have to use the arrow keys. Even if you remap your keyboard, it doesn't work. You got to use the arrow keys, and then your little pinky has to stretch to the keyboard, and that just wasn't going to cut it for speedrunning. So I am using a macro keyboard, and it's quite noisy. It's quite clickety clack. So just apologies about that. Apologies. VH_ yes in chat. We've got all the legendary streamers in. The hat is slight. The hat is slight. It is a little bit big for me, but she stays on because this is a hard front wig and we don't want to see that. All right, so you can see my live split here. You can see my times from my last run. I need a little warm up, so don't judge me. I will try while I'm the levels of ADHD, unmedicated ADHD in my brain are high. So it's quite difficult for me to multitask. So if I am on a good time, I might go very, very quiet and have a very serious face. It's just because I'm concentrating. But I will try my best, at least in the first run, to explain to you what I'm doing, because there's a lot of glitches and exploits in this game, which are pretty cool and essential if we want to get a good time. Can we get a nay in chat? Can we get a yeehaw in chat? Yeehaw! Okay, so here we go. Here we go. These are really uncomfortable earbuds, but my headphones do not fit under the hat. And which do we prefer, the hat or the headphones? So it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Yeehaw! All right, all right. You ready? This run is sponsored by Charlie XCX, and you're about to know why.
Let's ride.
Let's ride. Let's go! All right. I've got to really be on it to skip the cutscenes. Straight back out here. You hear that clicking? It doesn't get any quieter. I apologize. Go, 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 go! Okay. Out here. Get out here. And go! Yes! Okay.
Campfire, and it's still
something's gonna come up top left, which is RNG. Let's see if we get good luck. Oh, not very good luck. I'm starting again. I'm starting again. That thing top left, it's like, it's kind of like a metal detector. We're looking for a horseshoe, and you can see where the dots where they are. And sometimes you get three really close together or in a really easy place to get to. I'm gonna go for that, which is quite funny because I'm like, oh right, I'm gonna start again, when really there's like 6 moments of RNG that could completely ruin the run further down the line. But we're gonna restart. Barbie, be quiet, girl. The clacking of the horseshoes and the keyboard is the ASMR we need. True, true. Actually, speaking of clacking, I've had a stiletto manicure for probably about 8 years now. There's only been one day during lockdown where I haven't had one. And I have never, I might get censored, I've never in my life had a femicure, if you know, you know. Because it's just not been worth it to me because I love my nails too much. But I did get a geekicure because this finger doesn't, it catches on my macro keyboard. So I got one little baby short nail just for this speedrun. Just for this speedrun. If that ain't dedication, I don't know what is.
Let's ride.
Let's ride. She's properly painted and everything, don't worry, but, you know, she's a little stubby one.
In this.
Come on. Oh my god, this makes me anxious. Ah! Mainly because
the ramp.
It's quite janky, like, I find parts of it quite sticky. So you know what you're supposed to do, but it just sort of...
And it's still smoking.
You know, old games, jank, you know how it goes.
There's hoof prints all
Okay, good luck.
See the light around the metal detector? As you walk around, the green light will...
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say we can do better. Cat scratch. I understand the code. Mechanical keyboards are back in style, so you're clacking along with the best of us. Yeah, I really want one. I ordered one, which was like transparent keys with purple light underneath, and it looked so cool, and it felt really heavy. And you know when something feels heavy and substantial, but I could not for the life of me type with it at all.
Let's ride.
Okay. Okay, everyone shut up. Serious now. Serious.
In this.
Don't shut up. You can do what you like. I just need to shut up.
The rand.
Let's go. Oh, minus a second there.
Fire, and it's still smoking. Someone must have just... See the light around the metal detector? As you walk around...
Look, this is rubbish. We can do so much better than this. One more, and then if it's bad, I'll just keep going.
Let's ride.
Such a heady stance. She runs.
In the stable.
It's butch representation. She's trying her best. She's in the stables.
A campfire.
Okay, fingers crossed, everyone.
Someone must have just... See the light
Yeah,
around
much
the
better,
metal
much
detector?
better.
As you walk around...
Let's run.
Getting closer. The signal has become weaker. Better head...
So you'll see me backing out of
this isn't the
animations
right
a lot,
direction to go.
but some of them we can. I have to let this one play out so that it goes into the game.
Could get right on.
Yes, let's go. Right, this is a good time. This is a good time.
What a cute little tree.
This bit's a little bit awkward. We got a herd goat,
Maybe I should herd these baby
and we can't go very fast. And they sound really annoying. That was efficient. Okay, come on. You right at the back. Come on. Let's go, let's go. Let's get you both at the same time. Where are you? Where are you? You're here. Right. Come on. You as well. Get in. Get in. Get in.
You're doing great.
That was good goat herding. As the goat herding goes, that was good. It can be a bit sticky.
Click and drag each piece of paper.
No! Yes, it does.
There. Let's try another. Great job. That piece fits there. Perfect. Great job. That piece. Just a few more. Great job. That piece fits there. That's it.
Yes. Let's go. Let's go. This is a really good time so far.
Like the bridge is raised,
We're
so we
about to
can't
get
in.
ruined by
Let's teleport
RNG again,
and
but
look around.
you know, we can but hope. Ah! No! I went too far.
Let's
And I have
try
to
knocking
watch
the
her
stones on the rock
strolling
out
back
of the way
there.
with the slingshot.
2
Move the
miles an
star
hour.
over the rock you want to hit. Then
But we're in
hold
good
down the
time.
mouse button
That's
to
fine.
launch a
We're gonna
pebble
keep
from the
going.
slingshot. You got one. Only a few more to go.
You got one.
Excellent shot.
Dark Souls 2. It's tricky. Like, see that puzzle, the poster puzzle? It's so slippy. You click on it and you just like lose the right. This could be mean to us. It's random, but we're gonna try.
Nice work.
And we gotta be careful because on the last one we need to skip out of it or else we'll. Yes, we got it. Okay, we got it. We got it. We got it. We're in good time. That was good luck. If you see me hesitating towards the end of those RNG games, it's because when you hang on, when you click on the very last pair that can be clicked on, it goes to an animation and I need to skip it. We're gonna do some esports. Watch this. Watch this. And when we get to the caves, whee! Esports! When we get to the caves, if we don't skip the animation, there's like, there's like a bloody 5-hour long cutscene and it's like you can't skip it or anything. So we gotta be on it. To be fair, the buildings are tiny. I've got auto jump on, by the way, in case you're like, she's not controlling that. It has an auto jump feature because it is aimed at 5-year-olds. We got to turn around here. We got to jump back over. We got to go while we're in the air, and then we can go and skip through the next gate as well. Now this is really good time to be 4 minutes 30 and be in this canyon area. This is good time for us. Usually my indicator of it being a bit risky is if it's 4:45 and we're only just getting here. Out of bounds and fly to the end. Well, do you know what? I went in the Discord for the people that speedrun this like way faster than me, and they have been like looking at the map, like sort of dismantling the game to see if there is a way of like doing that, because there's some riding bits coming up where you've got to just gallop for ages and ages and ages and you can't skip it.
Beautiful cave.
Right, RNG, come on. Right, so we got 2 in here. But we don't know where the third one is.
The signal has become weaker.
Let's go with it anyway. Hopefully it's in the next door cave. No! God damn it! Is it in this one? Oh, thank God.
I think we're close to something. Therese,
come on.
Let's try to move these
right, this game is worse. So just bear with me. And this is the one where if we don't skip the cutscene, it's oh no, it's gonna reset, it's gonna reset, it's gonna reset, it's gonna yeah, no!
Awesome. Keep it up.
No! No!
Nice work. Excellent move.
No! No! No, this is no, this is a disaster! This is the thing I can't skip! I messed it up!
I better keep going. I'll radio
I want a refund. Shut up. Look, we're gonna keep going because we are actually in good time, so we might still be able to do it. We might be able to make it up elsewhere. So we're gonna keep going. We've got excuse me. Thank you. We've got time. We can do another run after this and another run after that. Why the long face? We're here to persevere. You distracted me. Well, to be fair, it's my fault if I look at chat because it is tiny on my phone. We gotta do some esports here again. You gotta get the map up while we're in mid-air and then go back. And then we can skip through it. No, keep going. We can skip through a little gate here. Oh God. Look at that. Caves plus 12 seconds. But look at the rest of it though. Not bad. Going to have to do this on the hoof. Ugh. Ugh. So this is the longest bit of galloping, so, you know, I can look at chat, this is fine. Are we racing? Supposedly, but God knows where she is. She's way behind us. Catch up! Did you not hear us when we said, let's ride? Cute, sexy, and my ride sporty. My ride is sporty, look at her. Got a pink saddle. She's eating dust. She is eating dust. Serves her right. I don't even know if she is. I'm being so mean. Eyes on the road, mate. This is the one bit where I can. Ah! You were right. You were right. You were right. And now look. Now look. We're overtime. Hope I don't get pulled over. Drunk riding. Right, this could all go horribly wrong in this bit. A lot of RNG. But we're very near the end. Come on.
Got it. Now, hey, that sounds like the code is made up of 4 keys from the machine.
These are so
Click
sticky.
And drag the keys and we didn't get
Oh,
any
come
of the
on.
keys. Let's choose different keys for the code.
What about... No, wrong. Ah! Ah!
Way to go.
Oh, come off it. Give me a break. We're not getting a top 10 time here.
Looks like some sort of
We don't have enough.
I bet we need to match up the symbols at the top
That's
of the
it.
screen.
It's over.
Symbols on
We'll keep going though. Right.
These are the photos
Initials
I got from the
MS.
official
MS
page. Nice
milestone.
work.
Yes, let's go. Look at this. 9:34, 9:35.
To visit your baby horse.
Oh my god. 9:40. That's terrible. Such RNG. Yeah. I mean,
If you want to change
there's a
your
lot of
outfit,
that.
You can head to the ranch house dressing room.
Shush.
Back to sign in.
We're not far off. Yeah, no, we can do it. We can do it. The run that I did this morning to practice, like I said, was 9 minutes 12 seconds. Guess who? Don't start. Oh, it is Guess Who. Yeah, they always put more than... So, I'm trying to, like, talk as I do it because I'm doing it fast. I'm just like, la, 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 but I'm trying to, like, tell you what I'm doing so that when you see me do it, you're not like, what is that? The little pocket watch has the initials of the person, but there is more than one person with those initials. And then there's the strand of hair, but the strand of hair is always a slightly different color to the one that it's supposed to match. So I just go through everyone with the right initials really quickly. What we need for top 10. So number 10 at the moment is 927. So we really need 926. Which is perfectly doable. Perfectly doable.
Back to sign in.
Do I want to update some of my best times? Yes.
Click here to start the adventure over from the beginning.
Okay. We ready?
Let's ride.
Let's ride. Girl, go faster! If I were Barbie, I would simply go faster. We need Genuine in the background. I mean, it would be better than the flop music they have for this game, to be fair.
A campfire, and it's still smoking. Someone must...
Come on, RNG!
See the light around the metal detector?
Oh, no, I'm not dealing with that, sorry. I simply shan't. I simply shan't. We need to hear Barbie say, let's ride. Well, you're going to hear it again in 1 second.
Let's ride.
I might make that a sound command on my channel. That would be camp, wouldn't it?
In the
I don't mind restarting for that game because it's near the start, you know? It's not the end of the world if I restart the run.
A campfire, and it's still smoking. Someone must have just left.
Come on.
See the light around
Yep,
the
we can
metal
do this.
detector? As you walk around, the green light will... The signal has become weaker. Better head back the other way. The signal has become weaker.
Nice.
Better head back the other way.
This next bit is RNG as well. Sometimes it's the first click because I'm cheesing it.
Right on.
What did I just say? Girl. Oh my god.
What a cute little treat.
Okay, goats.
Something on the
Don't be
ground.
silly. Come on.
Maybe I should herd these
Come on.
goats out of the way.
You right at the back here.
the idea.
Bane of my
Keep
life.
going.
Both of you. Both of you. Come on. In you get. You. Oh, we've got a whole minute. It's
We
fine.
need to steer the baby in the direction of the corral.
Get in. Get in. Where's the other one? Where's the other one?
That's another one.
All the way back here. What are you doing? What are you doing just standing there? Get in! There we go. And then if I stay here. What in the devil's sheep is happening? Right, slippy time.
Click and drag each
Go.
nice
Go.
work.
Go. Go.
Way
Go.
to go.
Go. Go.
I don't think that
Yes,
took
it
goats.
does.
Great job.
Lie
a
to me,
few more
Barbie.
pieces to go. Great job. That's
Yes, let's go. Let's go.
the four. This sign leads to the
Run like the
flour mill.
wind. We're doing it,
Old
man. We're doing
flour
it.
mill. Looks like
Let's
the
go.
bridge is raised, so we can't get in.
Ah.
Let's tie up our horse and
What
look
did I say?
around.
Thank you. I will not be defeated by Jank. Yeah, I've done it again.
Let's try knocking the stones on the
Fine,
water
we're in
wheel
good
out the
time.
way with the slingshot.
It's all good. We got
Hit
time
the
for these
star
little
over the
tiny
rock
mess
you
ups.
wanna hit. Then hold down the mouse button to launch a pebble from the slingshot. You got one. Only a few more to go. You got it.
When the mouse click doesn't click. Yes, that's what I mean by slippy. Math Rose in chat. How you
Bridge
doing,
is
Math?
down. Let's go inside. I can see something hidden under a pile of flowers.
I know what you're saying. Why do you do a
Let's try to
360
move
when
these
she does
sets of
that? It's
flowers
because I
so
get
we can
stuck
see
behind that little
them.
pole
Click on the
often,
flower sacks
and I don't want that to
way
happen.
go.
This looks good. This looks good.
Nice one.
I'm scared. Is this the last one? No, it's not. Is this the last one?
Nice
Oh.
one.
It's fine. It's fine. The animation's really short. It's fine.
The four.
It's fine. Do you see what I mean there by the outro? I have to get it just as you click the last two, and I didn't. But luckily the animation is just showing me a
I see
hat,
some apples in that tree. We can use the slingshot. to
which
pick
is
them out.
fine. It's the one in the cave that's really bad. It's got like dialogue and stuff.
The four.
How's the RNG? Math, it's been okay. There's been times where it hasn't been great, but it's been near the start, so we've just restarted.
We should investigate the town more before we leave.
This is all fine. Mynxie wore the hat best. You tell him.
The four.
You tell him. Oh, we are a bit behind, actually. From last time.
Good girl.
Although we
Belle.
really... Where was it we really messed up?
We've been here before.
Oh, the caves
Maybe we
thing,
should head
yeah.
down a new trail. The river.
We're still here before 4:45. We can bring it back. We can bring it home. I've gotten top 10 time with this current time before. Well, here we are. Riding away.
Yeehaw!
Hate the game, not the player. It does happen sometimes. The game just janks out.
Look at these caves. There's some of Lucky's
It
hookprints
is,
leading inside. We should tie up our.
What?
What a beautiful
20-year-old game? 30-year-old? I can't do maths. Oh no!
Getting closer.
Oh god. Please be 2 in here.
Nope, this isn't the
No.
right-
No. Is there 2 in here? Yes. We can bring it back.
I think we're close. Nope, this isn't the right direction to go.
Come on. Please don't make us feel... 2003, 30 years. No? No, 20 years. 20 years. I can't do math.
Nice work.
Don't do it again. Don't do it again. It's this one, and then it's... Yep, got it. Got it! Let's go! And this is the exit here, I hope? I hope? Yes, okay. Luckily there isn't a math game in Barbie. Listen. I'm good at many things. Numbers isn't one of them. I can't slay this hard in a hat and also be good at maths. What do you want from me? We can bring it back, guys. We can bring it back. It's an alright time. Depending on the RNG.
The can.
Ah! Faster, thank you. Oh no, she's ahead of me. She touches me, my horse stops. Let's not do the maths Barbie game, no. What fun is that? Who is she? I don't know. She keeps talking about radioing Teresa with clues during this game, so I don't know if that is Teresa just waiting for a race, or whether that's someone else she's encountered because I haven't watched the cutscene. But if it is Teresa, I would argue, why are you waiting for me to have a race when we're solving a crime? Teresa. Shouldn't you be out looking for clues as well, like we are, Teresa? Do you know what I mean? What are you doing out here? Teresa has the hots for Barbie. That's hot. Ah!
Let's sort these items.
I messed up the live split. But it's fine. Oh no! Wait, no! Guys. Guys, I got button happy. I got button happy and we were so near the end. Teresa, girl, get a job. Her job is supposed to be helping me find stuff. And she's busy racing. Right, we're starting again.
Let's ride.
And enough nonsense, right? Serious now. Everyone shut up. This is very serious. We're making gaming history here.
In the
What happened? I messed up the live split, so I couldn't tell what the time was because, yeah, I pressed the button too many times, so I couldn't see what our time was, which is kind of important.
A campfire, and it's still smoking. Someone must have.
Come on.
See the light around the metal detector? As you walk around.
We're gonna try. We're gonna try.
Getting closer. Nope, this isn't the right direction to go.
Oh no, it's miles away.
Getting closer. Try to figure.
Come on.
Could get right on.
Redo. No. No, it's not enough to redo. Not enough to redo. Because look, we're only just 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds over. So
what a cute little
there's so many other factors between now and the end that it's not really not worth redoing. Move. 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 Ah. Thank you. Why are you all the way back here? What are you doing? Get in. There's one missing. Where's the other one? You! What did I say?
You're doing great.
They're not devil sheep, they're goats!
Click can drag each piece
Let's
of
go.
paper.
Let's go.
Great
Let's go.
job.
Let's
That
go.
piece fits
Let's
there.
go.
Great
Let's go.
job.
Let's
That
go.
piece fits there.
Let's go.
Just a
Let's
few
go.
more pieces to
Let's
go.
go. Let's go.
That's it.
Oh,
It's an
hell.
invitation. Better radio Teresa.
Come on.
The
We're still not over, are we? No, we're fine.
Old
We're fine.
flour mill. Looks like the bridge is raised, so we
I
can
only know
Let's
devil sheep.
tie up our horse and look around.
Nice.
Let's try
Smooth.
knocking the stones on the water wheel out of the way with the slingshot.
Move the star over the rock you want to hit. Then hold down the mouse button to launch a pebble from the slingshot. Almost.
What?
You held down the mouse button a little too long.
I didn't hold down the mouse button.
You got one.
Barbie, don't
And
start with
more
me.
to go.
Barbie. Barbie, look at me. Barbie, listen. Listen to me. Listen to me, Barbie. You and me, we're gonna fall out.
Yes, the bridge is down. Let's go inside. I can see something hidden under a pile of flour
Lie
sacks.
to me.
Let's try
I
to
wasn't
move
born
the sacks of
yesterday.
flour so we can see what's behind them. Click on the flour sack. Way to go.
Ah!
Nice one.
That's the one.
The four.
We're still ahead. It's all fine. She's not solving a murder, Cressop.
Girl Belle. I think I see some apples
Someone's
in that
stolen
tree.
a
We can
horse.
use the slingshot to get
That's
them
what
out.
she's solving, not a murder.
The four.
It would be camp if she was, though.
The We should investigate the town.
The
board
murder of her youth! Ah! To be fair, I thought there had been a murder too. Well, you would think so. With, the gravity of the situation. But no, we are simply esportsing. Someone didn't die for the horse. What, you mean, like, they've stolen it to, like, swap it for a body or something? I'm not ruling it out. I'm not ruling it out. We're about to murder the speedrun time. It's all down to RNG at this point. We're on good, but not great time so far. Maybe the horse died during the robbery. Well, we are reunited with it at the end, and we just won't get to see that because we are skipping the cutscenes. Right, hopefully we get good cave RNG. The cave really is a shocker.
Look at these caves. There's some of Lucky's hoof prints leading inside. We should tie up our... What a beautiful cave.
Shut up. Oh, come off it!
Getting closer. Nope, this isn't the right direction.
What about this one? Please?
Nope, this isn't the right
Yeah.
direction to go.
I mean, the time's
Think
not
we're
great,
close to
but
something.
we'll keep going.
Let's try to... Awesome.
How's this?
Keep it
How's
up.
this working out for us? Hurry
Nice
up.
work.
Is this the last one? Is this the last one? Is this the last one? Yes. Let's go. And we're right near the exit. Okay. 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 Fine. Fine. Look at these caves. If we do get a top 10 time for this one, we've still got time to do like 2 more runs, so... And we've had a lot of mistakes in this, so we at least we know we might even be able to get a better one.
The camp.
Yeehaw indeed! Alright, this is the boring bit. How's everyone doing? There's gonna be like a minute of this. Teresa, girl, go home. Yeah, why is she wasting my time like this? Does she not know I've got a case to solve? Is it Teresa? Is it someone? I don't know. Someone look up the lore. This is Barbie Horse Adventures Mystery Ride, specifically. Any yeehaws in chat? We got a yeehaw over here! Hurry up, man. Nays for Barbie Screamer. Oh, hell. What a life. Are there more horse mysteries? There's several, if you can believe it. Come on. Let's get ahead of time. Yes! By 1 second. Now it's all down to the train station. This could be a shocker. Ah! Keep going. There we go.
Got it. Now let's go. Hey, that sounds like the code is made up of 4 keys.
Please now. Please.
The empty you didn't get
Nope.
any of the keys right. Let's choose different keys for the code. Way to go.
Nope. Could be worse. Could be worse. I don't think we're gonna get it.
Looks like some sort of combination lock. I bet we need to match up the symbols at the top of the screen with the. These are the photos I got from the official.
CB Kathy Bates.
I don't think
Claire
nice
Barker.
work.
Kathy Bates, isn't that a famous person? Ah! No! No! No!
Our baby horse. Now that we've solved the mystery, we can go back and ride any of the trails or replay any of the games and activities just for fun.
If you want to change your outfit, you can head to the ranch house dressing room.
Get wrecked! Pinky, thank you. Good luck from the top 2. Pinky is one of the amazing speedrunners who does like one of the insane. You've seen me doing this and where I'm trying to save time. Pinky is one of the top 3 speedrunners who have like 7.5 minutes and stuff. What does this mean? Say again. We are top 10, baby! We slayed, we nade. We slayed. We slayed. Let's go. Yeah. Well, I mean, we got to submit it, but yeah. Yeah, this is top 10. This is top 10. 9 minutes, 20 seconds. All right? So, is that a PB? This is the thing. It's not a PB. All right? So, let's just get serious for a second here. It's top 10, but it's not a PB. In fact, it's a good 9 seconds-ish off my PB. And we have got time for maybe 2 more runs. So, it's time to get serious. It's time to get serious. So, ta-da! Just for if this is the best we can do, because they'll need to submit it. 9:20, let's go. But, reset. Reset. Now let's get the PB and jelly. You know it. Yes, so we've done it. But we're going to see if we can do even better. Why am I shouting? Why am I shouting? I'm getting excited. A couple of minutes to realize you mean personal best. Yes, yes, yes. Listen, it's gamer speak. You wouldn't understand. I'm a professional esports champion. 1 year #1 Monster High Skulltimate Roller Maze world champion, even though there were only like 3 other entries, but everyone shut up. So, we have got time for at least 1, possibly 2 more runs. So let's go.
Let's ride.
Right, everyone shut up. I keep saying that. I'm just... You guys say what you like. I'm getting serious.
fire, and it's still smoking. Someone must see the light around the metal detector. As you walk around, the green light will. No,
what happened there?
This isn't the right direction to go. Try to think right on.
No!
Teresa.
Skip! No! Stop! Stop! As if you ruined good RNG like that, Barbie! Jeez Louise! Jeez Louise! Someone's sabotaging, you know it. Listen, that happened earlier and I was like, it's not gonna happen again. I've just moved. I've just It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Are you sure you want to delete that name?
No, let's go.
Let's ride.
It's fine, it's not gonna happen again. Everything's fine. Someone in the top 10. Yeah, they're out to get me.
In the
Someone's outside my flat just like shaking the walls like, no! I'm being slow. Fine. Fine.
A campfire, and it's still smoking. Someone must have just left. See the light around the metal detector? As you walk around, I think we're close to something.
It's kind of annoying where they are.
The signal. Getting closer.
Do you know what? No, this is a restart. This is a restart. I'm using up my time here. Well, we've got a top 10. We've got top 10, so this is just a bonus.
Let's ride.
Oh, wait, no. I started my timer slightly too late. Sorry. I'm being silly now. Kathy Bates yelling outside my house.
Click here to delete. Let's ride.
You can't save the horses that fast. I can. I bloody can. Right, God, I need to stop bantering and concentrate.
A campfire.
Minus 2 seconds, let's
Still
go.
smoking. Someone must have just left. See the light around the metal detector? As you walk around.
Kind of annoying, but I'm gonna roll with it. I'm gonna roll with it. We're in good time.
Getting closer. Nope, this isn't the right.
Oh my God. No, sorry. That's not good enough. Grand Theft Equine. Equine, rather. The meme of that woman trying to get on the bus.
Let's ride. In the
E-Queen. Yeah. It's true. It's true. It is simply true.
A campfire, and it's still smoking. Someone must have just. See the light around the metal detector?
Okay, we can do this. We can do this.
Getting closer. The signal has become weaker. Better head back the other way.
Won't you lie to me, Barbie? Clearly found what we needed. Which is horseshoes, by the way. That's what we're looking for.
Try to think. Could get nice work.
Nice. The real mystery ride speedrunning experience. While being sabotaged by Kathy Bates. Ah! That was my own misclick there.
What a cute
We're a bit over.
I can see something on the ground. Maybe I should pull these baby goats out of the way.
Bane of my life. Get. Oh god, they're all separated and... This is not good.
I need to steer the baby in the direction of the corral.
Right, come on, we'll get you all at once. Get. Get.
Baby in the direction of the corral.
Ah! Oh no! I'm in the... Oh, miles away.
Click and drag each piece of paper into the square on the way to go. Nice one. Just a few right on. That's the four.
Okay, we're not too bad. We're not too bad.
Looks like the bridge is raised, so we can't get in. Let's tie up our horse and look around.
One goat has a soul of 7 goats. Well, they're that erratic. Ah! Oh my god!
Click here to start the adventure.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Let's ride.
I'm not mad. Why would I be mad? Why would I be mad?
In the
Well, it's over. No! Right. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Ooh, look, I'm spooky. Hang on. This is gonna... Hang on. Super glue? I rent! I'm not super gluing anything to the wall. Not with the amount of deposit my landlady's got. Right, so... The reason why this is so annoying is because it's command strips. And I really believe in command strips. They're usually amazing. They've never failed me once. But clearly, the maker of command strips is a top 10 Barbie Horse Adventure speedrunner. So, we're typing it down for a little bit of extra zhuzh, because we're doing serious business here.
To hear the directions again.
All right. Okay. We are reinforced. Come on, tape. Okay. All right. We've got time for one more run. All right. That's it. That's it.
Let's ride.
Shaking the main stage of Gayming Live. Do a no reset? Yeah. Yeah. Ideally, yeah. I just hope we get good luck. Love the outfit. Thank you, Screwtop. Got my little fringy waistcoat on.
Campfire, and it's still smoking. Someone must have
Please. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. We can do this.
the green light will
That's not too bad at all. Come on.
I think we're close to something.
One over here somewhere. I'm gonna say here.
This is
Almost.
the right direction to go.
Nice. Even if the roof falls, you've got to finish this. All right. If that light falls, shall I just do it in the dark?
Nice work.
That's quite camp. Quite spooky.
If you need help, click on the radio button in the upper right corner of the screen.
Let's go.
What a cute little treehouse. I can see something on the ground. Maybe I should pull these baby goats out of the way.
Go faster. Move!
You need to steer the baby in the direction of the corral.
Move already. Right, hang on. Get. There we go. You!
Good job. You got one into the corral.
Look at that horse parking.
Click and drag each way to go. I don't think
Shut
that
up.
piece goes
Yes,
to
it
the
does.
nice one. I don't think
Shut
that piece- Great
up.
job. Just a few more pieces to go. Great job. That's it. The four. This sign leads to the flour mill. An old flour.
This is
mill.
okay time,
Looks like
guys.
the bridge is raised, so we can't get in. Let's tie up our horse. and
Goats
look
might be
around.
homophobic. Homophobic goats. Just, oh my god. Barbie.
Let's try knocking the stones on the water wheel out of the way with the slingshot. Move the
The
star
fact
over
that
the
those
rock you
goats
wanna hit.
won't listen to
Then
me
hold
is
down the
just
mouse button
misogyny
to
at its
launch a
finest, to be
pebble with the
honest.
slingshot. You got one. Only a few more to go.
Kind of problematic.
Excellent shot. Yes, the bridge is down. Let's go inside. I can see something hidden under a pile of flour sacks.
Come on.
Excellent move. Way to go.
This looks a bit wonk. I'm worried. Oh, no. No. Is this the last one? Is this the no? This is it. Remember I told you it's better to hesitate in that bit than it is to click it and then not get the outro cancel. This time is okay.
I think I see
A call
some
out-
apples in that
call
tree.
out tweet.
You can use the slingshot to get them out.
For the goats. Hidden under a pile of flour sacks. It was a clue! It was a hat, actually.
That was the We should investigate the town more
Come
before
on.
we leave.
Esports? Do you esports? Can we get to the caves by 4:45?
This seems a little
Can we?
familiar. Maybe
Can
we
we?
should turn around.
Can we? Can we? Can we?
The riverbank.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. The thieves that you select from are originally bald men,
All right.
meaning that they're trans. What do you mean they're originally bald men? Like, in canon, in like a different Barbie Horse Adventures game? I mean, slay, I support trans crime.
Look at these caves. There's some of
Just have the horse at this point. I don't care.
What a beautiful cave.
Yes!
Getting
Come on!
closer.
This is what we like to
The signal
see.
has become weaker. Better. The signal has become weaker. Better head back the other way. Let's try to move these stones. Awesome! Keep it up. Nice work.
Don't reset, don't reset, don't reset. Is this the last one? Nope. And this one.
Excellent move.
Yes! Let's fucking go. Right. Oh no, don't get stuck! Don't get stuck! Don't get stuck! Oh no! Get out! Be trans, do horse robbing. I support it. Listen, she's got enough horses. She can let one go. Oh, in the game files, right. I think that's just a base sprite. I don't think that's canonically trans representation, but we do what we can. Move! Oh my god! I hate when that happens.
Good girl. The camp.
Let's go. The LGBTQIA are all horse girls confirmed. Horse girl for Barbie Horse Adventure. Listen, look at these two. This is a femme for femme representation that we need. The beta are just a placeholder, yeah. Well, I would imagine in a game like this, they probably use the same base sprite for as many things as possible. Lovers confirmed. Aha! Chase me! Aha! I see. I see what's going on. You're telling me this isn't inherently sapphic? Ah! Ah! I forgot about that! Imagine the Bops Horse Girl would provide for a future Barbie game. Again, I support it. This is a decent time, but it could all go pear-shaped. We are also slightly running over time, but that is the nature of the speedruns. We don't know how many times we're gonna have to restart.
Hey, that sounds like lucky.
Ah! What the? Get in! Ah!
From the machine. Click and
Oh, I'm
drag the keys
furious.
into the empty Nice work.
I'm furious.
It looks like some sort of combination lock. I bet we need to match up the
I'm
symbols
absolutely
at the
furious.
top of the screen with the. These are the photos I got.
LLL, Lizzie Lane.
I don't think that's
Leanne
nice
Little.
work.
Leanne Little, I'm on to you. Come on.
This is the win. To visit your baby horse.
Come on.
Just walk our baby. Now that we've solved the mystery, we can.
It was
go back
worth
and
it.
ride any of the
It was
trails
worth
or
it.
Replay any of the games.
9:14, baby.
If you want to change your outfit, you can head to the ranch house.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Guys, hit the sleigh button. Hit the sleigh button. Let me just
Oh, that was quite an experience watching that from home.
Tense moments.
I
tense
know.
moments.
Over Barbie of all things as well.
I never realised how enthralled I would be at herding goats in my life. I was glued.
Honestly, like I'd be walking around and like checking out the footage and then like stop, and then the next thing I know, a good few chunks of time had gone by and I was like, oh my goodness.
I couldn't take my eyes off it. I was in it to the end.
Oh my god. And like the pressure of doing that live as well was just it was lovely. I think we have Mynxie on the line so we can get chatting to her in person. Hello!
Hello!
How's it going? How are you feeling after all of that?
I'm good. I'm good. I was so we got the top 10 time about halfway through the hour, but it wasn't anywhere near my PB, and I was a little bit nervous we weren't going to get a better time, but we did. We did. 9:14. We are up there. I think that puts us at number 9, I think, on the leaderboard.
Oh my God, congrats.
There's quite a big gap between 8 and 9, so let's let's not commit to ever getting higher than that.
Honestly, you did a great job, like, in and of itself. I would love to know, like, why Barbie? And, like, that specific title in the Barbie series as well.
Okay, so why Barbie? Honestly, because it's camp.
Yeah.
Because we did Monster High, we did Barbie Supermodel. We're probably not going to do a Bratz game because those games, the runs are really long and it's just a bit tedious to speedrun. But yeah, so that's why the series. In terms of that game, honestly, with Barbie Horse Adventures, that game is the one with the shortest run, which I find a lot easier because I'm not like a professional speedrunner. I'm not someone who can do like a Dark Souls speedrun or something like that. So to have a run that's like an hour long, if you mess up and you have to start again at like 40 minutes in, I do not have the attention span for that. Whereas something that's like a 9-minute run, I can keep running it and I can keep trying and getting better at it. And it feels good, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that you're not a professional, but you made it look professional, Mynxie.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because the light's falling down. I'm wearing a silly hat.
Technical
You're like, oh, it's so
difficulties,
professional.
that doesn't count.
Yes, actually, this is my job. I'm an esports champion.
Technical difficulties don't count. That's totally fine. Like, you still managed to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and keep on trying.
We like a bit of pantomime. Like on my Twitch channel when we hang out and we do these kinds of speedruns. We like a bit of pantomime. We like a bit of camp.
Yes, that is the way forward. So what future speedruns do you have planned?
You know, I have to go through it because there's like I said, I can't do something that's too long a run because I don't have the attention span. And it just depends on what I can get my hands on as well, especially with when we're going for these camp sort of franchises and stuff. A lot of them are very old games. Like this one is from 2003, which I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but in my Twitch merch shop, I made mugs a while ago before I even decided that say, "Oh, you're a hardcore gamer. Do you even speedrun Barbie Horse Adventures brackets 2003? Bruh, didn't think so." And we just thought that was funny, but now we actually do speedrun Barbie Horse Adventures. So we want to keep the theme of like silly franchises. So I would like to look through the Scooby-Doo series and see if there is a Scooby-Doo game that we can feasibly speedrun. And maybe, if I can find one in time, we can do it on Halloween.
Oh, now that would be excellent. And also, I love a full circle moment. I love that you were able to speak this prophecy into being with the mug. Like, it's...
Literally, I was just, I just thought this was really funny. I was just like, because we did do Barbie Supermodel for NES before, and I just thought that was camp because Barbie Horse Adventures is one that, everyone's heard of and a lot of people played as a kid. And now we've manifested it. We've manifested it. We're top 10, baby.
Yes, I love that for you. So, to any aspiring speedrunners in the chat, do you have any advice for them?
My advice is don't ask me. I think just find something that you enjoy. I think it depends on your personality. Like, some people are really into hard games and they're really good at gaming, and so that's why they get into it. For us, it's more like we can have a laugh with something, and then if it's something that we can stick at, then we can just have that repetition and just, it's fun and it's interesting finding the glitches and the exploits and stuff, and being able to, just being able to have a speedrun.com profile that literally just says Barbie, Monster High, Scooby-Doo. I just think that's really camp.
Yeah, that's amazing. You got any thoughts on speedrunning?
Well, I'm definitely going to get into it now. I revisited an old game that I played as a kid recently. I went back and played Ocarina of Time after 20 years. But now, seeing this sort of speedrun, I was really enthralled by it. I was so invested, Mynxie, absolutely. But you said that this game came out in 2003.
Yeah.
How on earth are you managing to play it on your computer then? Because wasn't it on a disc back then? You got it!
Some way, somehow.
I tried to just play it with the ROM, but as I mentioned at the start of the hour, it was crashing my entire computer. I would have to force restart it. Whereas this occasionally crashes, but it's just the game. I can just restart it and it's fine.
Yeah.
So
As you were saying, one of those other elements of RNG.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Mynxie. You smashed it. We had a blast watching you. We had so much fun hanging out with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
No, of course. We'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Amazing stuff. Oh my goodness, that was a lot, but in the best way. I had such a fun time. Maybe I'll start speedrunning. Who knows?
It looks like it's a bunch of fun, though.
It does. It definitely does. So we're gonna switch gears just a little bit.
Oh really?
Yes, because I have something super exciting to share with you all. So we're introducing Remag, a new app that helps you connect with gamers in our community. Remag, which is gamer spelled backwards, has just started rolling out in North America. So we will be amongst the first in the community to join the action and provide feedback to help Remag in their mission to build a positive space that connects gamers from all walks of life. In Remag, you can craft your own unique profile, select your favorite avatar, list the games you love to play, and explore other profiles to discover your perfect gaming companions. You can also get your hands on these super cute Pride-themed avatar rings. Now I know sometimes online gaming can be a bit challenging, let's say, but Remag is on a mission to change that. They're all about inclusivity and creating a space where everyone feels respected and valued. No toxicity allowed here, folks. I was going to bang on the table, but no. It's all about fun and forging real connections. We're partnering up with Remag to make our gaming community even stronger and more connected than ever. We believe in the power of inclusivity, positivity, and celebrating diversity in gaming. Remag is the perfect place to bring all of that together. So, to celebrate this event and our wonderful community, the Remag team have created some custom profile frames that you can add to your profile after exploring the app. So, let's go ahead and make our community shine. Also, for anyone that joins the gaming community on Remag before the end of October, you could be in with a chance to win an Xbox Series X. So, if you're in the US or Canada, why wait? Go and download Remag now and we'll see you in the gaming community. So Veronica, I have to say, despite all that positivity and loveliness, I'm gutted that we're in the UK and we cannot join in.
It's such a hopefully it's only a matter of time before it comes across the pond.
Exactly, because how amazing does Remag sound?
It sounds like absolutely fantastic, a fantastic way to connect a community together. Because at the moment we do have limited options, especially for LGBT people, marginalised communities and whatnot. I myself on Twitch, I have my community over on Discord. There's Facebook groups that you can join and other different platforms. But I think what is really, really great for Remag is that it's a nice safe space for LGBT people, and it's specifically designed for that inclusivity and that safety. And I really like the idea of it all.
Yeah, no, exactly, because, you know, it's so important to be able to find, like, your little, like, online tribe or your online community, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Because within the gaming community worldwide, everybody has their own loves of different games, and being able to find people that are not only into the same games as you, but also have the same sort of worldviews as well, can be really, really difficult. There is a lot of toxicity in the gaming community as a whole. So having something like this, where you can connect with like-minded people with that safety in mind as well, I think is really, really going to be beneficial, and it's fantastic.
I know, exactly. I mean, like, even when I was growing up, like, trying to find, like, people to play games with online, like, wading into some of those group chats, it was an extreme sport, let's say.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So it's nice that things have progressed enough that we can have the conversation, first of all, and then, find our tribe and communities, hopefully.
Oh, 100%. And I think that this is the perfect app for it. It just needs to come to the UK.
Exactly. That's the only thing we have left. So, you know, talking about, like, online gaming, what are some of your favourite online games to play?
My favourite online game to play is League of Legends.
Oh my yes, like you mentioned earlier.
I mentioned it earlier on. I've been playing it for, about 10 years. Probably as long as I've been doing drag, in fact.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I mean, I just love that kind of like battleground arena where you're playing alongside other real people. And they're very, very short matches as well with League of Legends. Well, short matches, they're like 45 minutes.
Short for
But I just love that competitive spirit that you can get in that game. And there's so many characters to choose from. So many. My icon, Zyra, I love her to pieces. I mean, you can tell I'm sort of like a little bit of a villain at heart, and I love my Poison Ivy themed stuff.
Of course. I mean, given that you've been playing for so long, like surely like Remag would have come in so handy like years ago, right?
Oh, 100%. Because back when I started gaming, if people in the voice chats or in the forums found out that you were gay, or that even if you girl gamers, like those kinds of things, just instantly you get bullied for being yourself. So I think an app like Remag is absolutely perfect for our community.
Yeah, exactly. Like the minute they get like a whiff or a hint of you just being something that's like other, they jump on it. But hopefully with the introduction of things like Remag, that will be an experience no more.
Yes.
Hopefully we can progress as a society in the way that we're meant to.
Well, I do think we are progressing bit by bit, but it's being able to give the opportunity, isn't it, for us to grow as a community. I think it's so important.
Exactly, which is great. So it's amazing that we have things like Remag that exist in the first place, and I cannot wait to hear more about it and their mission to create online safe spaces. So let's find out more about Remag and the importance of creating safe online communities in their panel hosted by Robin, which is coming up right now.
Hello and welcome to Creating Safe Online Communities, an awesome panel all about creating safe, non-toxic communities and their importance. This panel is sponsored by Remag, a new app that helps you connect with gamers in our community. And I'm delighted to be joined by our panelists for this wonderful panel. So I'm going to go around the screen in the order that I'm looking at it on the screen. And I want you to just introduce yourself, tell me who you are, where you're from, and a little bit about you before we get started in sort of your, I don't know, let's say your experience with working with communities to date. So I'm going to go to Gemma first.
Hi, I'm Gemma, as you can see, community manager at Raw Fury. I've been a community manager in the games industry for coming on 5 years now, which makes me feel ancient, which is insane to say, but obviously it's such a new concept. I still have to explain my job to so many people, not just my nan. So yeah, I'm really, really grateful to be working for Raw Fury, which is a publisher, which means I work with a variety of different games. And I've seen a variety of different environments. I've worked for a kids game, I've worked for an agency, I've worked for big AAA games. I feel like I've seen all different kinds of communities, and I'm very aware of how toxic all communities can be and also how welcoming they can. So I'm really glad we're having these kinds of conversations. And I'm based in London. That's pretty much it.
Fantastic. Rafi?
Hey everyone. My name is Rafi. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I am the co-founder and president of NYC Gamers. We are a 501c3 nonprofit that utilizes gaming spaces as a way to create safer spaces while also having healthier conversations about issues impacting our communities throughout all of its intersections. Born and raised in the Bronx, so community means a lot to me, especially being someone who's Black, Puerto Rican, neurodivergent. Community means so much to me because it's usually in community that I find chosen family. And I found that in gaming.
Wonderful. Nell.
Hi, I'm Nell. I'm a community manager at Remag. I've been in games either as community manager or influencer marketing manager for going on 8 years now. Just love the community aspect of it. I started out as a content creator, actually, and quickly found out that I didn't want to make that a job. So I jumped into working on games, and I've worked on everything from small indie titles to Game of the Year nominees. And it's been an absolute blast. And I now work on Remag, and I love being able to bring people together. And I'm based in Austin, Texas, and I'm one of the few that's from here. So,
And what does community mean to you now?
a sense of belonging. I'm probably like a lot of gamers out there. Don't have a bunch of IRL friends. Most of my friends live online in different spaces, and finding a place to belong online has always been important to me. And now being able to foster that sense of belonging in those communities as a career actually means the world to me.
Wonderful. And last but certainly not least, the wonderful SB Simone.
Hello. My name is SB Simone. I am a content creator, a Twitch streamer. Actually, I've been streaming for about 2 years. I'm from Louisiana, so I find that community means so much to me because growing up, I didn't really have a sense of community. And it wasn't until I got older and started to surround myself with more Black queer people that I started to be able to dive into just being my authentic self, which kind of leads me to what community means to me, is somewhere where I can just be around people like myself and just kind of live authentically as myself and just feel supported and uplifted. And thinking about communities, I actually work alongside Twitch, building a community, the Black Unity Guild with Twitch. I'm one of their leaders. And it just provides me an opportunity to create a space for Black creators to just come, like I said, and be their authentic selves, because we know we already have so many hurdles to cross. To craft out a space where you just show up and you say, listen, I know we all have our struggles. Let's just have like a big party, a big family reunion in a Discord. Let's support each other the best ways that we can. And that's what community is to me.
I love that, and I think it's really important. And I think it's a piece that we're going to keep coming back to, which is around sort of finding that authenticity, that community that really means something, that actually kind of will help not only provide the fun piece, but also help sort of improve all our lives as well. So my first question is, why are online LGBTQ community groups so important? I'm going to jump at Rafi first, but by all means, everybody else sort of chip in after.
Thank you. I think that it's important because speaking from the eye, right, as a gamer, I think that there's a depth that's added to gaming and my gaming experience when I find people who also like playing the games, who happen to hold identities that mirror, if not intersect with mine, right, with my lived experiences, right? So it's one thing for me to, let's say, go to a bar in Midtown Manhattan and meet up with coworkers, and maybe there's a Pac-Man machine and we're taking turns playing Pac-Man, right? And I'm like, wow, this is something that we all like to play. That's a commonality, right? But we also share the frustrations of having a white collar job, and what does that look like? And why do we all need to go to a bar after work once a week, right? I think about that energy and I think about what it means for me as a Black Latinx queer person, right? To go online and play games like Fortnite, for example, right? Where I can meet with other folks that I met through other platforms and social communities who also hold the identities that I do and have gone through the things that I'm navigating. That may be the reasons why gaming has become this safe space for me, has become this outlet for self-care and for just community care too, right? We all get to come together and play these games. And just for a little while, the world feels less crappy to me. I feel less isolated. I feel less, yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. I feel more because I feel less, if that makes sense.
SB, how about you?
I think that having a LGBT like community presence online is very important, especially in gaming, because when you take a look at gaming from a wide scale, it is typically cisgendered, straight, white men who give us such a horrible time just existing. And naturally, this will push so many people away from gaming, but gaming for a lot of us tends to be our safe space. So if this is our safe space, but at the same time, people are dragging us down, how can we come together to kind of support one another to continue to have this be a safe space. You build community, you start community. So now if I open up a game and somebody is like just completely rude to me, I'm not too stressed out about it. I laugh it off now because it's like, okay, yeah, you say this to me, but now I know I can turn around. I have so many people behind me that love and support me, that continue to create this space within gaming for me as a queer person to continue to enjoy my safe space, continue to feel safe in a space where I'm able to just kind of disconnect from the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think having those spaces is always super important. I think, Nell, actually, you made a point during your introduction that typically a lot of your friends kind of live in the magic box in front of you rather than necessarily kind of in real life. So I'm going to come to you next, actually, around your thoughts on why those online community groups are so important.
Yeah, as a queer person, but also a diehard MMORPG fan, I put myself in the communities that are known for their toxicity, right? And it's to no fault of the developers. Their community managers work day in and day out to foster a positive community, but sometimes you just can't help it. And so having a place that feels safe for me, but also still allows me to be myself, and not have to hide in trade chat and not show my true self, has actually been super important, not only helping me grow as a person, but to get better at those games that I play. I can see my progression as, when it comes to my skill level because of the communities that I was able to become a part of, and those spaces within, these massive games like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy 14, that do have a lot of hate thrown at marginalized communities, from, the kind of the vocal minority of the community. So for me, it's just, a way to not only hone my skills, but just, lose myself for anywhere from 2 to 12 hours in Azeroth or Eorzea.
I love that. Gemma, any thoughts on the online LGBTQ communities and their importance?
Yeah, I think it's really important that we all kind of have our own personal experiences from, an identity perspective, but also on a larger scale, if we're thinking about like human psychology, belonging is one of the fundamental parts of who we are and how we relate to the world around us. And it's the very thing that differentiates video games from just being a product that we consume to a part of our lives, which is how it is these days. It is, it's such a fundamental part of who we are. And if we are isolating such a core group of people, how can they possibly belong and experience that fundamental part of what it is to experience games? They can't identify with it. If there is no conscious effort being made to involve the LGBT community in the conversations, in the communities, making it safe for them, then it's active exclusion, So it's really important that, I guess, from a perspective as I'm bisexual, as a bi person, for me to experience in other games, but also when doing the community management side of things, that I think the thing I often find myself saying is, yes, I understand that the LGBT community is maybe like a smaller minority, albeit not that small of a minority. They are probably one of the most important things for us to be bearing in mind, because it's crucial that they are a part of it.
Absolutely, and I think you make a very fair point about really making sure that the belonging piece, I think, is really important. And I think I would go so far to say that I think the beauty of online communities, and obviously with people that are here either as content creators or having been content creators, obviously Rafi, from your sort of IRL point of view, bringing people together. I think you mentioned it yourself, Rafi, about sort of finding family, finding friends is so important, and the ability to kind of reach into geographically parts of either the country, the world, other countries, etc., that there exists LGBTQ people who are either being oppressed or are being marginalized or sidelined or excluded. I think the beauty of an online community is you no longer have to go and live in a big city. Like there was that whole trend obviously back in the day where people came out and typically you either go east or go west in America, up to New York or down to LA or San Francisco. And I think we're now at a stage where people can exist in some of the sort of more the red states or whatever, because they have a good functioning, high quality online community that they can belong to. So I think there's an element of that as well, which is really important. Gemma, I'm going to come back to you for a second, because my next question really is around the importance of communities as a whole to gamers, not specifically related to the LGBTQ community. So in your experience as a community manager, can you sort of maybe give us a bit of top line around why it's so good for communities to develop around specific games?
I think the key thing that I tend to say to developers and the wider company is there seems to be this misunderstanding that community management is a part of marketing. How can we sell the product? What I say is community management is about how can we keep people enjoying the product, and that is with community. Like single-handedly, the only thing, a game can be amazing, a game can be incredible. The only thing that is going to keep them around is if they feel heard, if they feel like they have other people to enjoy it with and experience it with. I mean, like Rafi was saying, I think like we seek family in everything we do, whether we like it or not. It's one of the most fundamental parts of who we are as people. So if we want to take a game and make it more important than just the game itself, don't get me wrong, the game is important. I'm so scared my developers now are going to be like, what do you think of my game? Like the game in and of itself is important as a story, but for it to really connect with people, that's where the community comes in and keeps it around.
I think SB, I'm going to cross over to you there actually, because I think part of the job in a way of a content creator, particularly in the Twitch space, is creating some of that community. Like we've seen games such as Fall Guys, such as Dead by Daylight, that have come up through the streaming communities, and content creators have kind of coalesced their communities around certain games. How do you sort of see that play out? And do you have any kind of experiences of bringing your community along to sort of enjoy a new game?
When I think about my community, a big part, a big reason my community came about comes from like the queer aspect, because I'm a Black queer person. A majority of my community are Black queer people. But when I think about just like communities in general and why they are important, especially to gamers, I think about the fact that, kind of like Gemma said, people always look for family. They look for family. So when you do things, granted, there are some people who are loners. Whenever you do something, you're looking for people who are like you. And especially when you are playing these multiplayer games, you run across people. You eventually start running across the same people. So naturally, you become curious about them and curious about learning more about them. So you dive into that. And then that leads you to kind of establishing a community, sometimes without even realizing that you are now a part of a community. I play MMOs a lot too, Nell. I play RuneScape. I think I talked about this last time I was on the podcast about how much RuneScape I play. And that's kind of one of those things. You run into that same person over and over and over, and you just become curious. And the next thing you know, y'all are friends. The next thing you know their friends. And now you have a community. Were you necessarily searching for it? Maybe on a subconscious level, yes. But I wouldn't say I actively search for it in that moment. But you just it finds you. It finds you. I like the cat distribution system. Community kind of distributes itself sometimes. You're just like, oh, I just so happened upon this. And I think that happens a lot with gamers. Like, people found me from Dead by Daylight, but then they're like, oh, this is something bigger than that. This is not just Dead by Daylight. This is somebody who truly cares about Black queer people. So now it kind of transcended from just I'm here for Dead by Daylight community to other reasons. So I think that there's so many different reasons for community that you just find yourself in one, and the next thing you know, that evolves into like 30 of them.
Nell?
I going around about, my sense of belonging and why I think that's important. And that's why I got into community management, is because as someone who does try to find these places in MMOs like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV, I want people to experience what I've experienced and make the friendships that I've been able to make through these games. And I think, especially in today's world where we're all so connected, and as you mentioned, people aren't moving to the big cities anymore. In fact, I'm probably about to go live out the back of my car for a month and a half, right? But I'll still be connected with my friends. And I think that's why community in games is so important, because no matter where you are, that community exists and you exist within it and you belong. And it's a way for us, as Jim has said, to let people be heard internally, be the bullhorn internally for the community. But also to reward community for being there and showing them that they matter to us on like a professional level, right? Like at the end of the day, I'm still a community manager. That's what I do for a living. And I want my community to know that they belong where we are, but also how important they are to me. I think, frankly, without them, I wouldn't have a job. So it's like, it's twofold, right? Like I want people to experience that. And I also want them to know that, like, hey, you're important. Like what you do, what you say matters in this industry. And don't forget that, sometimes the games industry feels like this big, scary monster that's, untouchable. And so I think that's why communities for gaming are important, because it makes those brands approachable.
I think, Rafi, you said that gaming is kind of a big leveler in a way that it kind of brings people together from whatever background. How do you sort of feel about the importance of communities, either obviously with your hat on from an LGBT point of view, but also community in general? You mentioned Fortnite earlier that you're a big player of.
Yeah, I mean, I can't get the cat metaphor out of my head because I'm like, it really does feel like herding cats at times. But it's interesting because I've met so many people throughout gaming community who aren't LGBTQ plus, right? Who aren't Black, Latinx, and a part of these like subcultures that make up a huge part of my truth and a part of my experiences, right? But what connects us is our love for gaming. And I think that that's something that needs to be explored more in gaming communities, right? Like your best friend while you're playing Overwatch or Baldur's Gate or whatever, like your best gaming buddy can be someone who is on the absolute opposite, ideologies as you to an extent, right? Because there's also ethical, we could talk about that in another panel. But, because look, don't call me, look, I'm not naive, I'm not saying that everyone is going to be besties with like the far right to the far left because they play, Apex Legends or whatever the case is. But I think it's important to acknowledge that no matter where you are in the matrix of domination, in the matrices of oppression, right? The one thing that connects all of us as a people is our inherent desire to communicate. And one way that we universally communicate with one another is through play, right? So whether it's as a child playing hand games on a playground, or it's, a stick with a hoop, like the meme of like a hoop with a stick going downhill, right? Or it's a video game that's like massive MMORPG or the indie, oh, God bless the indie games and indie game culture and all of it, right? Whatever it may be, you belong and you find community. And it just adds even more love and more joy to that when you meet people who have lived experiences that you've lived in some way, shape, or form, because then you feel so much less alone in so many different variables.
Absolutely. So I'm going to come straight back to you, Rafi, because I think this one applies to you the best to sort of kick us off, both in terms of being online and offline. And there's obviously going to be some differences, and we'll come on to that with my next question. But what makes a safe space for LGBTQ gamers?
I love that question. I believe that in order for a space to be assumed safe, you have to cultivate a space where community members can claim safety and have a way of engaging in some kind of dialogue around what does safety look like. Because what's safe for you may not be safe for me, right? So, for example, when I play Overwatch with my friends, I'll look to see if there's any options around disabling the chat, because the moment that you disable the chat so that I don't see what opponents and folks that I'm not communicating with are chatting about, right? That may increase safety for me because I don't allow that energy in my space if that's an accessible option, right? But that may not be something that someone I'm playing with wants, right? So being able to have a space that is editable, right? Editable, right? To to kind of like mold itself in a way that meets my needs without my needs disrupting the collective. That to me is like how we create a safer space and how we make it intentional. Also making sure that the people who are not just stakeholders but leading these spaces, you know, whether they're paid staff or they're lead volunteers or whatever the case, make sure that they're a reflection of the communities that you're serving and uplifting.
Agreed. Espi, you're nodding quite a lot, so I'm going to come to you next.
I think in terms of safe spaces for LGBTQ gamers, it's very important for us to realize that we can say that we have a safe space, but until people around you start to echo that, then you cannot truly be sure that your space is safe. Because I've walked into so many different spaces that have labeled themselves a safe space for queer people, but then when I stick around, you start to see that the way they speak about trans people doesn't make me feel safe. The way they start to erase bisexual people doesn't make me feel safe. The way that they... Did I come back?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, the way that they just treat other people within the LGBTQ atmosphere does not feel safe. And I think that that is something that is so important for us as queer people to remember, that LGBTQ doesn't stop at L and G. And I think a lot of people tend to forget that. They think, oh, okay, we got the LG part, we're so safe. But in reality, you are not safe. You're not safe because you are cutting out so many different people out of the community. And this is why I say it's important for people in your community of so many different backgrounds to say, I feel safe here, before you can truly say, okay, this is a safe space for queer people.
I think that's really important. I think it's actually something that we try and strive for on our side, which is we don't necessarily disregard the L and the G, but we kind of take it as read that they'll be broadly okay. It's actually for us, our concern is always to start at the other end of the alphabet and work backwards, upwards towards the L and the G. Like, I want to make sure that the BTQIA plus is more looked after, and because they're the ones that really need that support, to Rafi's point. And I think the L and the G, we'll get to them at the end. Gemma, I'm coming over to you next for the same question. How, either through your own personal experience or through your work, in your mind, what designates a safe space for the community?
This is such a good question because I have experienced a plethora of chaos in my communities and had to deal with, okay, what is it that I'm sorry? Someone is
a busy
really,
night in London.
Someone's going crazy. There have been situations where it's like, okay, something is not quite right. And I think what I've found in my time of community management is it's really up to the people with the megaphone to set the standard of communication and expectation. I think that a lot of higher up people, community managers, things like that, you know, in the past especially, there's this idea, I don't want to ruffle any feathers. I want to cater to our largest, the people that are paying the most, you know, being completely honest, and we don't want to ruffle any feathers. Again, like I said before, the problem is that means that you're actively not including a huge group of people actually that are playing games. And like an example of that was, I remember, so I was working for Adopt Me, which was a kids game on Roblox. And I was working on it during the start of the Black Lives Matter movement after the murder of Trayvon Martin. And a lot of conversations were happening in our Discord that were not sensitive. You know, you've got young people in a Discord. They were very confused and they were very upset. And we had two options, which was be completely silent and allow it to continue, or just completely ban it from happening whatsoever, or emulating the kind of conversation that we expect among those kinds of young people and allowing them to regulate themselves. And I think the decision we made was, let's not monopolize the conversation, but let's make let's make a statement that says, this is where we stand. We're in support. This is what we expect from you guys. And it's hard as well because they're children, you know, you're like, how do I explain this complex thing? But they're in that world and it's happening. Ignoring real world events affecting minorities puts you at such a disadvantage in creating those kinds of safe spaces. So I find as long as you're honest and you're reflective of real goings on in the world and you're listening and you're creating the environment that you expect, communities do then, because they want to belong, tend to emulate what they see. I hope that makes sense.
No, absolutely. I think it's really important. I think look, silence equals death. We know that. And I think it's something that we always have to sort of like, with the more positive conversation that's out in the world. And I think, to your point, setting the standard and really getting out in front of everything and sort of taking the lead and saying, no, we're doing this, or this is the kind of standard we aspire this community to belong to, I think is super important. Nell, I'm going to come to you last but not least on this topic.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much more to add beyond what everyone's already said, right? I think the big thing for me in finding a safe space, and especially with the games that I play, is knowing that the community leaders essentially have our back. They're going to be vocal. They're you know, kind of going to lay down the law when they have to, and they get rid of toxicity at its core. You know, if there's a problem group of people, you get rid of them. For me, that safe space always looks like a well-built community. There's a vocal leader, but also there are people who will stand up and fight beside you. And that's how it's always been for the communities that I've been a part of. We have some bad actors come in and you see the community kind of rally together and be like, listen, we don't put up with that here. You know, everyone is allowed to be themselves. This isn't trade chat. You can't act like that here. Right. So yeah, for me, it's that like vocal leadership, really for me defines this safe space. But also what Raffi said, like my safe space isn't going to be your safe space, isn't going to be their safe space. It's going to vary. So for me, that's the ones that I found.
I think that point's really important. And just to come back at Raffi on that, actually, in terms of kind of creating a safe space for everybody, you end up potentially running the risk of actually not creating a safe space for anyone. So I think just really on your point, and it probably picks up on my next question, which is, so you have your safe space, but how do you work to really create and foster that safe space? It's about learning, I guess. It's about being prepared to pivot, update, reevaluate, etc.
Well, I think that, you know, I do this often in my independent work as a consultant around diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? One of the biggest misunderstandings in my work is we assume that creating safer spaces means creating more exclusionary spaces. And that is not what we're looking for. That's not what we're asking for, right? While yes, it is important to create spaces that are exclusively curated for Black women and, you know, trans community and folks living with disabilities, invisible or visible disabilities, this and that and third. Yes, everyone knows what it's like to have the experience of the like no girls allowed boys treehouse kind of situation and how everyone should have a treehouse. Fine, right? When we're creating safer spaces, what we're doing is that we're creating a network of accessibility options. Because that's what it is at the end of the day. It's about accessibility options. Language access is an accessibility option. Tech access is an accessibility option, right? Ways to be less of an asshole is an accessibility option, right? Because it's about the intent versus the impact. So in my experience, when we're working with community in order to expand on accessibility options so that folks can claim safety, right? Whether it be in a community group or in a video game, right? Or even a tabletop, because I'm a dungeon master, right? What I realized is in doing so with some of the most marginalized voices in the space, I am inherently creating more options for folks who may have less privileges, like, or who have more privileges and more access and may not need as much, but until it's an option, then suddenly they're like, oh, that's an option, I want to use that too, you know. So a metaphor that I give folks whenever I'm working with them around DEI stuff is a lot of people didn't even know that they needed dark mode until it was an accessible option, right?
True.
But you have people who are inherently living with, you know, like access needs, right? Where if you're someone who can live without dark mode, you've lived your entire life without dark mode, it's never crossed your mind. But now that it's become this like standard in tech, right? Where you have people living with disabilities who inherently need dark mode and are thankful for the option. You now have folks on the mainstream who don't even identify as having these disabilities or may not have self-diagnosed or have gone through whatever case, right? They're using it, whether it's because it's aesthetically pleasing or neurally pleasing or whatever the case is, right? If that's something that dark mode does, imagine what having pronouns can do. Imagine what having more options around taking pride in your identities without having hate speech thrown at you can do.
Absolutely. I think that's the dark mode thing is a genius metaphor, by the way, and I'm going to proudly steal that. Gemma, I'm going to come back over to you because you touched on it earlier about when we were talking about the previous question, when you were saying around being a leader, being a voice, really kind of setting the standard. Probably thinking a bit broader in general for you, how do you work to create and foster those kind of safe communities in your day-to-day role?
I think like Rafi made multiple amazing points there, and I think 100% it's about opening doors, not closing them. And I think there is this perspective of, but if you focus on this, you lose this, and that's not necessarily true by any means. So if I'm listening, you know, to the LGBT community, if I'm making sure that I'm listening to like all of the minorities in our community, that doesn't mean that I'm not also actively listening to the people that are maybe more used to having a voice and being heard. It just means that there is also this. It's like yes, and it's not no, I'm ignoring you now. And I think it's reflective of like a wider kind of, I think we've seen society and culture. I'm not going to pretend to like completely understand everything that happened that led to Donald Trump being elected, but I think like we've seen so much progress and sudden panic of like, but what about me? What about me? What about me? You know, and I think as we've seen over time, we've kind of realized that, oh no, okay, them having a space also is good for me. It's good for all of us because it means all of us get this better sense of belonging and human connection and interaction. And I think, yeah, I'm also going to be using the dark mode analogy in my future. I remember I trained to be a teacher briefly. And I remember seeing all the teachers using Comic Sans, and I was thinking, Comic Sans sucks. That's so lame. And the first thing they said is like, well, it's really, really good for people with dyslexia. It's like one of the best things they could read at the time. And from that moment on, I was like, seeing Comic Sans does not affect my life in any way. I can still read it. I'm still having a great day. All it does is open a door. So yeah, just listening, opening doors, and staying true to it as well, and honest, and focusing on that sense of inclusion and listening.
I love that your pathway is going to be potentially towards a teacher. So I'm just going to say, I'm just going to say thank you, Miss Garner.
Thank you.
SB, in terms of managing your own community, how do you and your team sort of create that really positive, safe space and then foster that and learn from it and adapt and twist and turn?
I think the biggest part in fostering a safe space and fostering a community is just always being willing to learn. Being willing to learn, because when you surround yourself with so many people, there are so many different perspectives that are coming your way. And I remind myself all the time, yes, I am one of the leaders of the Black Unity Guild, but Black people are not a monolith. So we are not all the same. So our experiences are so different from person to person that if you just open your ears and you listen to people and you listen to their stories, you listen to their perspectives, it can teach you so much. And even like adding on top of that, I think a big thing within communities that is important is kind of embracing the nuance in a lot of situations, because a lot of situations require difficult conversations. And sometimes within a safe space, you need to have that difficult conversation in order for you to grow, in order for you to continue to make this a safe space. Because, like someone said earlier, your space is only as safe as the people in it say it is. So if people are saying your space is not safe, then is your space really safe? So just embracing everything that everybody brings to you. I'm not saying you have to enforce every single thing, because you can't please every single person in a community, but doing your best to make sure that a majority of your people feel comfortable, and people feel comfortable coming in and having difficult conversations. And I think that is such a good marker in knowing that you have created a space for people to speak their mind, in a sense where you can have a difficult conversation and without the disrespect. I really got to put that part in, because sometimes we have difficult conversations and it's just like disrespect littered all in it, but just like a difficult conversation that's meaningful and helpful and teaches people that are involved different things about life, and just help you realize that everybody in this community is different, and each person has a little piece of themselves to offer to help other people make themselves a better version of themselves.
I think that's a really interesting point about, you said that the community needs to come together. A safe space is where people can come together and say important things and say, have those kind of difficult discussions without there being kind of any major comebacks. I think the safe space analogy risks almost becoming an echo chamber if it's too heavily enforced in one specific direction. Because I think then, and we all know that echo chambers on any side of the political sort of divide is not a good thing. So I think, it's a really interesting test, a litmus test, if you will, where can two people come together and have a difficult conversation without there being any sort of toxicity involved. So I think that's really cool. Nell, working previously, obviously, as a community manager, working now as a community manager, similar sort of question to Gemma. How do you sort of like in your day-to-day sort of set out to really work and kind of craft and foster that space, particularly obviously with a new space coming up on the outside with Remag? Tell us maybe a little bit about your work in setting out the sort of standards for that.
So it's difficult as a community manager. Also, I also studied to be a teacher. This is not the first time I've met another community manager who studied to be a teacher. So it seems like we're all like, you know what? I'm not going to do that. It's a difficult task as a community manager to create a safe space, because we have to basically work with everyone, right? Like our communities are diverse in political ideology and, sexual orientation, gender, and walks of life, religion. Like we're bringing everyone together. And so it's this monumental task of how do we make it to where everyone feels safe, regardless of who they are. And for me, it's always started with resources, because we can't just outright eliminate people from our community, right? Because we have a product to sell. At the end of the day, we are a tool to help make money. That is what we are. So it starts with resources, and I've always said I think Discord has done a great job with their trust and safety landing page on their website. And I've always believed that providing those resources is a good first step in creating a safe community for a game or for a product like Remag. Letting people know that, hey, these are the resources that we have for you should something happen. On top of that, it's building out one of the best moderation teams humanly possible. So that you have coverage in your community wherever it may live, around the clock. And that has always been a top priority for me, is understanding that our moderation team is probably more important to this safe space than I am. They are the ones that are boots on the ground, seeing everything that comes through, while I'm just gathering feedback, and I'm talking to people, and I'm hosting events, and I'm doing all 47 roles that come with being a community manager. So it's resources and moderation for me in terms of creating and fostering a safe space for everyone, right? Obviously, we have our community guidelines, what you can say, what you can't say, what you can do, what you can't do. And we will take action if you are being a big turd in that community, right? And we will, right? I will not hesitate to remove someone from a community for breaking our guidelines or for just being a bad person. So for me, like, as a community manager, it's so hard, but at the end of the day, it's also so easy to do it if you just provide the resources and you moderate effectively. You also let everyone know that, hey, there are people from all walks of life. Watch your language. Don't say this. Don't be a phobe of any kind. It's pretty easy to keep your community on the straight and narrow with like those two simple things. And that's what with Remag specifically, I've put so much time and effort into, is like, hey, we want to be accepting of people of all walks of life, but you all have to agree to be civil and to respect one another and understand that people are different. And if you can't see that, then you don't have a home with us.
I think that's really important. I think it's always good to hear. I think the point you made around moderators, boots on the ground, I think is vitally important. We've seen in previous guises, whether it through Facebook or other platforms, we've seen examples where the challenge of language barriers and misinterpretations, or okay, so half the team, the moderation team's out in Asia, but how does that relate to sort of being LGBTQ? And it's sort of, there's always that challenge.
Can I quickly add in?
Yes.
I think it's so interesting. Y'all were speaking about studying to become an educator. I got my master's degree a couple months ago, but my first 2 semesters, I was getting my master's degree. I was studying education. I literally was about to go into education. But honestly, when you think about education, my mom's a teacher, and I talked to her a lot about how, I manage communities online. And she's like, managing communities is kind of what teachers do. My classroom is a community itself. And my job is to manage that community. So I think that is what gears us as people who love to like create safe spaces for people. It gears us to creating safe spaces for these kids as they learn, as they grow. And I think that is the most important time to have a space where you feel safe, is during the years that you are growing up, because those are the years that help you become the adult that you are. But yes, I think that
incredibly true.
That's the common thing between all of us, and why we might gear towards education a little bit.
Yeah. My mom and both my sisters are teachers, all in the same school district. And I actually bounce a lot of my community ideas off of them because of what you're talking about. Like they are so ingrained in what community management is. It's just a different style of it. So I get so many good ideas from them. It's invaluable, the advice I still get from my mother at the age of 35. So I love it.
I love that folks are bringing up teaching and its relation to community management, because I literally just got a hotline call for my job. So my day job, I manage a crisis hotline, and our hotline serves LGBTQ survivors of violence, right? But I digress. The reason why I bring it up is because so much of community management and teaching and creating a safer spaces, a lot of it is not just working with marginalized communities or underserved populations. It's also working with people who cause harm, right? And that's not talked about enough, right? Because most people won't even self-identify as a person who's caused harm, right? But when you're talking about systems of oppression, we're not just talking about creating safer spaces for marginalized individuals. We're also talking about what tools are available for education, awareness, and like referrals, next steps, this and that, and the third, for people who do have power and privilege or proximity thereof. And what does it look like when you will also want them to utilize your services and be a part of your spaces while kind of informing someone, maybe for the first time, you're causing someone harm and here's why.
Yeah.
Chris-
Okay.
Oh, sorry. No, really quickly on that point. I think so true. Sorry, we're just getting carried away now. But yeah, I can't remember if it was SP or Rafi that said it, but the point of you can't make a safe space for everybody. There do have to be some people that get reprimanded or get, excluded if they are not participating in the very clearly laid out expectations. And like laying 100% Rafi, like dealing with those people that struggle to participate by making sure that the guidelines are as clear as they possibly can. Now we're saying make the guidelines as clear as they possibly can be, and also communicating it in a way that isn't necessarily condemning, but rather, okay, this is our expectation. You participate or you don't. And quite often you can turn people onto a better path that way. I don't know, just really interesting.
No, it's totally true. And the funniest thing is, like, I was about to cut this segment out because obviously I was just making sure that Rafi was okay. But actually, we've ended up saying some really good, glorious things. So it's the wonder of live panels. I'm going to keep it in. So I'm going to come to you, Nell, because we've been talking a lot about safe platforms. We've obviously been sort of teasing the idea of Remag. Talk to us about Remag. Give us the pitch. It's a brand new app available right now in the US and Canada. Go.
So yeah, Remag is a new social app for people who love games, not just gamers. Found out a lot of people don't identify as gamers, so it's just for people who love video games. And tabletop games. We're not excluding tabletop here, not in this household. But it is a way to meet like-minded enjoyers of video games and tabletop games across the globe. You did say right now we're only available in North America, but there are multiple facets to it. How many times have you been playing a game like Destiny or Diablo and you're like, man, I really wish I had someone to play with? Well, Remag is aiming to solve that problem in a variety of ways. One, we have Team Up, which is a way for you to create a profile and then pair you with people who like the same types of games. And if you match, you then can become friends. So kind of like just a way to find friends. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to play games together, but a way to find people who enjoy the same things you do. And then we also have LFG, Looking for Group, where for basically any game, you can create an LFG for whatever you want to do, whatever time you want to do it, and people can request to join it. And so if you want to go raid in Destiny, you can open it up, find 5 people, and then boom, hop in voice chat in an app and go do your raid. Aside from that, it is also it's a social platform. Let's be honest. So there's a place for you to obviously post your thoughts, whether it's like on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram. Also a place to hone your skills as a gamer. We have a very finely curated learning module that kind of helps you learn and, kind of get the hang of some of the biggest games out there. So at its core, it's a way to find people that enjoy the same games as you across the globe once we go global.
I love that. I love the sound of it. I think it's really important. I think it's an amazing opportunity in a space between somewhere between Facebook groups, Discord, a little bit of Twitter, some training platforms, etc. We've obviously been talking a lot about safety. So what makes Remag a safe online platform?
A couple things. So one thing I didn't mention is in the app we have communities, so you can live in your own community and create it and be joined by like-minded individuals. Think of them as a very focused Discord server on the app itself, where you can meet people and post and match up and play games together. But on for a true safety aspect, built a top tier moderation team. That was like the first thing I did whenever I I got here and I started working on Remag, was making sure that our moderation team was, top of the class. Like, we wanted to be the best. With some pretty strict community guidelines. There are a lot of things you can't do on Remag, and that's by design so that everyone can feel at home and welcomed on the platform. And then we're building out a resource list. So to let people know that, hey, if you're having problems, this is where you can go. And then another big thing that we didn't think is a safety portion is when you join Remag, you can't actually upload a profile picture. You have to create an avatar within our system to kind of create your gamer identity on Remag itself. And it was actually talking to Espy and Coco Confession at GCX this year that we realized that this is actually a good safety measure for people to curb harassment based on someone's appearance. And in doing so, we have actually started working on expanding that so that there are more options for people so that you can feel safe on Remag. We also have a moderation tool that kind of uses some algorithm to filter the way people talk and see what people are saying on the app, and hold posts based on what it learns and what it sees and how people change the language that they're using. If they go from talking English to leet speak, and do the kids still call it leet speak? I don't know. So there's multiple facets to what make Remag safe, but I think the top two are, one, we have the avatar system to curb harassment based on appearance, and our moderation team is on the platform 24/7, monitoring what goes through, what's said, and taking action based on our very in-depth community guidelines.
I love all of that, and I think it's really important to point out at this point that by the time this panel airs, fingers crossed, there will be a Gayming with a Y, our own community on there. And I think it's really important to point out as well, while we're sort of sat obviously in the presence of Rafi from NYC Gamers, and there's other gaming groups all around the world as well, that this is a tool that those IRL groups can utilize for their own community as well.
Very much so. I think about my Destiny clan is going to be using it to plan events. It's a way to stay connected in a very online world that we live in today. And I think that's one of the reasons that drew me to it whenever I was interviewing here, is because, I play World of Warcraft and a lot of my friends don't. Most of my friends play Destiny and play Diablo. They're the looter shooter subgenre. So I was like, oh, great. So I can find more people to play World of Warcraft that also think and act like I do. This is really cool.
I think as well, the thing I've seen in the preview that we had a nice little hand in developing as well is that people there's rings around the avatar that people can kind of personalize. You can kind of earn and get extra rings and kind of really personalize who you are. And one of them is I believe there's two options for the full Pride Progress flag ring as well, that kind of Natalie animates and spins around your profile, which is really super cool too. So I think on top of all of that, just really quickly, I think we've spoken about it obviously, but just to kind of wrap it up on the Remag front, why then should people be joining Remag in confidence?
This is the $1 million question, but I firmly believe that's like the marketing question, right? No, I firmly believe that at Remag, we're creating a safe place for all people to not only express themselves, but to find new friends in the gaming space. If anyone's like I used to be, I didn't have a lot of friends. It was games that introduced me to the three people I now call my best friend. And this makes that step from not really having anyone to finding those friends a little bit easier. Instead of a random queue or joining a random Discord server, it's finding people who love the things that you love, while also creating a safe space for everyone to be online and to have a good time and to be a home in between your lobbies in games.
And we should point out that Remag is gamer backwards. Which took me quite a while took me quite a little bit of time to pick up on, and I think it's just dawned on Espy as well.
No, But yeah, if you were worried or you're trying to find people to play games with, or you're just trying to find friends, know that we have created a safe space for everyone to come and play games and just be themselves. You can share your achievements and brag about how good you are to your friends. Or if you're not that great, you can go into the learning module and get better via Remag. You can post about your accomplishments. You can find new friends. You can schedule a raid or just schedule a Minecraft play session, whatever suits your fancy. Remag is a home, like I said, in between your lobbies.
Brilliant. Well, I'll definitely see you in the learning zone because I am terrible at most of the games. Remag is currently available to download, as we said, in the US and Canada. And for anyone that joins before the end of October and joins the gaming community on the platform, you could be in with a chance of winning an Xbox Series X in our giveaway. So we'll see you on Remag. Thank you, wonderful panelists. You've been fantastic. One last question to you all, which is a really easy one, which is where can people find you or your work or both online? So I'm going to start with you, Gemma.
So you can follow Raw Fury as a company on Twitter and Instagram. It's just at Raw Fury. And me personally, I'm very chaotic. I avoid any branding, but feel free to follow my insane person tweets at Gemathy. Truly, I just tweet about what I'm eating for lunch. So if you want to know what I ate for lunch today, follow me at Gemathy on Twitter.
What was it for lunch today, by Nicola?
I had a bagel with some cheese and some ham, and I toasted it in some butter. Oh my God. Oh, it was so good. It was so good.
Sounds good. Thank you. Rafi?
Y'all can find me anywhere on social media at Rafi Regulus, all one word. Or you can follow NYC Gamers at official NYCG.
Brilliant. And SB?
I totally lost my cursor just now. And I think that quite sums up me as a person. You can find me literally on all social media at SB Simone, ESPESYMONE. I spend a lot of time on Twitch. I tweet a lot of random things. I just recently got a companion pass for Delta. So now I get to fly the world for a very low price. So you can join me as I just tweet about all of the random things that I'm doing, like a podcast at 3 a.m. In Japan, where I literally just landed not even 12 hours ago. So come hang out with me.
Appreciate that. And now finish us off.
Yeah, so you can find Remag at remag.gg. That is our website. There you'll find links to our Discord, Instagram, and Twitter page. If you want, you can join the Discord and provide us with valuable feedback to help guide the direction of the app. If you're looking for my chaos, you can find me on all platforms at Nelstar15. I usually just tweet about my stupid thoughts in American football. So that's kind of where I live right now since it's football season. Yeah.
Brilliant. Very good. Once again, get down, if you're in the US and Canada, I should say, get downloading Remag. We'll see you on the platform. And with that, it's back to the studio.
So a really big thank you to all of our wonderful panelists there. Remag sounds like such an awesome platform, and it's going to be a really, really cool way to connect with other gamers in our community. Make sure you download it right now, right this minute, grab those exclusive Pride rings, and be in with a chance of winning that Xbox Series X. So Veronica, I have a question for you. I have a couple of questions actually.
Oh, do tell, do tell.
Do you love wrestling?
Do I love wrestling? I don't mind a bit of wrestling every now and again. I mean, I love a wrestling singlet.
I love as well. Do you love dating sims?
I've never played one, but from the previous segment, I'm definitely going to try my hand at one. Yeah.
So don't you wish there was a wrestling dating sim?
Wow, wouldn't that be a fierce combination? my mind's already running wild with the possibilities.
I know, there's so many different ways that could go, right?
Yeah. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, the cogs are turning. I can see. Yeah.
What's that wrestling move called? Is it called like a full Nelson or something like that?
It is now.
I'm just thinking of a combination of like WWE mixed with like dinner and a date. You know, where they throw each other over the tables.
That kind of sounds like the dream.
Oh.
I was gonna say someone else's dream. But I'm like, now that I think about it, that sounds like my dream.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
I think the only thing that I could wrestle is like maybe my pillow at night.
Talking about, like, I literally wrestle with my sheets like every single time.
Yeah.
Changing it over, like, yeah. So that's as far as I'll go. But the sound of like a dating sim and like wrestling, not two things you think would often go together. But
I mean, sometimes the oddest combinations make the most sense.
I think so too. Well, even though you haven't played a dating sim, maybe this is the one for you. So I'm going to say, wish no more, wish no further, because we have Wrestling with Emotions from Prismatica Games coming up next. I think we should check out this amazing game. Take a look and convert you over to the dating sim side.
Oh, well, yeah. Can't wait to see
do it.
Hi, I'm Hot Potato.
And I'm Showbiz.
And we're coming to you live from the Cuddle Dome
for Gayming Live. We're here to bring you the inside scoop on the world's hottest pro wrestler dating sim, Wrestling with Emotions.
Today, we've got the exclusive from the best damn developers in the game. Over to you, Cat and Ben Laserbeam.
Hi, I'm Ben.
And I'm Catherine. Thank you for joining us for this special Gayming Live presentation for our upcoming game, Wrestling with Emotions.
New Kid on the Block.
Wrestling with Emotions New Kid on the Block is an alternative dating sim, where the dates are red-hot wrestling matches and your love interests are a diverse cast of surreal muscle waves. Take on the role of a rookie brawler that's just landed their dream gig. Hold your ultimate wrestler with our over-the-top character creator. Travel through Cuddle Town pumping up your meat stats, muscle, elegance, attitude, and theatrics. Then, carve a truly unique path through a story that wrestles with themes of identity, freedom of choice, and chosen family. With no wrong choices and mountains of charm, New Kid on the Block offers players a joyful adventure that flips the dating sim genre on its head and powerbombs it through a ringside table.
Wrestle Report. Stay informed, stay ahead, knock 'em dead.
That's right, Showbiz. Speaking of knocking him dead, let's meet the formidable team Laserbeam.
Hi everyone, I'm Ben. I do art, music, and game design.
I'm Crystal, and I'm the producer.
I'm Catherine, and I do writing and music.
I'm Kirsten from Team Laserbeam, and I work on the game design, the art, and the code for Wrestling with Emotions too.
My name is Alex, and I'm one of the writers.
Hi, I'm Natalie, a programmer on Wrestling with Emotions.
Hi, I'm Jay. I do music.
My name is Mars, and I am a writer.
Hi, my name's Junior Laidley, and I do sound and audio design for the game.
Hi, my name is Katie, and I do art and animation on Wrestling with Emotions too.
My favourite character is King Pretty Guy, for the sole reason that King Pretty Guy has the best entrance music.
My favourite character in Wrestling with Emotions would definitely be Matsuri. I've loved her from the beginning. I just love her character design. I think she's super feisty, bubbly, sassy. I just love her.
We've created all of these characters to be super lovable, but my favorite wrestler in Wrestling with Emotions 2 has to be Freak Show. They're just super weird, super fun, and I think they're a mega cutie.
My favorite character from the game is the one I'm writing, King Pretty Guy. This character is based on my worst ex, and they're a problematic fave. Like, they're very charismatic but very self-absorbed. So, in a nutshell, this character is for anyone who ever looked at a man and thought, I can fix him. Spoiler alert, you can't.
My favourite character in the game would have to be Major Malfunction. They're so laid back, always cracking jokes, making life easy for the player.
My favorite character has to be Irresistible Steve. I'm biased because I write for Irresistible Steve, but I just like his whole character arc. I like that he's hiding behind this bravado. I think he's a cutie pie.
Freak show. They're so green, they're a goober, really cute and cuddly and strange.
Radical Ray, mainly because when I was asking what the team needed for a theme tune, think Vanilla Ice with added excitement. So I ended up doing a silly radical.
My favorite character, by far, and possibly the best character ever drawn, is Lawrence. Go look at them. They have the most amazing smile and the most piercing eyes. Beautiful.
I would definitely go on a date with Arms. They're silly Billy, silly goose. I just want that positive energy in my life. Like, it's not going to be easy because Arms doubts himself a lot, but so do I. So maybe we can grow together. I'd probably take him out on a corny romantic movie night so we could cry together because I love crying.
I'd have to say Matsuri, solely because, you know, the musician side of things, we can talk about guitars and tattoos.
Irresistible Steve. The nipple ring, the hair, the permanent winking.
It would be Steve because of the nipple ring. If I could take Steve on a date anywhere, it would be to Hot Shop to get our nails done because I got to draw the nails and I know what's coming and they're so cool.
I would ask Matsuri out on a date. I think she's a total babe and super cool. And I'd take her out to our in-game ramen shop, Soupy Nudes. I can never eat enough ramen.
I'd go on a date with Freak Show. Freak Show has a lot of hidden depth and is quite cute to boot. I take Freak Show on a date to the aquarium. The jellies and fishes are quite mesmerizing and I think Freak Show would fit in quite well there.
I would 100% take Arms on a date. He's just such a goofy and lovable character, so kind-hearted and simple-minded.
Very likely to go on a date with Outburst. Again, I'm biased because I write for Outburst, but she just seems like someone who would take me on a fun date, you know. I would take Outburst maybe paragliding. She just seems like someone who likes adventure and is a bit of an adrenaline junkie.
My dream date would be with Outburst. Outburst isn't from Earth, so I think she'd be a fun and exciting date to have. Everything would be new and novel and exciting. So I would take her to a haberdashery or to a hardware store.
Who would I have on my tag team? 100% Grampy. He's good looking, he's still got hair, he's got experience, we love that. And Grampy's just magical. There's something behind those eyes.
Again, I would probably say Freak Show. I just really like Freak Show. Like, they're just like, they're weird. Cute and have the little, like, on their shoulder, the little face.
I'm probably gonna say Arms because they are hench.
Outburst, she's the biggest and most badass character in the game, which would help a lot with looking after me because I'd probably be horrible in a wrestling ring.
I'd include Matsuri on my tag team. She's bad, she's powerful, and will distract everyone with her fabulous aura while I sneak attack from the background.
I'd choose Grampy to be on my tag team. Grampy is a wily old fox. He wouldn't have lasted as long as he had done without a few tricks up his sleeve.
My finishing move would be called Desert Mayhem Mirage, and it involves throwing a handful of pocket sand into my opponent's face.
I'm not too sure what my finishing move would be called, but I can imagine it would be something like the camel clutch.
The name of my finishing move would be the Torpedo Somersault Sentence.
I don't know, but it would involve these.
The name of my finishing move would be Coming Down Hard.
My finishing move would be the Shell Pink Jaguar, which would involve lots of flying through the air and making lots of noise, just like my favorite guitar.
Cowgirl Twist. That's a better name, I think.
My finishing move is called Thoughts of Imminent Death. What happens is we turn on Neon Genesis Evangelion, and then I do a very silly dance while my opponent starts having an uncontrollable existential crisis and they lie down and they give up. And I win because I'm immune to this stuff.
What a good-looking, intelligent, and magnetic bunch of people. This game is most definitely unlike anything we've ever witnessed in the Cuddle Dome.
Wrestle Report. News done right. Unlike those suckers at Muscle Slam Worldwide.
Whoa, easy there, Hot Potato. Find your peaceful place.
Okay. Well, speaking of places, let's switch over to Kirsten Laserbeam in our special segment, Bringing Cuddletown to Life.
As an artist, I mainly work on the 3D backgrounds of the game, a pretty unique element of our lovely dating sim. I originally started working for Team Laserbeam as an intern, and Ben gave me the job of producing these 3D environments as references for them to illustrate the backgrounds. But as soon as we combined the 2D characters with the 3D renders, we loved how they looked. We quickly ditched the idea of redrawing all the backgrounds and decided to bring Cuddletown to life in 3D. To show off our process, let's look at the office of MC Manny McMahon. To start, Ben smashed together this really rough placeholder. Based on this, I modeled the first version of Manny's office. Right away, we were really excited by how Ben's 2D illustrations were feeling in the 3D office, but we thought we could make the space feel a lot more engaging by making the office bigger and adding a more dynamic perspective. I remodeled the office, which, after a lot of love and hard work, turned out like this. After I render out our backgrounds, a last step is adding animated elements. For Manny's office, we added some subtle light rays to make the space feel more atmospheric. We hope that these details, the lighting, and carefully placed objects all contribute to drawing players in and make them feel part of our crazy wrestling world.
Now, those are some places I wouldn't mind visiting, if you know what I mean.
I have no idea what you mean.
Let's visit some real-life places with real-life Laserbeam. Crystal.
I'm about to tell you about one of my favorite parts of the game. Solo dates. Now, when you're a new kid on the block, things can get quite intense with all the training and flirting and shaking things up at the Cuddle Dome. Luckily, solo dates are there. You can take yourself out, pause, reflect, and really get in touch with your inner wrestler. To test this out, I'm going to take myself on a date in my neighborhood. So come with me to some of my favorite solo date spots. Let's see how it goes. Snow Cones is one of the hottest chill zones in Cuddletown, but I'm popping into my local ice cream spot. The sweetest thing about working with Team Laserbeam is that our group is so diverse. We span 3 continents and wildly divergent life experiences. And there's a piece of us in every pixel. Papa Park is Cuddletown's local dog park. This is where you go for your cuddle fix when human company simply won't do. And I can relate, going out on my own, wrestling with every kind of emotion at both ends of the leash. And sometimes I just need to go outside to appreciate how much place influences the things we create. The Wrestling with Emotions universe has this distinctive character because the virtual world that we created is molded by the experiences we have in the physical world. Before I go on, Pastry Pete's in Cuddletown prompted my final solo date spot. So I'm quickly popping into this lovely bakery for a nibble. The neighborhood recently set up this wonderful outdoor gallery wall for local artists to show off their work. Where was I? Oh, yes. Place. So for example, just over half of Team Laserbeam lives and works here in South Africa. It's quite a special place to make games, and while it might not be glaringly obvious, our game sparkles with hints of South African flavor. South Africa's game dev scene is relatively new. We started out with small groups of enthusiasts and we were powered by this do-it-ourselves gumption. We learned by experimenting and we built friendships as we grew. And this spirit lives on in the work that we do today. So my jaunt into town was a solo experience, but it definitely wasn't a lonely one. I was reminded that this game is what happens when an assortment of inspired people get together and to pour their imaginations into something wonderful. And in turn, this game inspired me to take myself on a date and to see the familiar with fresh appreciation. I can't wait for you to experience solo dates in the game for yourself. But in the meantime, become a new kid on your block again. Treat yourself to a solo date.
Beautiful stuff, Crystal. I certainly wouldn't mind a chance to eat an ice cream by myself.
You do that every night in your bathroom, Hot Potato.
Let's catch up with programmer Nat Laserbeam for a quest for the perfect match.
We're making a wrestling game. or rather a game about wrestling. And it wouldn't be much of a wrestling game about wrestling without the wrestling in the game. One of the biggest challenges has been the matches. We want matches to feel visceral, really capturing the highs and lows of the moments in the ring. To achieve this, we've been building a card-based mini-game, which has been difficult on two fronts. First is that we're using Rempi, which is an engine designed for dating sim and visual novels. So bending it to our will has been an interesting challenge. Everything from input and controller interactions to dealing animations and effects needs to be polished and work the way players expect. The second challenge has been that we wanted to be easy to be picked up. After all, matches are important moments in the game, but they're still part of a larger whole. It also needs depth, so that the personalities of the various characters shines through, and that players will want to play matches over and over again. To date, we built 3 prototypes, 1 paper and 2 digital versions of what we're calling the Matchmaker. We've iterated a lot and thrown away a lot of ideas to get it to where we are now, and we're still not done tweaking the design. We've learnt a lot in the process, and from other games too. We're very excited about the Matchmaker and hope that'll be exciting for players too.
Fascinating stuff from Nat Laserbeam.
Wrestle Report, where stories unfold.
And now we chat with the dynamic Cat Laserbeam as she takes us through her creative process of writing Irresistible Steve and Outburst.
Writing for both Irresistible Steve and Outburst came from personal experience. For Irresistible Steve, I wanted a character that kind of hid his insecurity and discomfort with himself behind bravado. And as a performer, I have a little bit of insight into that. And I wanted to give Steve a kind of redemption arc in his story for the players to get to know Steve and understand that that is just a front. Also, in terms of the look for Steve, when Ben and I first spoke about it, we wanted him to look kind of sleazy, and so we went with this kind of like greasy 1980s pop star look. A little bit of Lionel Richie, to be honest, but we wanted him to have this kind of like ladies' man look, but also like a little bit kind of greasy and sleazy looking. Then for Outburst, again, a character that came from personal experience. As a black woman and as a queer woman, Outburst's story really reflects a lot of kind of the inner struggles that one has with wanting to stand up for causes you believe in, but also being perceived as very angry when those causes are very real and tangible to your own lived experience. So for Outburst, again, we wanted to give her a lot more depth and really explore like where that was rooted. It was really fun writing for both of those characters. I had such a great time. It was nice to explore humor juxtaposed against actually some serious topics. So to use humor as a tool to dismantle what we think about these characters was lots of fun. And I really hope you guys enjoy it.
I love it! We bring you every story at every angle.
That's right, Hot Potato. Now let's hear from Ben about the music from Wrestling with Emotions 2.
Hi, I'm Ben from Team Laserbeam. Today I'd like to tell you about the soundtrack for our upcoming game, Wrestling with Emotions, New Kid on the Block. Team Laserbeam is a video game band that came together to make short, aggressively cute games designed to make people laugh and punch them in the feels. With New Kid on the Block, our agenda is the same, but the game is now really, really huge, with a supersized soundtrack to match it. To create this monster soundtrack, Team Laserbeam grew to include 4 composers in the band. They are Junior Laidley, aka Fridge Poetry, Jason Sutherland, aka Drift Prism, Catherine Pretorius, aka Dope St. Jude, and me, Ben Rausch, aka Videogenic. So how big is WWE 2 soundtrack? It's really big. We have a theme song for your weirdo boss, MC Manny McMahon. Unique theme songs for all 7 of the game's dateable superstars. Songs for the various locations spread across Cuddletown. Themes for individual wrestling events. And a broad spread of tunes designed to match the extreme emotional depth of WWE 2's epic story. From the excitement of being in the ring to laid-back moments of relaxation, to the heart-pounding anticipation of being on a first date. Music plays a key role in taking our players on an emotional roller coaster, unlike anything they've played before. With the game still in development, we're still writing new songs for WWE 2, but it's already shaping up to be a heavyweight stable of tunes. It's been a delight to see how well these songs are hitting home for players of the game's demo, and we really can't wait for people to hear all the other bops we've been making for them. From myself and the whole gang at Team Laserbeam, thank you so much for checking out this quick intro to the music of Wrestling with Emotions, New Kid on the Block. Stay awesome. Bye!
Music to my ears.
You don't have ears, hot potato.
Oh no.
He's gonna pop.
Let's groove now with June Laserbeam as he takes us on a musical journey around Cuddledome.
When I'm working on a scene, I'll typically play the scene, work out with the characters what the script is about, and then kind of write to that. And it can come from anywhere. It can come from just jamming in my house. For example, me and my daughter the other day were just playing guitar together, and we just started going over this melodicness, and after that we played the game for a bit, and we were like, that guitar jam we did the other day will go really well. So this is just a typical example of how things come to fruition just out of nowhere, but it's a bit like this. That's just a small snippet, but I guess I'll show you the final product. Here it is.
My goodness, those beams are talented.
Indeed they are, hot potato. Music, and now even the arts?
Let's talk to Kate Laserbeam about the artwork of Wrestling with Emotions 2.
Hey guys, Katie here. We've been making some amazing mini games. They've been so much fun to make, and I'm so excited for everyone to play them. Okay, so you come in as an amateur wrestler and you want to obviously level up your meat, your muscles, your elegance, your attitude, your theatrics, because that's what makes a pro wrestler. And you want to hang out with the other pro wrestlers, the dreamboats, like Steve and King Pretty Guy, and all the hot hotties. So, the mini games that we've made help you level up. The one that I'm going to take you through now is a hand customizer. We're going to go to Hot Shop, and we're going to get our nails done. Let's go in. We're going in to get our nails done. Okay, how amazing is this? You start off with your clean set of beautiful, beautiful real estate. Your nails and your hands. Start off with our nails. We've got flat colors, right? If you're a simple, you like the simple things in life. Sparkles? You want sparkles? A little bit of jazz? We've got sparkles. It's fine. My favorites are the special nails. These were the most fun to draw. We've got some stickers. We've got claws. We've got a little bit of fun for everyone. We've got jelly beans. And we've got cats. You can also get tats, which we love. You can get fingers, hands, and arms. You can go wild. You can absolutely go wild. Okay, rings were so much fun to make. So we have different rings for each different finger. You can mix and match. We're gonna go with skulls here because we're badass. Simple, perfect. We've got chains. We've got chains for the people who are a little bit out there. We've got skulls. Actually, everything's out there. You know what? Look at this. Candy is such a good one. This is my favorite though. Double watch. Double watches. Double watches. I think we look good. I think we're ready to wrestle. We look amazing. We're done! Thanks, guys. Thanks for watching. And very excited for you to get to play and make your own hands. I'm very excited to see what everybody comes up with. Okay, bye.
Simply incredible. Such talent, such grace. Excuse my editorial sniffle, but wow.
Now let's hear from an out-of-this-world talent, Mars.
Okay, hi, from Portland, or just outside of Portland, Oregon. I am currently in a garden, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about my role in New Take. So I wrote for Matsuri and Freak Show, and the story for them is inspired by my own life. I have spent most of my life playing music. So for Matsuri, she used to be in a punk band, and now she found this other thing that she really loves. She's torn between these two passions. And I'm a Gemini, so I have not just two, I have so many. And so that's where that story comes from. A classic Gemini story. And then for Freak Show, my inspiration was sort of a similar thing, drawing from my own life of just having sort of this more acceptable persona or behavior that's more expected of you, but that's not really who you are inside, and that's not, there's something else. There's parts of your personality that you are sort of protecting. And as a trans person, as a queer person, yeah, there's parts of me that I have to hide to kind of be more palatable. There's a part of you, your soul, that you want to express. And that's kind of what Freak Show's story is about, which is also about my story. And I hope that makes any sense, and thank you.
Wow, what an explosive program.
I am just gobsmacked.
Well, I guess all good things need to come to an end.
I'm Showbiz.
And I'm Hot Potato. And this has been Wrestle Report. Over to you for the last time, Ben and Kat.
Thank you, Gaming Live viewers, for joining us for this inside scoop on Wrestling with Emotions 2. Bye!
We hope you enjoyed our special presentation for Wrestling with Emotions. We poured so much love and joy into making this game, and we couldn't be more stoked with how it's all coming together. We can't wait for people to experience all the absurd humor and heartwarming surprises that we've crammed into this thing. If you liked what you saw, please powerbomb that wishlist button on Steam. Or check out the free demo if you'd like a hands-on sneak peek of Wrestling with Emotions, New Kid on the Block.
Hello and welcome to this Wrestling with Emotions New Kid on the Block developer discussion. I'm Robin, and today I'm joined by Kirsten, Ben, and Kat from Team Laserbeam. Welcome all.
Hiya.
So let's jump right in. Wrestling and dating sims are quite unique genres on their own. So what challenges did you face in merging these two seemingly disparate genres?
So yeah, dating sims and wrestling games, or the world of wrestling, do seem like very kind of polar opposites in a lot of ways, but I think in a lot of ways they're also really similar. And so our original proof of concept for this thing was the original Wrestling with Emotions, Quest for the Perfect Match, which we created back in 2015. And that kind of just showed us that it was kind of a very exciting space actually to explore this idea of sort of relationships and intimacy through the lens of a wrestling promotion. As we decided that we were going to make a much bigger, way more elaborate sequel, we did run into a lot of interesting challenges, how do the actual fights work, or what are the dates? Are they actual dates, or are they dates in the ring? And what are the personalities of these characters like? The original game was a speed dating game, so you were just speed dating your way through these wrestlers and trying to figure out who you would match with. And with the new game being way bigger, there was this question of well, are these people the characters that they're playing, or is there someone beneath that? So yeah, we did in wanting to create a much bigger Wrestling with Emotions game run into a lot of interesting challenges and questions, but I think we found cool answers to all of that stuff. So for example, the dates are wrestling matches. You can go on dates and eat ice cream and stuff, but the main focus of the game is those intimate stories are told in the wrestling ring. The matches are real; they're not staged. They're actual, combats. And the personalities of these characters kind of vary depending on the personalities of the people themselves. So some people, like Arms, our barbarian sweetheart, what you see is what you get. He's just like basically a huge wild creature. And then someone like Freak Show presents themselves as this weird, like unintelligible swamp monster, but they're actually like super smart and really eloquent, and the fans don't get to see that, but you as the player do by growing close to them.
Nice, I love that. Kirsten, did you have any specific challenges in your
Yes.
role?
Not necessarily challenges, but Wrestling with Emotions 2 has the dating sim convention of becoming desirable to other characters while also developing your stats as a wrestler. There's a sort of like harmony between the two. In our game, there's plenty of freedom. There's plenty of room for freedom of expression. It's not as punishable as other dating sims, where if you're not a certain way, you won't be as desirable to dateable characters. In Wrestling with Emotions, you can become the wrestler that you want to be and also be with the person that you want to be with.
I love that.
Yeah.
So tell us about the character creation process. What were the sort of key traits and personalities that you wanted to capture?
Yeah, so again, this sort of started back with the original Wrestling with Emotions, which we created initially just as like an 8-hour game jam. We just linked up with some friends of ours, and we just used to make games on Saturdays and see what kind of a broken mess you make in the space of 8 hours. And so that was the origin point of this whole kind of world and stuff, was just this like really small burst of creative energy, which was not very well considered or well thought out at all. We were just like, well, whatever makes us laugh is going straight into the game. So we landed up with stuff like Radical Ray, who's this like real try hard, like, yo, kids, what's going on? Like, that typical 90s corporate cool kid. Arms, which I mentioned, is kind of like a mix between Conan the Barbarian and Ultimate Warrior. Freak Show, who's this kind of like toxic crusader swamp person that doesn't make any sense. So that was sort of where it started. And I think there was like some really cool characters that came through, but as I say, it wasn't very well considered. So as we started then making plans to do a way more elaborate sequel, create a world that people could really get lost in, we started being a lot more introspective and kind of critical of like, who are these core characters? What is their deal? Like what depths are there, and why should they be appealing to players? So we kind of axed a bunch of the characters that we thought were less interesting, or that were a bit more like one note, or that we didn't really want to explore further. And we're left with like a reduced selection of characters from the original game. And we also wanted to have like good diversity and representation in the game, which, hadn't been a consideration with the original game. And so it became like super important to us that within these 7 dateable characters, that it was as diverse as possible. And that also meant then, of course, we were going to have to bring on extra writers and work with other people and bring different perspectives into the story. So that was where Catherine was one of the people that I roped in, where I was like, come make this video game with me.
Yeah.
And we just had like a very like pivotal moment early on in the process, where one of the new characters that I knew, that I had an idea for, was a character who was kind of like in the ring seemed like this absolute beast, like this huge giant character. But outside of the ring, she was like really gentle and kind. And that was sort of inspired by people like Mount Fuji from Glow, or Andre the Giant from the olden days, who like, seemed like this really scary character, but then in person was actually very kind and gentle and supportive and loving. And so that was the kind of origin point for Outburst, but it kind of evolved drastically when Catherine and I were having a conversation around speaking up about stuff that you believe in, and how difficult that can be, and how important it is. And like that started like percolating, where we were like, oh, Outburst should totally be, her superpower should be that she like speaks her mind, and that's not painted in a negative way as like, oh, she's the angry woman, but that's this totally awesome thing. I don't know if you want to chat a bit more about Outburst's development.
Yeah, I think Ben covered a lot of it. We had a conversation over dinner about intersectionality, and that kind of like sparked the narrative for Outburst specifically. And so like Ben said, we wanted to have a character that in some ways was experiencing a kind of oppression in some ways, or being perceived a certain way, and what it's like to have that experience and how to navigate around those experiences. So that's basically the storyline of Outburst. She's this character from the planet Colossus, and so she's seen as an outsider, and people pick on her, and we used her story as a way to just to give people an insight into what that experience is like.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. Yeah. One last quick thing on the characters as well is that we did want to give them the potential to kind of have like an arc that the player could feel like they're involved in as well. And I think that's also became one of the central things that helped us round out those characters, is to be like, what are they dealing with? What are they fighting with? The story, you know, it's about your story as this character, but seeing that then reflected back through other characters, I think is very interesting as well.
So, Kirsten, in a dating sim, character interactions and choices are crucial. So can you share some examples of like the meaningful choices players will make in the game that impact both their romantic relationships?
Yeah, so each dateable character has a major internal conflict. If the player grows close enough to a character, they get the option of trying to help said character work through this conflict. For example, Matsuri left music for wrestling, and the player is presented with the choice to either encourage her to stay focused on wrestling or to reconnect with music.
I love that. Yeah. So, Ben and Kat, what are some of your favorite sort of meaningful those choices in the sort of romantic relationship space?
So yeah, choice is really important to us. It's really central in both like the mechanics and the narrative, and that it's the gameplay is essentially choice driven. It's about the things that you choose to do, but the story also heavily revolves around that idea of freedom of choice, of expressing yourself, of becoming the person that you want to be, and aligning yourself with the kind of people that you want to align yourself with. So I think early on in the game, we present players with this sort of challenge of like, you're the new kid, you're not supposed to step out of line, you're supposed to be on the sidelines and you're supposed to stay out of the spotlight. And this is very clear, and this is very much kind of in line with what it would be like as a new person joining a wrestling promotion. But the player is then given that opportunity of like, do you follow this, or do you kind of step out of line and catch someone when you're not supposed to catch someone, or say something when you're not supposed to say something? And there's a similar situation with like the relationships with the characters. Like, you're coming into this promotion right at the bottom, and your boss is like, don't talk to our superstars, they're totally out of your league, don't even look at them. You're obviously gonna want to like flirt with them and stuff, but like, you know, you're given that, you're placed in this situation where your choice seems like it's made for you, but you can kind of push back against that. I think that's a super interesting like space to be able to play around in, and to then have that reflected back at you of like, well, maybe this character, like let's say someone like King Pretty Guy, who's big on authority, is not going to be impressed by you, stepping out of line, where someone like Matsuri, who's like an absolute punk and doesn't care about that stuff at all, is going to think it's great if you act up and stuff.
I love all of those kind of choices. I think to me, it's like a really exciting kind of sandbox to play in, and then combine that all the wrestling pieces as well. It's just amazing. So the game has a real punk aesthetic. So how does the punk theme influence the game's narrative and the mechanics of it?
Yeah, so I think, punk is one of those things that different people will have different interpretations of what that means. And there's sort of like visual punk aesthetic, like you say, or like punk spirit, and like in terms of acting punk, or like for me, really personally, punk is about like doing your own thing, about like DIY attitudes, about community, about people sticking together and working together and fighting for a cooler, more awesome space to be in. And I think at its very best, that's what you see in punk scenes like all over, and all kinds of art that have been inspired by that, which it inspires us heavily with everything that we do with Team Laserbeam. And I think it filters back into the game in this similar way of like, it's all about being yourself. It's all about expressing yourself. It's all about being different. And we've gone to like pretty great lengths to try allow players the space to do that, which is often very unusual, I think, in sort of like visual novel or dating sim games, which tend to give the player choices, and you can pursue this character, you can pursue that character, but you're often fundamentally like the same person. You've given your character a name, or maybe like there's a character creator where you shape what they look like, but you don't really feel that sense of like, I'm shaping and directing the story based on the way that I want it to go. But there's also like, obviously, the technical limitations of that kind of thing. It's like, you can't create a game in which you can just do absolutely anything. And I think that's why often role-playing games fall so short. Digital role-playing games fall so short compared to, pen and paper role-playing games where you do have that freedom and agency. And for us, rather than, trying to sidestep that completely, we acknowledge it, and it ties back into the story of this thing of like, how much freedom do I have if I'm choosing between three options? And the player character is aware of this kind of thing, and we draw attention to that. And so I think really that sort of like that idea of like punk spirit, rebellion, forging your own path and building your own family is really core to the whole thing.
Kat, so Wrestling with Emotions is known for its humor. What are some of the funniest or most unexpected moments players can expect to encounter while playing the game?
I think first I have to say that you'll have to play the game to really get into the humorous moments. But I think the writing lends itself to being funny. The whole group of writers on the game, I think, have a fantastic sense of humor, and it's very much like watching a sitcom over a span of a few seasons when you get to know the characters and you kind of start having inside jokes with the characters. And so I think as you progress in the game, you start getting to know the characters more intimately, and you'll be like, oh, that's such a Steve thing to do, or that's such a Ray thing to say. So there are a lot of unexpected fun moments, and there's some pretty ridiculous moments where you walk in and someone's moonwalking or someone's breakdancing for no reason whatsoever. So it's kind of absurd, but it's fun and light, and I had a lot of fun sitting by myself on the computer and laughing at my own jokes while I'm writing for each of the characters.
Kirsten, what have been some of the sort of standout funny moments for you?
Yeah, there's some really awkward and amusing moments during your dates with the characters. For example, on your first date with Arms, he literally breaks through the walls because he's too big to fit through the door. And Freak Show, when you go on a date with Freak Show, he runs around with the dogs on all fours. So the writing is just brilliant. It makes for many, many funny moments.
So with the rise of indie games in general, what advice do you have for aspiring game developers who want to create unique and unconventional gaming experiences like Wrestling with Emotions?
I'm slightly reluctant. I'll chip in on that. I'm slightly reluctant to give anyone advice because I know things are difficult and people each face their own challenges, and what might have worked for us with Team Laserbeam might not work for someone else. But if I can give two little pieces of advice for people that are making games potentially at different points in that journey. First one is if you're starting out, a lot of people will tell you to make as many games as possible, which is super good advice. But I would add to that to say to ship as many games as possible, to just get projects like done. And that was totally the approach that we took. And again, that's just kind of like leaning into that punk thing of being like, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be charming and cool. We're not aiming at like AAA level, super polished stuff that looks like it came out of a computer. In fact, we're pursuing the opposite. We want something that feels handcrafted and personal. And if you lean into that kind of aesthetic and that sort of honesty, then it's easy to put yourself out there, or easier to put yourself out there, where it can be like really difficult sharing what you're doing. And I know a lot of people who've tried making games who are at it for years and years and don't put anything out there because they're holding themselves to a standard that's just not realistic for 1 or 2 or 3 people. So that's my first bit of advice, is to just like ship what you're doing. Even if it isn't perfect, just get it out there and get on to the next game. This is a good example of that. Of like the original Wrestling with Emotions was tiny and kind of crap, but like it opened the doorways for us making this much bigger, much more awesome game down the line. And if we hadn't shipped the original game, that idea would have just been left in a computer somewhere and no one would have seen it. And I think that the second piece of advice is that, like, if you have been at it for a while and you have put some stuff out there and found that you're connecting with people, that you feel like maybe there's an audience for what you're doing, be willing to bet on yourself. Like, this took me personally a really long time to get to that point where I was just like working a normal day job and just doing Team Laserbeam in the evenings and over the weekends, and getting to that point where I was like, okay, this is the best contribution I can make to the world. Like, I need to put everything I have into this. Because I was willing to bet on myself, I found other people willing to bet on me too. And now we're getting to make this beautiful game. And, you know, it's scary being on that ledge and needing to take that like leap and believe in yourself. And obviously the real world is designed to often not allow people to do what they want to do. But I think it's good to push yourself to step out of your comfort zone and to just, like, you know, like I say, bet on yourself.
Absolutely. Just jump in. Ben, indie game development often involves tight management of resources. So how did your team manage those resources effectively while maintaining the game's crazy creative vision?
So I think in part it comes from Team Laserbeam's roots as like a very little DIY project and embracing, you know, very handcrafted and scrappy aesthetics and stuff. It's allowed us to have like maximum creativity while actually getting stuff done. So it's, I think for us, very much about how we frame stuff and like what we're shooting for. For example, on the art, let's say there's a scene that I could spend like 3 days drawing it to get it looking absolutely perfect and, you know, look totally great. But that's not the Team Laserbeam way. The right way is to just like get it done and put it out there. And if it looks like kind of a mess, even better, you know? And I think that's really helped us as a team to just like embrace imperfection, embrace the fact that we're human beings, and lean into, like, you know, the fact that we're all a mess. So of course our game should look like a mess too. But we put a lot of love into it as well, I should say.
No.
we put heaps of love and care and effort into it, but it's finding that balance that makes it possible to do what we're doing, right?
Yeah. Kat, diversity and inclusivity are important topics in gaming. So you mentioned a little bit earlier about sort of how intersectionality is really important. So tell me a bit more about how you approach these aspects in the game's character roster and storytelling.
Yeah. So first of all, I think it was quite natural because the team is diverse in terms of our gender identities, our racial identities, and so on. So it was pretty natural for us to then write to those or have a diverse cast of characters that have different experiences. And then also we use a lot of metaphors in the game to give players the experience, like I mentioned earlier, of what it's like to live in different identities, and also to build empathy for the players, to understand other people's lived experiences. Even though we are using metaphors, there's still that element. And at the same time, it's also just kind of like leading by example. We want representation across the board, and so in the makeup of the team, and then also reflected in the game, it's just like trying to create the world we want to see.
Love that. I think it's really important. I think it's a great lesson for anybody to have. Like, if you have a diverse team, it will just make diverse games. I think starting from the kind of team up is really important. So lastly, just to wrap us up, can you share any kind of funny or memorable anecdotes from the development process that kind of highlights a bit more of this kind of quirky, archaic nature? Maybe Kirsten first?
Yeah, sure. We've had quite a few funny moments and bugs while developing this game. I've run into a few headless characters having conversations with me. We've seen an eyeless King Pretty Guy, which is a bit creepy, to say the least. Sometimes characters will appear on screen with just their legs showing and not their head and body. So, yeah, been some interesting moments.
Kat, you were going to say something, sorry.
Yeah, for me, I came on board as a guest writer, so I have no idea. I didn't have any idea of how to write for the game in the back end, but I got access to all the different tools, and I always feel like I am on the precipice of messing the entire game up because I don't have any real programming skills. So to be given this immense power. It's always like I always feel so nervous because I have to force recompile because I don't know what I'm doing, and I have to call and be like, did I just mess up the game? Did I just erase years of hard work? So that's been really funny for me.
I love it.
Yeah,
So
the current. Yeah.
Sorry, Ben.
No, I was going to say my current biggest hurdle is penis shoes. We have a boot customizer where you can customize your wrestling boots and have all these different boot styles in there. And in our previous game, Teenage Blob, the whole game revolved around going out to buy boots. And there were a pair of boots called the booty boots, which were just tiny little butts on the end of your feet, which from a front-on perspective looked very cute and charming. And I'm now trying to draw the booty boots from a top-down perspective where you see the boots and they just look like a bunch of dicks.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm dealing with at the moment.
The challenges of every indie game maker.
Yeah.
Wrestling with Emotions, New Kid on the Block is coming soon, and you can wishlist it now on Steam. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. This has been fantastic, beautifully archaic, just like the game itself. And now it's time to see the game in action, so let's go and check that out.
Hi besties, this is Juicebox from Season 1 of Canada's Drag Race and Twitch, and I am here to play a little bit of game with you for Gayming Live 2023. I'm going to be playing a little bit of Team Laserbeam's Wrestling with Emotions, New Kid on the Block. Now this is the demo version, so you can wishlist it right now if you want to play it, but I've got a very special preview of it for you today, and I'm really, really excited to get to play it. So why don't we get started? Let's get going. Let's get the 411. I'm sorry, on the game. Okay. So, there it is. Oh my god, I was just like, what did I do? Anyway, so here's the game. So, first of all, just to start off with, I love how pastel it is. I went with it's October now, so I did do an ookie spooky black lipstick kind of makeup, and I wish I didn't, because look at how bright and colorful this is. So it's cute, bright, colorful, very me, obsessed with it. But something that I really, really enjoy about this, before we start the game, I had to turn the volume down a little bit just so you guys could actually hear me. But look at how fun this is. If you see right here, you get to choose your pronouns for the game. So you could do he, him, she, her, or they, them. Super cool to be able to do that in the game, is actually choose your pronouns before you even start. So love that. Way to go. Snaps for Team Laserbeam's Wrestling with Emotions, New Kid on the Block. Obsessed. So without further ado, let's start the game. Okay. Back history, skip, auto save, Q save, Team Laserbeam. Okay, so I haven't played this. I haven't been prompted on how to play this. They just handed me the game and said go for the gold. So we're learning together. So here, we'll just start. So Team Laserbeam, hi. So this is Team Laserbeam. Hello. We're Team Laserbeam, and this is the demo for our upcoming pro wrestler cuddling sim. Wrestling with Emotions. So it's about cuddling? Okay. What you're about to play is a remix of selected bits of the full game. We hope it'll give you a nice taste of what you can expect from wrestling with emotions, and that you'll have a ton of fun playing it. Our game is set in an alternate history, 1994, so with that in mind, to kick things off, please put your paws together for the one, the only, Demo Dog. Is it a dog? He's so ugly. I mean, but ugly in a cute way. You know when you see an ugly dog and they're horrendous, but you're like, oh. A muscular dog in a seafoam singlet bounds to you. Oh god. Yo, 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 says Demo Dog. They start bouncing up and down, dancing robotically as they break into a rap. Am I gonna have to rap? Demo dog, that's my name. Demo wrestling is my game. I may be small, I may be yappy, but I'm here to keep this demo snappy. When this pup pops up, that's when you'll know we cut a little something out of the show. Oh, that's cute. But please don't fret and please don't fuss. My demo hits harder than a runaway bus. The canine freezes in a dramatic pose. Any questions? No. So far, so good. Oh, no, yes. Why are you rapping? Can I pet you? I'm gonna ask why he's rapping. It's 1994 and I'm a corporate mascot for a youth culture brand. How can I not rap? That's true. Okay, time to get this party started. Let's go. Oh, the stickers are cute. Every great story starts somewhere. Some start with violence, bloodlust, battered faces, or broken bones. Some stories start with the chance encounters, butterflies in bellies, or bolts of electricity arcing between perfect strangers. That's me. That's very me. But your story doesn't start with a brutal brawl or love at first sight. The fuck does it start with? Your story starts with quite plainly with a few words on screen. Your story starts quite plainly with a few words on screen. Oh. And it starts like, is it going to be another rap? Sad, bored, lonely? Maybe. Am I alone in my basement doing this? Am I all alone doing this? Is it maybe a little lonely doing this by myself? Yeah, but here we are. Here we are. We're doing the damn thing and we're vibing, you know? So sad, bored, and lonely. Try wrestling with emotions. So is this like a game about like, is it like Inside Out? Are you a meaty muscle babe? Maybe. Maybe. Do you feel like you're bound for greatness? No. Are you ready to find your perfect match? So is it like a dating sim? And they're saying cuddling sim because they can't say dating sim? Well, then... Oh, he's hot potato. Well, then maybe you could become the next superstar of wrestling with emotions. For 50 years, Wrestling with Emotions has been the home of the hottest sports entertainment. From legends like Sexy Legs McGee and Major Malfunction. What would my wrestling name be? Is Juicebox a good wrestling name? Because it's like juice, like you're juiced, and box, like you're huge, so like Juicebox. Like, would that be a good wrestling name? Or should I be like Tetra Pak, because it's bigger? Or should I be like... Am I going to get to pick my wrestling name? To modern big cats like Matsuri and Irresistible Steve. Oh, hi. I like Irresistible Steve. The league has been home to the most heart-stopping beefcakes this sport has ever known. Now we're on the hunt to find the face of the future. Submissions are now open for the 1994 group of Little Kittens. Little Kittens. I love that. Grab the latest issue of Strong Cuddles magazine today to get your ticket to stardom. Who wrote this? It's so cute. Complete the submission form and send it to us, and we might be calling you to join Wrestling with Emotions. I want to get the magazine, but I also kind of want to see what else they've got. We'll rush out and get the magazine. You grab the magazine and lay it out on your desk. Look at my fat fingers. Who's next? The changing face of Pro Wrestling. Pro Wrestling. Pro Wrestling. Inside, your ticket to the Wrestling with Emotions. You can't contain your excitement for what lies within these pages. You, Wrestling with Emotions. Oh, Wrestling with Emotions. Would be such a dream if this worked out. Okay, let me fill this thing in. Can I fill it in? Yes! Okay, do you dream of joining the greatest emotional hardcore wrestling promotion in the world? This is your chance to make that dream come true and join Wrestling with Emotions. If anyone is wondering what this game is called, it's Wrestling with Emotions. Complete this form to apply. First, write down your name. The form starts out simply enough. First, you write down your name. Oh, I can't write my name. Okay, so my name is your name. So I'm a little simple. Then you set to work completing the rest of the questions. Your age. Oh, fun. Okay. Old enough to, fresher than, or older than. I'm going to say fresher than. Because I am of the age. I am not 20 anymore. I'm not 19. I'm not fresh like a daisy. But I'm not like gross and old. I'm like hot and old. I'm like MILF age. You know? So I'm going to say fresher than. I'm going to say fresher than. Oh, fresher than yesterday's jam, or fresher than a baby kangaroo, or fresher than hot pancakes. Fresher than yesterday's jam, man. Fresher than yesterday's jam. Fresher than yesterday's jam. I love that. Weight. Pithy. Heavy enough to, heavier than, lighter than. So just to be transparent, I weigh a solid 165 of pure beef muscle. And there's like a little squish in there. So I'm going to say heavy enough to crush a cake, break the scale, cause a black hole. Crush a cake. Because, you know, cake farts are fun. Can I say that here? Anyways, I did. Hometown. I give you a lot of room for hometown. Hometown. Capiladelphia. Sass City. Dorksville. Or New Pupstadt. I think I like Dorksville. You know? Like, look at all these things I have. That would be someone who lives in Dorksville. And I'm not very sassy. Not really. Like, not unless, like, I'm prompted. I give the energy back that I'm given. And people don't tend to sass me. So I wouldn't say Sass City. Cape Eldelphia, I just don't know what that is. Like, I can't make that word make sense in my brain. So I just don't even know. But New Pupstadt, I get. I do have a pup mask here somewhere. Oh, there he is. There he is. But he's just a little visitor, you know? He's not like a full-time. So we're going to do Dorksville. Oh, it's cute. And describe yourself. Yourself. A badass bruiser, a crazy cat, or a handsome hunk. I think I am a handsome hunk. Oh, that lives for, who hates, with a passion for, that lives for. Beans, cats, or candy floss? Beans, cats, or candy floss? As much as I want to get my fiber intake up, and I should say beans, I do love a cat, but it's just like not my favorite. I'm more of a dog person. I'm going to say candy floss. I have very much a sweet tooth. A handsome hunk that lives for candy floss. I love that. Okay. Okay, what's next? Oh, there we go. I just had to click. Who would you punch in the face? Great question. Who looks the most punchable? Okay. We're going to break this down. So Outburst does not give me punchable face. He gives me hard exterior, soft inside. And why would you punch that? You know? Hard exterior, soft inside. Sweet little bean. Look at that. He's been through something. And why would I punch that? You know? Why would I punch that? You know? So we're going to say no to Outburst. Okay. Pretty King Guy. Pretty King Guy. I'm not sure, because Pretty King Guy, beauty. I don't want to punch the beauty. I don't want to take that away from him. He's also giving me big he-they energy, you know, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to be giving transphobia. So I'm not thinking Pretty King Guy, right? Not giving that. Radical Ray. Radical Ray is kind of giving me like, I don't know. Like Radical Ray is, it's either he is using this aesthetic as like queer people taking trashy aesthetic and owning it and making it wonderful and lovely. Like when queer people wear pit vipers and what's it called? Those like Bass Pro hats. Like it's either that or he's actually white trash. Right? Is he homophobic? Is Radical Ray homophobic? So Radical Ray is up there. Matsuri, I don't know. I kind of like Matsuri. She's cute. She has kitty ears. I like her little like face. So no. We're going to say no to Matsuri. Absolutely not. Irresistible Steve. I don't know. I feel like Irresistible Steve would like softly rub my lower back. You know? Very nicely. I feel like he smells of like vanilla and like maybe like lavender incense. I don't know. He's giving me calm vibes. He's giving me very much like someone I would want to be around. So we're going to say no to Irresistible Steve. Arms. I don't know. Arms is kind of giving me the same energy as Radical Ray. Something about them. But Arms is giving me more than Radical Ray because I think Radical Ray is using the trashy aesthetic as a queer person. Arms, I think, is just straight and homophobic and transphobic. So I'm not loving Radical. I'm not loving Arms. So Arms is getting up there. Freak Show's had a hard life. And that face is very squishy. So if I punch Freak Show's face, my arm gets stuck. Because that looks like a squishy, squishy face. He doesn't look like he looks like he's a sentient blob. And that if I punched him, it would not hurt, but it would absorb me. So no. So we're going to say Arms. What? You pick Arms as your least favorite superstar. Okay, who's next? I have to punch somebody else in the face? Fine, Radical Ray. Oh, no. It's my dream tag team partner. Oh, now that we get to see their bodies? Okay. Ooh. Remember how I said I wasn't into Radical Ray and I might punch him, but now I'm kind of like, Outburst, Irresistible Steve, Freak Show, Arms, Matsuri. Look at Matsuri's little vest. Ooh, I love that. Pretty King Guy, or, ooh, I don't know. Radical Ray is really, really doing it for me. It's between Irresistible Steve and Radical Ray. Mostly for the nipple piercing and the purple, but Radical Ray, like, I am trash at my core, and Radical Ray is speaking to that. Ugh. Should I change myself? Should I be better? Or should I just go with what I know? Okay, Radical Ray. We're just gonna do it. I'm a simple woman. Okay. Hey. You pick Radical Ray as my dream partner. What's next? Okay. Ah! My wrestling style. Okay. What's my favorite wrestling style? Grabbies, uppies, throws, or strikes. Grabbies feel like grabbies. Like I grab them. Uppies feel like I pick them up and drop them. Throws feel like a yeet. Like a yeet throw. And strikes feel like a pop pop. You know, like a pop. Pop, 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 pop. Okay. I am from a small town. Okay. We learned how to fight in small towns. My mom taught me how to fight. Not my dad. Not my dad. My mom. She taught me strikes. So this is for you, Mom. So we're picking strikes. Oh, fabulous. Okay. Your favorite wrestling style? Strikes. Tell us more. Wrestling, smessling. I just like socking it to anyone foolish enough to challenge me. Okay. What my dream entrance song be? Okay. Fridge Poetry, Dope St. Jude, Drift Prism, Videogenic. Am I supposed to know these? I don't know them. So I'm going to go off their names. I'm not going to do Fridge Poetry or Dope St. Jude. I think Drift Prism, because I like that it could be like a rainbow. You know? It could kind of be giving like black, white, yellow, and beige. You know, like that. Dream Finisher. Your entrance, I just thought would be perfect by Dream Present. What's your dream finisher? Tubular, Reed, Naked Choke. Tubular, Reed, Naked Choke. So that's like the tubular. So I would choke them. Snow Cone Stunner. So I would do a stunner, which I think is like a jump and fall. Final Fantasy reference. I like that. Or Butt Destroyer. Yeah. We're gonna pick that one. Pronouns! I love that. What are my pronouns? Oh, this one's very straightforward. They, them, she, her, he, him. I'm gonna go with today because I look so a little she, her. Pronouns are she, her. How would I say myself? What's my vibe? Ugh, I love that. Okay, bodacious, open, nervous, easygoing, or steadfast. Listen, I'm a complex person. I am multifaceted. I am of the world. I am more than just one thing. And that makes me nervous. That's that. Mail in your complete your submission to Russell HQ 17 Booty Street, Cuddletown, forwarding 200. This is so cute. I'm pretty nervous most of the time. I worry a bunch, but I guess that means I care a lot. See, that's what I think. This is so stressful. Let me double check everything. Little kittens. I cut out my application, stick it on an envelope. Sorry, there's a bug in here. And erase it out to mail. Here goes nothing. Imagine I don't make it on. End stream. It's done. That night, you climb into bed with your mind racing. The idea of possibly joining your favorite wrestling promotion leaves you giddy. Can a dream... Oh, it's like a little... Oh. The days seem to drag by as you wait for a reply from Wrestling with Emotions. Then one day, the faithful letter lands on your desk. Should I No, I'm gonna open it. You rip the envelope open, pull out the letter, and unfold a little piece of paper that will change the course of your whole life. Dear, your name. Imagine this whole time I'm just your name. That's so funny. On behalf of MC Manny McMahon, the whole Wrestling with Emotions family, you are the most pleased to inform that your successful application to our Little Kittens training program. Oh my god, I did it. I did it. Over the next 3 years, you will have the opportunity to train at Sweat City. Should you survive the training process, we will be happy to welcome you to to join our roster of wrestlers as a little kitten. Please note that your performance as a student will be regularly reviewed. If you fail to impress, you will be asked to leave the Little Kittens program. We'd also like to know a little bit more about the kind of wrestler you'd like to become. Please put together your dream look and persona. Then drop by the Wrestling with Emotions offices to meet your new boss, McManny McMahon, and your new coach, Major Malfunction. We look forward to welcoming you to the Little Kittens class of 1994. Congratulations, and don't stop believing. Wrestling with Emotions. XOXO. Scream, jump, cry. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I want to... Do you know what? I don't usually cry when I get good news, so I'm going to cry in this. I'm going to feel that fantasy. Sorry, I burped. Tears start to well up in your eyes, and you can't help but let them spill over. Wrestling! After a few moments, you gather yourself. I can't believe it. I better start putting my look together. Oh my god, what am I going to wear? I love that. Oh, is this... Oh, or maybe I should relax and watch a little TV. Or maybe a snack. Or take a nap. Put your look together, watch some TV, grab a snack, take a nap. No, I want to put my look together. I can't wait to get your look together and bolt straight for the mirror. Oh, a little character customization. Okay. I'm feeling a little... is that... I mean, I was in the sun a little bit this weekend. We're going to do that. Okay, next. Next. Okay, so I could be Miss, Mr., Doctor, Old, Sir, Madam, Lil, the. I think I want to be Madam. I like Madam. It's a cute little... I like the little beret. Pick. Madam Average. Madam Mega. Madam Kawaii. Madam Death. Madam Robo. Madam Harry. Madam Melting. Madam Unstoppable. I'm gonna do Madam Kawaii. That's cute. I like the little stickers. Madam Kawaii Funky. Madam Kawaii Mystery, Madam Kawaii Future, Madam Kawaii Cute. I mean, it's that. Madam Kawaii Sweaty, Madam Kawaii Ninja, Madam Kawaii Feline, Madam Kawaii Regular. I think Madam Kawaii Cute. I lied. Madam Kawaii Sweaty. Human. Madam Kawaii Sweaty Human. Madam Kawaii Sweaty Mom. Oh my god, sorry, there's hair on my nose. Madam Sweaty Mom. Madam Kawaii Sweaty Dad. Sweaty Dude. Sweaty Dude. Sweaty Wolf, Sweaty Biker, Sweaty Punk, Sweaty Babe. I think I like Sweaty Punk because it has the like smeared lipstick. Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk, eh? This looks going to make me a superstar. Punch, mirror, and discuss. Perfect, let's get to that meeting. I mean, I don't think I hate myself that much to punch the mirror and discuss, so let's get to that meeting. I got this. Time to introduce the world to Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to pick my best asset. My best asset is my legs, ribs, nips. I mean, quad god over here. My quads are gigantic, absolute meaty thighs. So I'm gonna say my legs. Look out, lovers. Here comes the lovely legs of Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. Time to take that photo and send it through to Manny. I'm obsessed. I hope it's just all my legs. Then it's off to that meeting with him. Did I click? Time to meet Manny McMahon. Okay. You enter the reception area for the office of Manny McMahon Jr. How is this even happening? So many years of hard work and I finally made it, wrestling with emotions. You approach the front desk. A large luchador in a pink power suit stands to greet you. Oh. Secretary. Welcome, you must be Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. Demo Dog said you'd be by, so I'll keep this brief. You're about to meet the most important figure in the world of professional wrestling. Mind your manners and show Mr. McMahon the respect he deserves. They size you up threateningly. Step out of line and you'll have to answer to me. They slowly pound a gloved fist into the palm of their hand. Okay, you can go right in. Dazed, you step up to the door. Behind that door is the biggest player in the wrestling world, and I'm about to become one of their employees. Is this real life? Sorry, I'm supposed to be acting this better. Knock, barge in, feel anxious. I'm gonna be polite. I'm gonna knock. Who knows what could be going on in there? I should announce myself. You rap politely on the door. As if by magic, it opens on its own accord and you enter the office of your new boss. Oh, work. Oh, work. Look at these. Wow. You step into a small room overlooking the WWE trading gym, Sweat City. Posters, trophies, action figures, photos, and newspaper clippings of the life-size cutouts are crammed into the small room enshrined to a 50 years of muscle-bound glory. So this is Manny's office. I kind of expected he'd be in it. Troubled by Manny's absence, you look around the room for some distractions. Look at the posters, check out a cutout, investigate the giant photograph. I'm going to investigate the giant photograph. That's what I would do, like, in a normal time. Okay. This is everybody. I have a feeling these are, like, the old people. Like, this is, like, OG, because I haven't seen any of these people. But I like this one, the, like, skull and crossbones one. And her, she's serving. Oh, and her, with the little red lips, work. You approach the largest piece of the office, a huge old photograph housed in a totally OTT gold frame. I don't know what that means. A group shot from the golden days back when this was still wrestling with feelings. Things sure were different back then. See, I knew it. Gazing at this collection of ancient wrestlers, the photo feels like a portal back to another time. You find your attention drawn towards one of the figures. Manny Sr., Manny Jr., the privates. Like their private parts? Oh, sorry, there's one bug in here. It just keeps like flying in my face. I'm going to say Manny Jr. I want to say the privates though. I'm going to say the privates. Oh, I thought it meant the private parts. Two babes in military gear embrace each other, massive belts slung over their shoulders. Oh my blob, that's the privates. This is from their reign as the league's tag team champs. The power of private malfunction paired with the technicality of private murder. They were unstoppable. You find yourself transfixed by the pair, hypnotized by their electrifying chemistry. Without warning, Manny's desk explodes in a shower of sparks and splintered wood. Manny McMahon Jr. busts out of the debris, leaping onto the shattered remains of the desk. Oh, guys, I got it. Sorry, that bug has been bothering me forever. If you guys want to edit that out, if it made like a noise, I just needed to kill it. Die. Okay, back to our regular scheduled programming, sorry. Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. What the puck? Nice. Welcome, kid. I'm Manny McMahon Jr., and I know I didn't need to tell you that, but I did anyway. I also probably didn't need to blow up my desk just to tell you I love your theatrics, but I still did that too. I do it for every new recruit. Really drives the message home. I live to put on the most explosive show possible. So tell me, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk, are you ready to explode? This is where I just explode. My character just like explodes into like a million little pieces. Sorry, my nose is running. You bet I am. That sounds kind of dangerous. I've never been more ready to explode all over the place. I'm gonna do that. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Welcome to the Wrestling with Emotions family. Ohana. You picked one hell of a day to make your debut. Tonight's gonna be huge. The 1994 edition of Cuddlemania. Is this like an orgy? For a major event like this, you obviously won't set foot in the ring, but just being there will be exciting, right? The lineup's absolutely stacked. There'll be steamy matchups with all of our hottest superstars. Manny gestures towards a poster showcasing his 8 superstars. You stare at their perfect faces, awed by this majestic A-team of wrestlers. Manny notices your interest. Now don't go getting any ideas. These dreamboats are totally out of your league. What? You don't know what's out of my league? Sir? Sir? Until I say you're ready, you're forbidden from even looking at them. Understood? Oh my god. Yes, Daddy. You want to protest, but instead find yourself nodding obediently. Great, I love a wrestler who knows their plays. Oh, it's okay. Well, I'm sure you have a lot of settling in to do. Next stop is meeting your new coach, Major Malfunction. My heart skips a beat. Major Malfunction? The Major doesn't stand for tardiness, so you best not leave them waiting. Manny out. You step into Sweat City, the league's legendary wrestling school. Everyone from the Obliterator to Sexy Legs McGee trained in this ring. The room smells like wood, canvas, and 30 years of sweaty leotards. A few low-level... Oh, I accidentally saved it. Okay. There we go. Sorry, my bad. I clicked the wrong button. A few low-level fighters are scattered around the gym, pumping weights or chatting casually. Then you see them. Oh! Like something out of a dream, Major Malfunction crosses the ring towards you. Oh my god. They hang their body over the top rope, sunglasses shifting down their nose as their eyes meet yours. This is kind of hot. Is this real life? I'm going to be trained by my childhood hero. Okay, that's less hot. It's still kind of hot. For a moment, you just gaze into the eyes of the wrestling legend, struggling to believe that this is actually happening. And then quite suddenly, the screaming begins. Who the hell do you think you're looking at, Grunt? You left me waiting for 84 seconds and I do not love to be left waiting. Oh my god, yes, sir. Get your buns in this ring before I rip your arms off like an unloved... Oh, do it. Sir, war. Sir, yes, sir. You throw your drill sergeant a respectful salute before joining them in the ring. Very nice, recruit. You're off to a good start. Okay, time to see what you've got. Major leaves the ring. Oh! There's a 6-foot rubber muscle man in front of you. Okay. Say hello to Kiniku, your new training partner. You gaze into Kiniku's unblinking eyes. Perfect hair and bulging biceps, has been beautifully sculpted, but he looks like he's seen a lot of abuse over the years. Am I going to date this? Perfectly sculpted muscles. Over the two of you are going to get put on a show for me and your fellow grunts. Major gestures to the motley crew of rookie wrestlers scattered around Sodi Gym. They don't look very interested, but maybe you can grab their attention. I'm going to rate your meat, so give it your... First, dazzle the crowd with a stylish entrance. Walk into the ring timidly. Elegance. Jump into the ring showing off your legs. Yes, I'm going to do that. You hop out of the ring, then launch yourself back in off the top rope. You wave at the small crowd of onlookers, then look to Kinniku, running your hands over your legs seductively. You hear some approving cheers from the small crowd. Not bad. Don't be afraid to bring some pizzazz to the ring. Everyone loves a wrestler with some elegance. Elegance. Next, let's test your performance. Take a headbutt from Kinniku. Bash your head into Kinniku's face, or theatrics, shove the dummy. I'm not going to shove him because I have to have it. I'm going to bash my head in his face. You walk up to Kinniku and smash your head into his. The dummy shudders, remains on his rubbery feet. Major Founder looks at you blankly for a moment. I said take a headbutt, not give one. Oh. Take another shot at it. Take a headbutt from Kinniku. Oh. I was supposed to pick this. You charge towards Kinniku, shoving him violently. The weighted dummy lurches backwards, then springs back up towards you. You position your face so Kinniku headbutts you as they bounce back. You recoil from the blow, grab your face, and stagger about the ring dramatically. Now that's how you take a headbutt. Thank you. You've got some good theatrics, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. I love that you say the whole thing every time. Next, I'd like to see how strong you are. Take him down with a powerful body slam. Okay, so... manhandle the heck out of Kinniku. Yeah, I'm guessing it's that. Focusing your power on every muscle in your body hardens. You charge into Kinniku, drive your right shoulder into their chest, and hoist them into the air before slamming them down. The stage rattles with force of the attack, and the crowd cheers, and Majors raises their bushy eyebrows approvingly. Sorry, I burped again. Very nice, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. Glad to see you've got some muscle. One last test. Seal the deal with some sass. Pin that stand-in Sally attitude. Finish him off with some tude. You pause for a moment, gathering yourself before you descend onto Kinniku, slamming your boots into his springy face. Kick him in the face? Oh my god. Your opponent, suitably dazed, you climb onto him and kneeling on his shoulder. 1. With Kinniku pinned under your knees, you throw your hands into the air. 2. In the final moments, you roll your raised fist into a pair of horns, and the crowd cheers. 3. For an instant, lying between your legs, it feels like Kinniku's expression softens, a look of admiration in his eyes. Hey, Kinniku. Raising to your feet, you turn your face to the Major, who smiles approvingly. He likes me. Great, kid. Don't get cocky. After assessing your abilities, I have good and bad news. Major hands you the result of your test. The good news is you've got meat. Muscle, elegance, attitude, and theatrics. I love that. The bad news is your rating on all fonts is what? Rude. You got a lot of work to do. They hand you over another sheet of paper, a map of Cuddletown. Okay. Cuddletown offers you a variety of training spaces where you can improve your meat. You've only got time for 2 training sessions before tonight's big match. Now get out there and make it count. Major Malfunction stomps off, leaving you to decide where to spend your first training session. Okay. Damn, I better level up my meat. Where should I start? So I go to Thrashers. Okay, these 2 I can't go to. So I can't go to Muscles and Drama Queen. But I go to the Hot Shop or Thrashers. Okay, we're going to do Thrashers first, because that was the first one I saw. You hear Thrashers before you see it. Emanating a constant drone of distorted bass, the coolest club in Cuddletown calls you from the blocks away. You approach it with a cocktail of excitement and terror burning in the pit of your stomach. Not feeling even remotely cool enough for the place, you quietly make your way into Thrashers. What you find inside blows your mind. Formerly some kind of industrial warehouse, the space was transformed into something that's equal parts skateboard park, live venue, clubhouse, and art studio. That sounds really fun. With every inch of its walls lovingly blanketed in spray-painted scribbles and stickers, Thrasher's is a graffiti-drenched bastion of creativity. That's so awesome. So cool. A large stage stands as an altar in the center of the church, surrounded by the collection of ramps, bowls, and skaters dance between. So I know I'm here to pump up my attitude, but where do I start? A pink-haired punk seems to notice you looking lost and skates towards you. As cool and weird as the warehouse you're standing in, the stranger stares at you through her visor. I love her visor. She looks very like, X-Men. She can see I don't belong here. You're just about ready to run away, and Thrasher opens her mouth. Hi! Oh, damn. She seems nice. You okay? New here? Can I help you get you settled in? Oh, she is nice. A wave of relief washes over you. You're Madam Kawaii... You're Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk? Demo Dog said you'd drop by. I'm Kim. Kim Bonito. I'll ask if she runs this place. Kim looks uncomfortable with this question. Everyone's here's free to do as they please, but a few of us have taken looking out for the space and its guests. We're not big on authority here, but I guess you could call me the matriarch of this glorious chaos. Glorious chaos! I book the bands, help put on art shows, and get behind the bar from time to time, and in moments like this, welcome new folks like you. So welcome. Kim throws an arm over your shoulder and leads you into the warehouse, pointing out the attractions. This is where you can grab a board, and this is where you can fall off said board while trying to do tricks. Bands play here get kind of rough sometimes, but we make sure people stay safe and tough guy mosh bullies get sent packing. I'm in the middle of listing through some demos for bands that want to play here. King notices your eyes light up as she mentions band hunting. You're into music, yeah? Want to help me out and listen to some tapes? A good way to pump up your attitude. And if you want to take a wrestler in 1994, you're definitely going to need some major tude. The pink-haired band hunter grabs an orange milk crate and scratches around for a minute, handing you 3 envelopes. Here you go. Butts, Sad Sacks, and Little Rays. The sounds of the future. Listen to their tape and write down what you think of each band. Let me know what you think and after you've had a listen. Okay. So this is Butts. Okay, this is Butt. They look very cute. Obviously, this one is making my heart sing. Butts, Mr. Bean's EP, so it's all about beans and butts, so they poops a lot. You can't see it, but it says photo, tape, and bio under me, and I think what we're hearing right now is the Butts EP. And their bio. Rejoice, music fans, it's time for Butts. Armed with 2 guitars, a drum machine, and a deep love for 70s power pop classics, Butts are a sonic sensation of sweeping the nation. On their latest release, the Mr. Bean's EP, the Butts continue to show why they're one of the most hype new bands of 1994. Okay, so far Butts is taking it for me. The Butts sounded pretty... I think they sound cool. I would listen to Butts. So we're gonna say cool. Damn, this sounds pretty rad. I wish I could write more about Butts, but who has the time these days? Okay, this is the Sad Sacks. They look sad. This is their demo. It's just like a big bear eating like a log. And Sad Sacks lineup: Butcher guitar, Mortitude bass and synths, Voido on the drums. Bio: we're all really sad. What more do you need to know? Origin: Gloomsville. Sad Sacks is really... I don't want to call them weird because they're sad. That's going to make them even more sad. They are a little boring though. But that's going to make them sad. And Bogus, but I think Bogus is just the worst. So I'm going to say a little boring because they could hype it up. I'm bored. Okay, let's take a look at the next band. Okay, this is the Little Rays. It sounds a little... Oh, they're 3 cute little aliens. Oh, I like them. Because, you know, like, they're like Hanson. Like, you'd fall in love with one of them. They're the Little Rays. They look super cute. They're all bald. This is a wig. Sorry, I burped again. Okay. Hometown is Bunniesboro. They're positive hardcore. They're Sir Edmund Metaduke, Roly Top Holy, and Diamond Dude 9000. I know I would fall in love with Diamond Dude 9000. Fresh from the streets of Bunniesboro, come to the genre-defying Little Rays. Hot as a fresh slice of pizza and cool as Kim Deal. This band is here to make your heart soar. They make me feel righteous, or hyped up or over it. I'm going to say righteous. Damn, this sure has got me feeling some kind of way. Righteous. Some good kind of way, that is. So righteous. Okay, I think we're done here. Okay. Are you all done? Let me take a look at what you thought. First up, butts. So you thought they were cool? They're cool for sure, but that thing really got me was the cuteness. I think I'm gonna book them. Next up, we had sad sacks. So you thought they were boring? You should give the sad sacks another shot. You really got to zone into what they're doing. And last, we had Little Rays. You said they made you feel righteous? I'm here with you, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. Sounds like volcanoes going off in my ears. We got to get them in here sometime. Well, thanks for all the help, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. Ooh, I got 1+ attitude. You'd be keen to listen to some more new bands sometime. Yeah, it was fun. Radical. Swing by whenever you're free, and we got lots of stuff to check out. Later, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk, Punkinator. You turn to leave, but... Oh! You walk straight into arms. He stares at you with a look that's just a heart full of kindness and a mind devoid of thoughts. Oh, I said I was gonna punch him. But he's just big and dumb. I was like, who's this little cutie? There, I got my little like back. Not this dummy. I said, who's this little cutie? Don't start with me. You stare blankly at the barbarian, sweetheart. New wrestler, who this? Beat your chest and chant your name. Introduce yourself. Out of my way, meathead. I'll introduce myself. It'll be nice. Oh, I'm Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. It's an honor to meet you. Feelings? Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. Okay. Arm glares at you, scowling menacingly. This was totally illegal, but it was awesome meeting you. Well, this was weird. Think you could kindly get out of my face. I'm going to say it was illegal because I'm not supposed to meet him. +1 feelings. I should squash you. What the fuck, bro? But you're too puny to worry about. Flee, fool, pow. I thought we had something. That really just happened. Feeling dazed, this brushed with one league's biggest names. Okay, 1 training session left. Where should I go? So I should go to the hot shop. You awkwardly poke your head into Hot Shop, the most bangin' salon in town. I don't know if I belong in here. You honestly don't even know where to start with this place. Oh, work. Sequins dress. I'm obsessed. A delightful luchador waves at you. Don't tell me you're here to get hot. No. Gorge. No. Sickening. Sickening, no? You're here to get sickening, right? Well, you picked the perfect spot. You try to get a word in, but Sequins is like a runaway train of enthusiasm. You're new, yeah? A little kitten? Look, I know they tell you kids you just need to blend in while you're here training, but I say you're a wrestler. You're born to stand out. No, you're born to shine. Shine. And we're going to help you do that. Miss Dress looks down at your hands. Good hands, the perfect canvas. Let's get you set up to make some art. Sequins excitedly shows you to a nail salon. We have all kinds of nail polish, jewelry, and accessories. Normally, I'd say the really good stuff for people who've proved their elegance. But Demo Dog said I should let the new kid go wild, so we're pulling out all the stops. Oh, tats. Finger tats, hand tats, arm tats. All 3. I'm gonna get meat on my fingers. I'm gonna get kitties on my hand. No. I want aliens on my arm. No. Yeah, I like that. Okay. No, I didn't want to... Back. Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so you can press back at the bottom because I messed up. So I'm going to do nails. I'm going to do rainbow nails. Back. I'm going to do meat. Kitties. And lasers. And then I'm going to do rings. Fist ring. Oh, but then you can't see my for life. There we go, thumb. And then, is there another thumb? Okay, thumb rings. Okay, and then wrists. Do I like that? Do I like that? Ooh, I like this. We'll do these. Okay, now I'm done. You admire your hands and prepare to leave. Yay! 1+1 elegance. Your hands look amazing, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. Keep this up, and I'm sure you're going to gain a lot more elegance. On my way out... Oh! I walk into Radical Ray. Hi, Daddy. The Razzer looks down at you casually. Who is this radical rebel? Can't tell their deal, but I'm into it. Radical rebel. You feel your heart racing. See yourself reflected in Ray's shades. Oh my blob, it's Radical Ray! Oops, my bad. Sorry, new dude. Wow, misgendered. It's Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk, not new dude. No problemo. Out of my way, jackass. I'm gonna say... Let's do that. Cool. Nice to meet ya, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. I'm Radical Ray. Cool meeting you too. Well, I've got a date with a half pipe. You seem like a cool cat. We should kick it sometime. Later, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk Punkinator. He loves me. It's getting late. Cuddle dom time. You slowly approach the huge circular building, and your heart pounding with anticipation. The colossal wrestling cathedral looms larger and larger with every step as you stare up at it in awe. I can't believe I'm here. The Cuddle Dome. Cuddle Dome. Not Cuddle Dome. Can't wait to see Radical Ray in action. I hope I run into arms. I'm going to say Radical Ray. A kaleidoscope of butterflies flutters around your belly. Seeing the bodacious badass tan body in the ring is going to be magical. If they hit a funky facebuster, I'm going to lose my mind. You continue towards the arena, daydreaming about the Radical One. But you're suddenly snapped back into reality as you find yourself face to face with another forbidden dreamboat. Ah! You lock eyes with irresistible Steve. He stares at you with a flirtatious smile. He is beyond dreamy. He's hot, but looks like he knows it. He sucks. He's hot, but he looks like he knows it. You're feeling starstruck running to the superstar. What's cooking good looking? I'm going to moonwalk over and say hi. You slide your feet backward and mosey over to Steve. Hi, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. After I'm moonwalked. Slick moves, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. That's what's up. Irresistible Steve gives you a captivating smile. Cool beans, I guess. I'm going to act really cool. He shrugs. Have a Steve-acious day, old chum. Until we breathe the same air again, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk. Oh, he's cool. You try to catch your breath as you watch the superstar leave. Woo, I'm going to be in the same real hot water if Manny catches wind of any of these encounters. You shake off your concern and head into the legendary arena. You sheepishly take your first steps into the Cuddle Dome locker room. Obviously, the pungent scent of sweat and spandex. You're filled with a sense of wonder. Ew. Okay, Madam Kawaii Sweaty Punk, be cool. You barely have a moment to gather yourself before a familiar face slides into view. Ugh, new kid. Ready to work your first show? Little kittens, you are responsible for maintaining order outside the ring. Outburst throwing people into barriers. You've got to keep throwing them. Matsuri launching herself off ring post. You better make sure she doesn't crash into an audience member. It's pretty damn simple. Just remember your place and don't step out of line. Tell me you understand. Stay out of sight, hold things together, got it? Or suplex anyone that gets close to me. Stay out of sight. One last thing. We can't have you distracting folks with your legs on... Oh. Major produces a black tracksuit. A pair of white stripes run along the side of the pants. An adorable kitten embroidered on the chest of the jacket. Here's your official little kitten ring gear. That's the spirit. Okay, rookie, good luck. Also, I said that I liked it. I don't need to tell you what a big deal Cuddle Kingdom is. Don't puck this up. Your blood runs cold as the gravity of this moment sinks in. If all goes well, you can look forward to a good year of working the ringside. If you survive that, maybe you'll get to graduate to throwing rookies around yourself. The Major heads out, leaving you with your thoughts. You take a seat and start lacing up your boots, your whole body buzzing with anticipation. Cuddle Kingdom. The biggest night ever on the wrestling calendar. This is so cool. You can feel your heart swelling with pride. You've made it. You try to avoid eye contact with any of the half-dressed wrestlers, oiling up their meaty bodies. But despite your best effort, you can't help but lock eyes with a certain dreamboat. You bump whiskers with a cute cat wrestler. Her lively eyes lock with yours. Your knees get wobbly. Oh my god, bisexual legend over here. I would do anything to be among her cat pack. Whoa, she's cool. Or, ew, I hate cats. I'll say she's cool. Wow, she's just too cool. Sheesh, be careful. I'm gonna say you bumped into me. What? Yes. Matsuri glares at you, growling through her fangs. Matsuri stares at you blankly. Go clean your litter box. She's pissed. She hates me. You barely caught your breath from this latest brush with greatness before a Ferris scream booms through the locker room. What is this? Secret Secretary's pink power suit strains as every inch of their muscular body swells with rage. The locker around you rattles as a world-shattering scream blasts out of the Secret's featureless face. Prohibited. In a pink blur, the Secretary's huge body flies in your direction, swinging a stiff arm into your chest. The devastating lariat lifts you clean off your feet and sends you crashing down into the concrete floor. Secret sinks a large salmon boot into the center of your chest, pinning you to the ground. Big mistake, little kitten. You know you're not supposed to be fraternizing with your superiors. Manny will not be pleased when he hears about this. They raise their foot from your chest and clop away as they gasp for air. Oh, and by the way, you're supposed to be ringside. Show's about to kick off. You get to your feet, grasping for breath as you dust yourself off, but as you limp towards the exit, a warm, tanned hand rests on your shoulder. Oh, hey, Buster. Daddy. His signature broad smile hits you like a ton of bricks. Word up, babe. Even under your unflattering fluorescent lights, the locker room, Radical Ray's smug face is a vision of beauty. Gazing at his perfect face has you blushing, but nothing can prepare you for the words that come out of his mouth next. Want to roll with me tonight? For my match? What the? An unexpected request leaves you scrambling for the right words. I'm gonna ask if he's asking me on a date. Ray blushes aggressively. For once, he seems lost for words. Yeah, wrestle date 9000. What do you say? I would say yes, 9,000 times yes. Radicoy's broad smiles burns a hole through your heart. Totally righteous. You know you shouldn't be doing this. You know this might lead to another smackdown from Secret Secretary. Oh, it's Secret Secretary, not Secret Secretary. Stupid. I can't believe I made that mistake. Or even worse, from Manny. But you can't turn Radical Ray down. Taking you by the hand, they lead you out of the locker room. Am I about to get lucky? Oh, your heart quickens with each step you take through the darkness of the passage connecting the locker room and the arenas. Overhead, you hear the rumble of golden-voiced gorilla ring out over the arena. Welcome, fight fans. Okay, besties. Before we start, I have a feeling that this is my time. I think I'm only supposed to have 45 minutes, so I think we gotta... I can't show you anymore. I think we gotta move it on. So, I'm gonna bring it here. This has been my time with Gayming Live 2023. I had so much fun playing this. This was such a cute game. Such a fun, like, is it a dating sim? Is it a wrestling sim? Like, who am I falling in love with kind of tea. But thank you so much for having me. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a really fun rest of your Gayming Live 2023. And I will see you later. Bye.
Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV, but there are things that everyone can do to help prevent it. It starts with getting tested regularly. If you're HIV negative, you and your healthcare provider can decide if PrEP may be right for you. PrEP means routinely taking prescription medicine before you're exposed to HIV to help reduce your chances of getting it. And it can be 99% effective when taken as prescribed.
Talk to a healthcare provider about all your HIV prevention options. Our health is worth protecting.
Massive thank you to Juicebox there for that very entertaining Let's Play. Veronica, what did you think of Wrestling with Emotions?
Well, I've got to say, considering I'm not familiar with the dating simulator genre, this one really caught my eye. It has such a clear identity. It's very, very unique, very different. And I wanted to see more. It was a great introduction from Juicebox. And I could have probably watched for another hour or two.
Honestly, like it was so much fun. And honestly, their entire package, like the interview that they did, the setup for it, everything, I was just blown away by the sheer level of creativity.
Absolutely, and the level of detail as well. I love customizational options in games. I like when you can bring parts of your own identity to the character, and this had it all right down to the fingertips.
I know, like quite literally, like it was so good. Yeah, from every aspect, I had a blast watching through that. I can't wait to play.
Yeah,
it's amazing. So a huge thanks to Prismatica Games for bringing Wrestling with Emotions to Gaming Live. They're back with another cool game on Sunday, right here on the Gaming Live main stage. Now, cosplay is such an important way of expressing your inner and outer geek. See, we touched on cosplay ever so slightly at the top of the show, which was like a lifetime ago now. Have you turned any cosplay looks? I know you mentioned your Poison Ivy, which I still need to see.
Oh my God.
Yeah, what else? What else have you done?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've done this as well. I also did an updated sort of like combination of Poison Ivy and Zyra from League of Legends as well recently. That was something that I just like to put my own spin on it. So like for example, with this one as well, it's an homage to Emma Frost, but it's not a direct copy of any of the costumes that she's worn. So, I mean, in the future though, I've got to be doing Rogue from X-Men at some point. I have to. Yeah. And then, I mean, there's characters that I would love to do from other games. Like, I would love to do Liara from the Mass Effect series.
Oh, I so see that for you. I so see that for you.
I mean, I've got to get into the world of prosthetics, though, for that, I think.
Which I have no doubt you could pick up. Definitely.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what kind of cosplays do you see in your future? So you mentioned Rogue. Are we talking like 90s cartoon? Or like, are we going more classic comic book? Like, what's the vibe there?
We are going 90s comic book, but also the old cartoon, you know, the 90s cartoon Rogue.
It's so good. Such a classic look.
One of the most iconic Rogues that there ever has been or ever will be. And I cannot wait for the reboot of the TV series, because it's got a lot of the original voice actors.
I know, like when I say obsessed, like it doesn't even come close. Like that was my entire personality, like when I was a kid. Like it was kind of obnoxious actually, like, but it was so good.
Yeah, 90s cartoons, you can't beat them.
Okay, so I have a question for you then. What cosplay do you think I could do? I haven't dabbled, even though I'm a huge nerd and an even bigger like weeb. I haven't actually done a lot of cosplay.
If you were an X-Men fan, you've got to do Aurora Monroe. You have got to do Storm. You
know what? Halloween is coming up. I'm like, maybe that's what I'll do. I think that's a pretty good idea. The fact that I haven't done it yet is kind of baffling, you're right.
She's one of the most powerful, like she controls the weather, for goodness sake. And we could do with her here in October actually, because the weather that we get at that time of year.
Shocking. I'm like, can we sprinkle like a few 20 degrees on this weather, please?
Oh yeah, let's heat this place up.
I know. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what other cosplays, maybe like a Mass Effect cosplay. Like if I could pull it off, like a Commander Shepard, I think would be really cool.
Gosh,
really
yeah.
Badass.
Commander Shepard, FemShep. All the way.
All the way. You got to do like the full like N7 armor. See, I'm not crafty, but I would learn. I would learn specifically for that.
I mean, there's so many characters though that you could do. Like, I'd love to do Jack. I'd love to do Miranda, Samara. Oh my God, there are just so many.
I could actually see Jack for you. I'm like imagining it, I'm lining everything up in my head, and it works.
Well, maybe I'll go back and do one of my shaved Barbie heads in real life.
See, you've already been practicing. You've set it up from a young age. It's perfect. Could we see like a Legend of Zelda cosplay in your future?
I've been dying to do a Legend of Zelda cosplay. I'm actually like. Spoiler alert, potentially going to be doing like a sort of like maybe a Veronica Green version of a Link or a Zelda at the next DragCon, I think.
Okay, and what does a Veronica Green version of Link look like?
Well, I mean, Link is such a... I think there's a lot of people that see themselves in Link because there is that sort of like femininity to Link. So I do think that Link speaks to a lot of players, no matter what gender you are. So I would just be putting my own Veronica Green sort of flair onto it. A bit of glamour, a bit of sass.
Yeah, like a glamorous like tunic. Like I so see the vision.
Oh yeah, you know, that classic green tunic.
Yeah.
100%. And you know, instead of the Hylian shield, it might be the GG shield.
Oh my god, I'm obsessed already. Okay, so this needs to happen as soon as possible. Great,
Yeah.
I love it.
I just need to learn to shoot a bow and arrow.
Oh yeah. You could pick that up so easy. Given you're so talented, you could pick that up in no time, I'm sure. What about, would you ever like do Zelda herself? Is that something you've been toying around with?
That was something I dabbled with when I first started learning to sew for RuPaul's Drag Race. In fact, I bought the I think it's a McCall's pattern of the Zelda dress, because you can actually buy the pattern for the dress. And I had a bit of a go at it, but because I was a beginner, it was a bit of a failure. But I've still got the pattern. Maybe I'll revisit it.
Maybe, yeah. This is the thing that gets you to do it. Oh, I'm so glad that I was able to influence you to do it.
Oh, absolutely. Well,
I'm taking credit for that. Yes.
Yeah, Shay. You get the full credit.
Oh my goodness, I love it. So, are there any other like cosplay artists you've like had your eye on and like been influenced by?
Oh my god! So Yaya Han is one of my all-time favourites. I've bought her patterns.
Oh my god!
I actually ran into her on Oxford Street one day, and I was a gag. I couldn't speak, and I had to be like, "Excuse me, I've got your sewing patterns." That's all I could say to her, and she was like, "Okay." So I fangirled hard.
Oh my
over
god!
her. Kimpatsu cosplay as well was another one. Kamui cosplay. I have her books. And of course, we have to think of like one previous Drag Race contestant, Jaremi, as well. Their cosplays are fantastic. One of my favourites of theirs, in fact, is a League of Legends character. They did Nami from League of Legends.
What does Nami look? I'm not a League of Legends.
Oh, so she's a like a fish lady, like mermaidy type. She comes from the sea, and her name is sort of like a play on tsunami. So,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm so impressed by people who can like not only sew but like get the prosthetics involved. I'm like always so blown away.
Oh my gosh! There's is it Sculptress who does the prosthetics as well?
Yep.
So yeah, she's absolutely fantastic as well. It's quite hard getting into prosthetics though. It's such a delicate art form, you know.
And very expensive.
Tell me about it. I'll stick to my foam and cardboard for now. Thank you very much.
No, I believe in your abilities. I see prosthetics in your very near future.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Yes, I have a lot of belief in you. Absolutely. So I'd say we transition on to our next segment, which I'm really excited about, which I know...
Are we here?
I think we might be. So, for the last few weeks, we've been asking cosplayers from around the world to enter our competition to win over $700 worth of vouchers from cosplay suppliers, and it's time to pick a winner. To help us with this, we've called on the cosplaying icon himself, Jaremi Carey, who you mentioned. I was like, do I reveal it now, or do I let it be a surprise? So I believe we have Jaremi on the line. I'm gonna say hello, and the powers that may be make them appear very shortly. It's fine.
Oh,
it is so fine, because here, doing things live comes with a whole host of...
That's showbiz.
That's showbiz, baby. That's what we love. So, what are your predictions for this cosplay competition? What are you hoping to see?
I'm hoping to see a plethora of different genres, different characters. I'm looking for comic book characters, fighting games, just every kind of genre that you could possibly think of.
Yeah, I think the thing that I always love to look out for is just seeing people's like interpretation and like how like their creativity and how they're able to like play with that and yeah, bring the character across in ways that might not be super obvious. That's always like my favorite thing to see. So
I think as well, one of the things that I love the most as well is being able to see people's attention to detail and how they can make a piece of wood or a piece of cardboard or a piece of paper look like an actual piece of armor or something like that. It's that realism that I really, really love.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point in the sense that I think there's this idea that you need to spend loads of money, and actually it's more about like what you can do with like very limited materials in some case. Like that's what I'm always like really blown away by.
Yeah, absolutely.
100%, yeah.
Especially people's creativity, like when people's imagination and a bit of paint, a bit of glue, a bit of paper, when it all comes together, like it can be quite inspiring to see.
Very, very inspiring. So yeah, you mentioned like wanting to see some fighting game characters. I'm the same. Like I'm terrible at them, but fighting games, I've been playing them like my whole life. I'm so excited to see some different fighting game characters, especially like Mortal Kombat that came out this year, Street Fighter 2, which came out like earlier, like in about June. So yeah, looking forward to seeing all of those.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to see some very, very iconic characters, but I'm also looking forward to seeing maybe a few surprises in the mix. Maybe there's a few characters that are lesser known.
Yeah, that's a good point as well, because it's like, you know, even though I might not necessarily be familiar with them, like again, being able to embody those characters and bring them across like perfectly is something that I'm always impressed by, even if it's games that I don't necessarily know or love, to be honest.
Exactly. And what I find is so interesting with cosplay as well is that people can put themselves apart. They bring a piece of themselves to the character, so they don't have to look like the character. They don't have to embody everything about the character. As long as they're bringing themselves to the art, it really shines through, and you can just see how when people put these costumes on, that their personalities shine through, and I love that.
Yeah, and you make such a good point as well, because I feel like there have been, you know, there's always backlash when gamer bros are involved, but you know, when characters are cosplayed by people who don't necessarily like, you know, they weren't in mind when the characters were designed, you know, people of like diverse backgrounds, like when they're able to like embody those characters and look amazing, that's the most important thing, like rather than like the skin tones matching or like the hair textures matching. I'm like, when I see like Sailor Moons, for example, with like curly hair, my heart like does a million backflips in my chest. It is the best thing, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's why I love as well with the art form of drag as well, being able to crossplay as well, and not necessarily sticking to heteronormative ideas or gender, traditional gender roles. Being able to really dip your hand into being whoever you want to be in that moment in time. If you've got a character that you love, just cosplay them.
See, what a wonderful message to sort of end on, because I believe it's time now to begin our cosplay competition, and we have Jaremi Carey on the line. Hello, how's it going? Hello.
There.
Hiya. It's fine. We're across the world. We're going through space and time, so there's loads of things happening.
Well, yeah, there's an 8-hour time delay, isn't there? Yeah, we can see them, but they can't hear us.
Yeah. That's always the fun of live and doing things remote. There are a million moving parts here, and incredible team is working to get it all happening. And you know what? It's just building more suspense for our competition, because there are so many amazing looks. Like, I did kind of cheat a little bit. I did go ahead and I know.
You've seen them.
Some of them.
You've seen them.
I promise it will not inform my judging process. I am a fair and unbiased judge.
I've not seen a thing. I feel so cheated right now.
I know. I couldn't help myself. I just love nerdisms. I love geekery. I couldn't help myself. Yeah, there were a few that I was like, ooh, this is gonna go very well on stream.
Oh, well, this is definitely the most exciting part of the day for me. It's what I've been waiting for. And now I'm oh my God, the anticipation.
I know, it's like we keep getting closer. We're being teased. That's what's happening, but it's fine.
Oh, yeah, I'm starting to think now it was done on purpose, that this is actually how it was supposed to go.
Yeah, we did this on purpose just to tease you very specifically. Yeah. No, it's honestly, it's great because I remember when we were reading out the schedule at the very beginning of the show, your eyes like lit up when we said cosplay competition. So I know how much this means for you.
It's like building something from the ground up, from nothing. There are some people that make their own wigs, you know, it's just absolutely fantastic watching cosplayers mold clay and then putting silicone on it to make headpieces and using things from just scraps that they've got lying around as well. Like you can do cosplay on a shoestring budget if you've got the creativity and the craftsmanship. You can literally make something out of nothing.
I know, and that's what, like, it will never not blow my mind, like seeing the way that people, well, yeah, not only like make stuff from scratch, but also like when games like have just come out or like when things have been revealed and like there are already cosplays happening. I'm like, you people move so fast. It's like beyond impressive.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing.
And especially in this day and age with the internet, you know, it's so accessible to learn these days because before the internet, I think a lot of people kept their skills close to their chest and they didn't really reveal their industry secrets and stuff. But you've got cosplayers out there who now, you know, they've released ebooks, they've released published books, they do YouTube tutorials. Like the community is so welcoming, and the ease of access to get started yourself is just, you could find out how to do it for free these days.
That feels very pointed towards me because I'm like, you know, I've been saying that my creativity is the thing holding me back, but you know what, you're right. Like there are so many like accessible materials on the internet. I should take you know what I should have done? I should have taken the time during the pandemic. I hate to say, but yeah, that should have been my time. But you know what? I'm going to remedy that and I'm going to make it right.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's just a general thing with everybody, isn't it? We've all got busy lives, we all work, we've all got very limited budgets, especially with the cost of living and all of that business.
But like you said, it is possible. So I think we're actually going to go ahead and begin the judging.
Oh, great.
We're going to begin the judging and then at some point there will be a surprise. I'm manifesting that. So we're going to jump straight in with our cosplaying competition and reveal the first of our entries. Ooh. So how it will work is we'll see a picture and we'll give it a very measured score out of 10 and then we will choose 3 winners at the end. So this first one is Starlight from The Boys.
Yeah, recognizable immediately. As soon as she cropped up on the screen, I could see that's definitely Starlight. I really like this. Because the photograph is so close, I would like to be able to see like
the whole fantasy,
look.
Right? Yeah.
I really appreciate the After Effects as well, but it also covers up the craftsmanship underneath.
Yeah.
So I'm not able to get a full read on the effort that's gone into this, but it's a very good costume.
Yeah, no, you're totally right, and yeah, you can tell the level of like craftsmanship that went into it, even with like the appliques and yeah, all of the different materials going on. So I'm gonna give this a strong 7. To start off with.
Yeah, okay. Well, to start off with, see, this is where Veronica Mean comes out because maybe I'm going to be underscoring people.
Oh no!
Oh no! Send the hate mail to my PO box, everybody. Because I'm going to give this a solid 5.
Okay.
Because I think the likeness is there. I think it looks great. But the after effects are disguising the craftsmanship underneath, so I can't really see the level of detail. But no doubt it looks great.
That is true. And I think that is very fair, I think. And also we need some balance on this panel.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
You know what? You can be the mean one.
Put the pitchforks away, everybody. Don't come for me yet.
Brilliant. So let's take a look at our second entry. I'm also some of these I know I'll recognize, but some of these will be a bit of a mystery to me. Do you recognize this one at all?
No.
But the level of detail, I can tell your eyes are like...
Yes!
So this is Evil Cetrion. I hope I'm saying that right, from Mortal Kombat. So Cetrion is a character that was introduced in Mortal Kombat 11, if I have my lore correct. And this is like an evil version of her, which yeah, I'm blown away by this. Like the attention to detail, the body paint, like it's just.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because I'm looking at the body paint and I'm wondering, is it a bodysuit? Is it painted on the skin? Like it's very well done.
Oh,
and
I
very
actually
detailed.
think if my eyes aren't deceiving me, I think you might be onto something. I think maybe at the top, like across the arms, there's like. It looks like lycra. There's a bit of like gathering.
Perhaps,
yeah.
but the seamlessness between the face and the body is very well
really
done.
Good.
I really like the back piece as well. You can tell that has been crafted by hand. I think there's so much detail in this. I'm loving the bodice as well, the cutouts, portions of it. The colour scheme as well, I think it's all very cohesive.
Yeah, I almost wish I could see it in motion as well, like on top of it. I mean, I'm just greedy, but yeah. But no, this is fantastic. I'm gonna give it an 8. I'm gonna say an 8, yeah. Oh, look at me, handing out all the high scores today.
Yeah, no, I think I'm with you in terms of like, this is very impressive to me. I even appreciate the backdrop, how it's contrasting in colour, so that it makes the purples and the reds pop even more with the green in the background. So I'm actually going to give this a 7.
Okay.
Yeah,
pretty
I
high.
really like this.
We're starting off strong here. I mean, everyone's a winner. Everyone's really strong, but this is some tough competition to start with.
Yeah.
Yeah. I say let's take a look at our third entry. So this one I knew. Does this character ring any bells for you?
I should know who this is. I feel like I recognise them.
I was testing my own. I don't know why I was making a competition for myself, but I was trying to like rattle off the names before I looked at the answers. So this is a little sister from BioShock.
Oh yes, of course it is.
That prop is insane. Like that's so good.
Well, I give mad props to people who can make mad props. You know what I'm saying? Like, very well done.
Oh, these are the jokes you tune into the stream for.
No, the craftsmanship on the prop is fantastic,
It's great.
isn't it?
Yeah, I like the body paint as well, because like the little sisters, if I remember correctly, they're not exactly like head to toe. It's like, you know, they look. Yeah, it's like you know, they've been underground for a little while, so it's not like a clear-cut thing like with the body paint. So I like that element of it as well. I like the distressed nature of the skirt.
I do as well.
It's great. If you had to critique something, is there something you could pull out?
I think.
Basically, I'm making you do the critiques.
Yeah. Okay. So I think
want
maybe the hair could be a little bit more shaped. I think.
Okay.
Because from this distance, it does look like it could be their real hair. But which is not a bad thing. You know, you don't always want a cosplay wig to look like a wig.
Yeah.
But I think it's sort of like, with this amazing prop by its side that's exaggerated, it would be nice to see some exaggerated hair as well, I think.
I also think, and hopefully I don't have this wrong, I think the little sisters have like bows. And I think there is a bow. I would just like that to be a bit more prominent.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a little bit small on the back of the head there, isn't it?
But yeah, I mean, overall, it's a really, really strong look. I'm going to say a 7 again. I'm going pretty high. Yeah. But again, it's like, it ticks so many other boxes. Like, I don't want to punish someone for like a bow, you know?
Oh no, but you threw me under the bus, didn't you? Because I'm actually underscoring once again. Here we go. I'm going to give this a 6.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That is fair. I was teetering between a 6 and a 7, to be fair. So.
Don't walk it back now.
I can't help it. All right, let's move on to our fourth look.
Oh, this is Beetlejuice, right?
Yeah. An interesting take on Beetlejuice. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
This is funky.
I'm getting this is a drag version of Beetlejuice, but the character is so iconic.
Yeah.
The green hair, the black and white stripes, it's instantly iconic. You could read the face makeup as Joker.
I was thinking that, like old school, like 90s Joker almost, which is, I mean, not a bad thing. It's certainly an interpretation.
Yeah, I think it's like instantly recognizable. I know exactly who it is, and it's not it's not a side-by-side copycat interpretation, but you can't say that that's not Beetlejuice.
Exactly, you recognize it as Beetlejuice. I think I'm going to give this one a 5.
Yeah, well, in true to form, I'm scoring under you and giving this a 4. So purely for the reason because of the simplistic nature of it. I'm inclined to believe that this is that person's hair already, and that they've incorporated their existing hair into the look. But maybe I've just got a thing for hair.
Maybe you do.
Maybe I've got a bit of a
learning more about yourself.
Yeah. But I think more could be done because it's very very simple up top here. And we do have some interesting sleeves, but they're not really, you can't really see them in shot because of the dark background either, so that doesn't help. And it's the same thing again, not being able to see the full look as well, because I'd love to be able to see, is this a skirt, is it a dress, is it pants? Because I'm imagining it's sort of like, in my head I'm imagining that the bottom side has got sort of like these sort of like billowy trousers.
Yeah, because that could be really cool.
Yeah. Like maybe with like a Doc Martin sort of like boot, but without being able to see it, I can't judge the bottom half.
Which is very fair, very fair indeed. But yeah, no, it's still a great look. Like a very, very creative take on Beetlejuice.
Very well done.
Yeah, for sure. Alrighty, let's move on. This next one I'm really excited to see. I mean, I'm excited to see them all. Why am I putting disclaimers out there? I just feel like I need to make that very clear. Now, this is a really great look. I just wish the background wasn't red.
Yeah, it's all merging into one, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's a red. I've never been able to say this Pokemon's name before, but Gyarados?
Gyarados.
That's the one every time. I'm like, I can read, okay? Yeah. I learned how to say some words by reading. I never said them out loud. But yeah, which, I mean, as a choice is like super creative in and of itself, and I love the interpretation here.
Yeah, is that sort of like ponytail of chains? Is it a hairpiece?
Yeah, it's meant to sort of like evoke the kind of like dragony nature.
Yeah,
it's really cool. I just wish it wasn't on a red background.
I think that's the problem with this, isn't it? Because like the outfit is gorgeous. It's a very showgirl outfit.
Yeah.
The hairpiece, the feature is this ponytail that looks like chains. It looks like dragon scales. It looks absolutely gorgeous, but it's all mushed in with the red background.
Yeah.
I agree. We could do with having an opposing colour or something that's just going to make the main image pop out more.
Yeah, exactly. Because I feel like you lose a lot of the details, and I can tell that there are some details there, like even like in the hair, there's like the white to kind of match the sort of gills, I guess, on the back. So yeah,
love the concept. I love the approach to it as well. The makeup is stunning, absolutely stunningly gorgeous face. I think. I'm going to be a bit harsh. I would give this a 4.
Okay.
Just because you can't really see it. You can't really see the look.
I'm going to give it a 5. I feel like that's fair.
Yeah. I mean, she's gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great look.
Gorgeous.
Stunning face. Snaps to you. This is really great. Cool. Let's have a look at our next entry. Ooh, okay. So this is like a full-length shot. This is great. So this is a Five Nights at Freddy's marionette.
Wow.
Yeah. This is really great.
Yeah. I'm loving this, the horror element of it. And as you can see, like the red background completely contrasts with the black and white, so we can see the look. I'm really loving the long fingernails.
Yeah, and like, again, just like so many different elements. Like, I mean, I can't quite see it from this angle, but like there is a sort of like head piece moment, and then obviously there's a lot of like really cool details there, and it does really help like being able to see the whole look, you know,
from head to toe. We're losing the top of the head a little bit because of the black background, but I do really like this. I think the choice of shot as well is really important when you're taking photographs of cosplay outfits. You went to all this effort to make the damn thing. To get a very interesting shot that's quite unique. You don't really see camera angles like that. So it just adds a nice little spin onto the look. And, you know, brings it up a little notch.
I would agree. I'm going to give this a solid 6.
Ah, we're on the same page.
Oh, finally, may wonders never cease. We got there.
I know, that's 2 6s.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a really good score. This is great.
This is a solid effort. Very well done.
This is great. Cool. Let's take a look at the next one. I don't want to say I'm excited because that implies bias, but just because this game is like in my brain and I'm obsessed with it. So this is Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate 3, which I feel like everyone's playing at the moment.
I have not played it yet.
Everyone except Veronica's playing Baldur's Gate 3.
My good friend Vinegar Strokes voices a character in Baldur's Gate 3.
Way.
Yeah, she plays a necromancer who has a troupe. And so as soon as I'm done with Tears of the Kingdom, I'm probably going to play it because I am desperate. My other half is playing it, and I have to sort of like close my eyes whenever I walk by him in the room. So I recognise this character straight away. I think this is a great interpretation.
Yeah, this is great, and like, especially with a character like that, has so many different like iconic elements to them, like the bangs, the ears, like the armor. It's like not an easy thing to pull off at all. Again, I would have liked to have seen like a full body shot. But this is great. Like I'm really impressed by this so far.
I think I echo everything that you're saying. You know, the critiques of not being able to see the full look. But I really appreciate it when cosplayers can make armor pieces.
Yeah.
I think one critique that I would have is that the shoulder armor piece does look a little flat. So it's reading more like that it's not like metal or wood or whatever. So I can tell that it's not giving the correct illusion, but I still think overall this is a great. Yeah, they look great.
Really great look, especially with the makeup as well. Like, yeah, I'm really impressed by this. So I'm gonna go 6.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm giving a 6 as well. I think it's a very great, solid effort.
It's a great look. I'm very impressed. Let's take a look at our next cosplay. Alrighty, so this is the main player character from Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Yes.
Which is, very cool. Not an easy thing to do because there are so many different parts on like the Assassin's outfits. And again, we got another like full-ish. I mean, we're missing like feet, but that's fine. Full body shot. So we get a lot of those details. What are you thinking?
I'm really liking this. All of the elements are there, aren't they? And the attention to detail with the asymmetric shoulders and down here below the waist as well is fantastic. Really like the weapons. I can't tell if they have been made or if they've been CGI'd in because they're really good.
I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and say they've been made. If you've gone through the effort of like making everything else, I should hope that you made your weapons as well.
But I mean, if they did, it's such a good job. I'm really impressed.
Yeah,
really,
it also
really
helps
impressed.
that like the shot that they've gone for like mimics the shot on like, I believe it's like the cover of the game as well. So you've got that kind of like iconic imagery like in the forefront of your mind. This is great.
Yeah, that's one thing that I do enjoy with cosplayers when they do their photo shoots, if they pick backgrounds as well, because it's so important. It's not just the costume that you're photographing. You want an experience. I want to experience something from the game when I look at an image, and I think this one hits a lot of marks for me. I'm really impressed.
Yeah. Okay. So what are you scoring it as?
I'm going to go for a 7 on this one. I really like this.
Me too. I think this is a 7.
Are we in sync?
I think we're in sync finally, Veronica. This is great. I love this for us. Sweet. Okay, we're going to move on to our next entry, which again, following a spooky theme. So this is a clicker from The Last of Us, which is pretty creepy. I'm like, I need to get in a little bit closer.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same as you, because the thing is with the clickers, I want to see the intricate work that they've done to make this headpiece, because it looks very good.
Yeah, some really impressive like prosthetics work going on.
Very dark lighting, so it's hard to see, but what I can see of it looks very impressive. I think that's one of the dangers as well, again, with photo shoots, is that you're wanting the surroundings to sort of match how you would encounter the characters in the game, right? And it's very atmospheric. I just think a touch more brightness would help.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if 0.5s are allowed. because okay, I just got a look from the producer. So
it was like
that.
This was the look. This was the look.
So we're not going to do that. God. I mean, I know I'd be making other people's life really hard, but this makes my life really hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a hard one to judge.
Yeah. So I wanted to say 6.5, but I'm going to say 6.
Yeah. See, I'm exactly the same as you because the thing is that to me, I can see a lot of work has gone into this, but I can't see it.
I want to see more.
I can see a lot of work has gone into it. I can't see the work. So I'm actually going to give this a 7. Actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, the tides have turned.
Oh, how the turntables. Wow. Well, yeah, no, this was a great one. Yeah, I think we can move on. We got next. Oh, okay. So this is from Arcane League of Legends.
Yes, I know who this is. This is Caitlin.
Yes.
Oh, very nice. Oh, what a great interpretation of the character.
Yeah, I was going to say, so since you're familiar with the character, what's your initial impressions?
I'm really loving I'm really loving the frills there.
The prop is really cool.
The prop is really cool. The boots, love the hat. And I quite like the hair as well. I think this is great. I really like this.
This is pretty good.
Maybe I'm biased though because I really, really enjoy League of Legends and I really, really enjoy the character. I mean, Caitlin Kierman, what a great choice of character.
This is really strong. Yeah.
I would love to know if this was handmade.
Yeah.
It probably is.
I'm going to assume.
It probably is. It looks very good. The craftsmanship is great.
Yeah, and even like the detailing on like the boots, the gloves, like it's an all-around solid look. I'm going to say 7.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. The tides really have turned because I'm giving this an 8.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. What's happening to us? We've switched places.
We've switched places. Well, there's all to play for, isn't there?
Exactly. We've still got a load more looks to get through. So let's move on to our next one. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah. This is Aloy, isn't it?
Yeah, from Horizon Zero Dawn. This is...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're familiar with that game, that world and setting, like, there's a lot of textures going on. And I think this cosplay has done a really good job of incorporating that. And giving me that feeling of, I've had to make something from nothing. This is great. This is really, really strong.
I think what I also appreciate is the bow, actually, the prop, because you know, it's not the kind of thing that you can just go out and buy and paint. It's a very specific shape and a very specific style. So to be able to recreate that and for it to look authentic is very well done. I would critique the shoulders. I think that the fur is lacking, and the hair's a bit orange for me. It's a bit bright, but overall, I think this is really, really well done.
Okay, and that was a solid critique there. So what are you going to score it?
I think what I'm going to... I'm on the fence on this one because I could go either way of a 6 or a 7. Because I do have a few critiques of it, I think I'll go to a 6. Yeah.
I was going to give it a 6 as well. Yeah. But still a great look. Again, it's not an easy costume and like character to kind of build around, but it's...
Lots of moving parts as well.
Yeah, but very good all around. So we're almost approaching the halfway point. We've got yet another cosplay for you. This one, again, from Assassin's Creed. It seems to be a very popular franchise. Our competition, let's take a look. Oh.
Oh, very nice.
Leaning in to get a closer look, taking it all in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like that we have a full body shot.
Yep.
You can sense a theme. That's something I care a lot about. I just wish I could see a little bit more the very dark background.
Yeah.
Because it seems to be like quite a dark outfit.
I think this is a big problem because I can't assess the quality of the craftsmanship. I can't give a true score because the dark background is making it hard to see the details. So I think I'm going to have to give this a 6. But it looks like a lot of work has gone into it, but I think that's so, again, just to hammer home the point that the photo shoots are so important, that you get the background and the lighting right. because unfortunately, like, so much hard work gets lost. If you can't see it, even up to the shoulders, I can't see where the shoulders are.
I mean, from what I can see, you know, there are two props, sort of dual wielding the weapons. The hair looks really good, as does the makeup, and then like from the front detailing on the costume, like it's great. And also, like, I can see, you know, there's been a lot of effort like put into the shoes, the boots as well.
I mean, you can just tell with people, cosplayers who make their own props and they make the weapons, when they look as good as that you know that they're putting a lot of work in and a lot of effort in. And the quality there is great. I just can't see the majority of the costume itself.
I'm going to give this a 7.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a 7 as well, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. I know we can't see a lot of it, but from what I can see, I'm still
that's the thing,
impressed.
because you can see the detailing here on the gauntlets, and I can see the silhouette of the boots. Like the silhouetting is quite nice. So yeah, I think that's why I'm happy to pump up the score a little bit.
Okay. I hope I haven't influenced you too much. Sweet. Okay, so we're about halfway through. Let's see another entry. God, they are making it pretty hard for us. This is Dalsim from Street Fighter 6.
Wow.
Very cool character, very iconic character. I really like this. I haven't seen many Dalsim cosplays in my time. Maybe I'm just not looking in the right place, but this is like one of the few I've seen. This is great. I would have loved to have seen like a bigger like necklace almost.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's something he has, but like I love the rings, I love the detailing, I love the body paint as well. Like very, very iconic.
Well, certainly with the exaggerated rings around the arms as well, I think that a lot of the other elements are a little bit more low-key. Like the wrap, the sarong, the yellow sarong style bottom half looks very simplified in comparison. Because the standout feature is around the wrists there. That's what's standing out to me. And then of course the glorious beard.
It is very glorious.
It is. It's a beautiful beard. But I think there's a little bit a bit too much simplicity there.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen a more distressed sarong, loincloth, and a bottom situation. But again, it's still very, very impressive. And again, I don't see many Dalsim cosplays, so I have to give points for uniqueness.
I don't think I've seen any,
Yeah.
in fact. So this will be the first one that I've seen.
Yeah, I'm going to give this one a strong 5.
Yeah, I'm going for a 5 as well.
Yeah. Sweet. Awesome. Let's take a look at another cosplay. Gosh. Yeah, I've been influenced. I'm going to start cosplaying.
Oh, this is the Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, this is the Scarlet Witch. This is good. I love the pose. I love the kind of sitting down.
Yeah.
That's not something we've seen so far, at least I don't think.
And it's comic book version of Scarlet Witch as well.
Yeah, which we don't see often enough,
No,
as
we
far as I'm
don't.
concerned. Yeah, I like this one. It's really solid. I like the headpiece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think as well with this kind of design, you can go one of two ways with it because it is such a simplistic design, but I would like to see a little bit more flair. And I think they've gone a bit too down the simple route with this one. But I like the headpiece.
I really like the headpiece. Yeah, I think it's simple but effective. I think it's really good. And I don't know, I like the attitude. The attitude is like really selling it to me. It's like, you know, you're kind of embodying the character rather than just you dressing up, you know?
Yeah. Well, she sat on a throne.
Which, that's just great to me. I'm going to give this, again, another solid 5.
Yeah, I'm going to rank this as a 4. I think that maybe there could have been a bit more to be done with the bottom half. I think, yeah, the design is just a bit too simplistic in my opinion.
It's fair. Very, very fair. Let's take a look at another cosplay. So this one's super interesting because this is Ada Wong.
Ada Wong from Resident Evil.
Yeah, so instantly recognizable. I think she normally wears like a red dress. So this is like a different take, which I think is great. I mean, I have to give points for like being like instantly recognizable, you know?
I recognize the character immediately.
But I'm like, is that my bias shining through? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I do think we're missing some elements though. It'd be nice to see a gun. It would, you know what I mean?
Ooh, yeah, I get you. Yeah, it's funny because we've spoken about props like on some of the other characters, and I suppose it does really kind of count for a lot, you know.
Yeah, well, especially it's like she's such an iconic character. I think it's important to have the prop aspects that is what helps to make her incredible. And you know, she fights with a weapon.
She does. She does do that. Okay, what are you thinking scoring wise?
This one's a tough one to judge because again, it's hard to know whether the outfit itself has been tailored. So I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to assume that this person has made this dress themselves. So I think it's a solid, it's a good effort, and I would give this person a 4.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah, there's details missing. I think that's where it falls short.
Yeah, but I mean, a great character that I wish I could see cosplayed more. Ada Wong is so iconic, so amazing. But yeah, great. Let's take a look at another look. This one, oh yeah, it's another
again.
Yeah. So very popular character.
Yes.
I mean, it's good to know that PlayStation has made such an iconic character because it's popped up a lot. I like this take. The sort of like ombre hair kind of matches Aloy's hair actually, like quite a lot, and I don't think we've really seen that of the previous entries.
I agree. It's a level of detail I think that goes a step above the last person.
Yeah.
I felt that other person's hair was too bright, whereas I like here at the base where we've got this more natural colour that then ombres out into something brighter.
I like that they also went for the spear as opposed to the bow. I feel like the bow is like the standard choice.
Yes, yeah. Going down a different route. I do quite like this. It's just unfortunate that it's a beautiful photograph, but I can't see much of the costume. Which is a shame. Like we've got a gauntlet to go off, and the top part of a spear, and the hair really.
Yeah, I mean, because I played Horizon Zero Dawn like so much, so I'm familiar with the outfit, like the specific outfit that they're doing. But again, I wish I could have seen all of it because it's a cool outfit. I think it's her best outfit in the game. Yeah, it just would have been great to see more of it. I'm going to give this a 6 though.
Yeah, I'm going to give this a 5 because like even the smaller details that we can see, you can see that there is effort gone into the details of the details, you know. So yeah, definitely a solid effort of a 5.
For sure. Brilliant. Well, let's move on to our next one. So many good choices here though. So creative. So,
this is an Elden Ring character.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Sorry, you go.
No, I was just going to say Melania. That's the character's name, I believe. I haven't played Elden Ring. I'm not dexterous, so those games are really hard for me.
I played the first portion of the game and then got distracted. I've not even faced this character. I've not met this character in game, but I've recognised it instantly. They're all over media.
Yeah, this is
nuts.
Awesome. This is so good.
This is awesome.
Like, I am blown away by this. The attention to detail, like all of the different textures, like this is like, and this is not like an instantly recognizable character for me. I'm sure everybody in chat is immediately like, what are you doing, Shay? Please go and play Elden Ring. I will try. But yeah, this is incredible.
Yeah, the helmet is just fantastic. The hair is brilliant. I'm loving the shoulder piece down into the arms.
Yeah.
Like you say, all of the different textures, the layering of the fabrics, it's just fantastic. The pops of blues there that are coming out of the browns as well. Like all of the colours are fantastic. And to top it all off, you've got this lovely backdrop that really complements the foreground.
Yeah.
This person knows what they're doing.
Yeah. If you had to critique one thing though, it's not that I want to tear anyone down, I just, in the interest of fairness.
I think if I had to critique one thing, maybe the cape flowed like that in the wind for real, and that's a real true shot. But for me, it does look a little bit like it was manipulated to look like that shape.
Maybe it wasn't a windy day. Maybe it was like a really hot summer's day. I don't know.
Well, who knows? Who knows? But yeah, and I think it's always harder to judge cosplay photographs that have been manipulated in some way. The flare of light in the background, I believe, is digital. I think that's been digitally placed there. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not I'm not entirely certain if the background is a real. Did they go to this place and take photographs in the woods? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
but I think that's just the. It's a mine. I'm nitpicking.
I made you go and look for that.
It looks incredible.
Yeah, no, this is great. I'm gonna give this a 9.
Yeah. I'm giving this a 9 as well.
Yeah. That's really strong.
I thought that was great.
Yeah. Cool. Let's take a look at our next entry. So this is a game that I'm not familiar with at all. It's a mobile game, I believe. It's from Fate Grand Order. I don't know if that rings any bells for you.
I have not played that game.
Yeah. I like this though.
Yeah.
This is a really cute look.
I'm really liking the pops of blues.
Yeah.
And I do really love the feathery bits at the bottom there as well. Is it feathers or is it fur?
I think it might be fur because it kind of starts out on the shoulders, kind of moves to the, I think just under like the hips, and then kind of carries on to the bottom. So I like that theme kind of running through it.
Yeah. And also, is the bodice part? Is it a wrap that's attached to the dress, or is it part of the dress? Is it design part of the dress? Because that it looks like it's been crafted quite nicely.
Yeah. I mean, either way, yeah, I'm impressed by the craftsmanship. There isn't, yeah.
Anybody who picks up a sewing machine, sewing needle, puts some fabric under it, is a hero in my book.
I couldn't agree more. It's a shame that I don't recognize the character. That's not necessarily going to play a part in my judging. I think this is a very solid look, like all around. I'm going to give it a strong 6.
Yeah, I would agree with you that although I don't recognize the character, I can appreciate the effort that has gone into making the look. For me, the hair is a little bit on the flat side and takes me out of the fantasy of the character. So I think I think I'm going to give this a 5.
Okay. Yeah, very measured, very fair. Let's take a look at another entry. So this is a hobbit from Lord of the Rings.
I mean, it's pretty recognisable with they look like elf ears though, right?
Yes. Do they typically have pointy ears? Is that a thing?
Well, hobbits are known for their feet, aren't they? Their giant feet, and we can't see any feet in this picture.
We've got a hobbit expert over here, so yeah.
But I am really I like the garland of flowers over the head. I think if you're gonna do a hobbit, you should really 100% go for the iconic features of them, and I'm pretty sure they're known for their massive feet. So I would love if I could have seen some feet in this picture.
Some hairy feet, yeah.
I think another critique as well is that although the posing is really nice, having the arms out in front of you is covering the costume, so I can't really tell. I can't tell the level of detail that's gone into anything here, because the main part of the costume is very simple.
Yeah.
So I'd love it if we could see a little bit more of it.
I like that though. I think it's a creative costume. I think given like maybe constraints and stuff like that. Like I like what they've done, especially with the book. I'm like, okay, I see the vision. The vision makes sense to me as someone who isn't like super familiar with The Hobbit. I'm like, I see this. I get what you're doing. It's a pretty solid entry for me.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they've taken the photograph out in nature. You know, it's in a real place. So they're definitely going for the Hobbiton sort of vibes in the background, which I like. But I'm a bit put off also by the house in the background. Because that's not a Hobbit house.
Oh God. Okay, I'm gonna give this a 5.
I'm going to rate this as a 4 just because it is on the simple side of a costume, and it would be nice to be able to see more elements of it.
Yeah, that's fair. Again, very measured, very fair. It's valid. Cool. Let's check out another entry. Okay, this is maybe the first anime cosplay we've had in our competition. So this is Tanjiro from Demon Slayer, which I started watching very, very recently. Yeah, this hits like all of the marks for the character. super familiar with it, like the iconic jacket, the sort of uniform underneath, the hair, the makeup.
Yeah, I like the hair.
I like that they have the earrings as well. Like those are like Tanjiro's earrings, which I think you can just like get. But either way, it's an important detail, and if they didn't have them, I'd be very disappointed.
Yeah, I agree with you that when it comes to the details, making sure that you go in and get the finer points of the character. I do really like this. It really stands out. It's very vibrant, and as you say, very recognisable.
Yeah, I like it. I like this a lot actually. So I'm going to give this a 6.
Yeah, I'm also going to give this a 6 as well. I think it's a great effort.
Done. Cool. We can move on to our next entry, which I very excited about. This is another Pokemon entry. So this is Tinkaton.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, this is cool.
It's the armor. It's armor. I'm really enjoying the armor. I think it looks really cool. The lighting is a bit dark for me, but I can see there's detail there. I can see that there's work gone into it, and it looks professional.
Yeah, it looks.
Yeah, the arms, the hips, even the weapon over the shoulder. It looks like it's professionally made.
Yeah, especially like I remember what you were saying before about like armor, like not looking like armor. This actually looks like armor. Like this is really strong.
Yeah, I'm convinced that somebody has molded the breastplate and the arm pieces out of metal and sprayed them pink. It looks like pink metal to me. I'm really impressed.
What are you gonna give it? What's the score?
Usually I'd mark down because we can't see the full look, but
Yeah.
I'm very impressed by the craftsmanship. Hey, it could just be down to retouching. Who knows? But I'm a sucker for this. I think it looks great. I'm gonna give this a 7.
Yeah, me too. It's a strong 7. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so I believe this is the last of our photo entries. The next, and like the final 3 are all video.
Oh, we're being treated, are we?
We're being treated. We are being spoiled over here.
I need to get my popcorn. We can have a movie.
So let's take a look. The first one, I believe, is
Kitana.
Yeah.
Princess Kitana. I mean, if you don't recognise Princess Kitana from those iconic fans, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, yeah, she did it. She did the thing, everybody. She did the thing.
Oh, this is great.
Yes, what a great.
Oh, there is something about being able to see it in motion as well.
Yeah, like just doing the sort of like select character pose, that idle sort of like swaying back and forth. Absolutely fantastic. This is great.
Really strong. Really strong.
Oh no. Are we going to have a bias towards video now or something?
Like I said, we are fair, impartial judges. It's a strong look. If I had to nitpick one thing, I just don't like the shoes.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. She was focusing so much on those fans that she forgot about her feet.
Well, I know.
Yeah, I think that was my nitpick as well. If I had another critique, it would also be I felt like the hair was maybe a little thin on the thin side. But I really enjoyed the video. I really enjoyed seeing the costume in motion, and I really liked the creativity of their posing, what they did.
Yeah. That was really good. Okay, shoes. Shoes
I'm
are
on the
important.
fence as well.
Yeah.
I'm floating between a 7 and an 8, honestly. I'm not sure which way to go. Let's go for an 8. There we go.
Okay. I'm gonna go for a 6.
Oh,
I know, it's the shoes.
I'm
so sorry,
shoes.
it's the shoes.
Could you forgive the shoes?
Yeah. But, I mean, a really solid entry, like 100%.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at another video entry. We're getting there. So another Aloy. Our final Aloy of the day.
Now look at this. The detailing on the gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, I like that we can see the bows, like, sorry, the actual arrows. I think that's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love the little pose at the end. That was really cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really, really enjoyed that.
Yeah. Again, there's something about being able to see it in motion. Not that I'm letting that overshadow my overall thought.
No, but I know what you're saying, because like when you can see it from different angles, you can see the thickness of the fabrics, you can see the layering a lot more, and you get more time to take in some of the details. As you say, we can see the arrows. I mean, I'm a bit nitpicky about the hair. The bright orange hair was putting me off, but I don't know. I think this might have been the best of the three Aloys that we've seen.
So I'm going to give this a 6.
I'm going one step ahead of you and giving it a 7.
All right. The tables have turned once again.
We can't make our minds up.
No, we really can't. Okay, I think we should take a look at our final entry of the day. So many amazing looks. This is our final look of the day. So this is, a take on King Bowser, which I love, a very creative look. And again, being able to see this head to toe, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving that we're doing a different take on Bowser, and I really, really enjoyed the face paint.
Yep.
I really, really enjoyed the nails.
Yeah.
I think that was a solid effort.
That was really good. I'm gonna give that a 7.
I'm on the same page, finally.
Nice.
I was also going to give that a 7 as well.
That was really good. So many details in there I love as well, and just the kind of tailoring of the outfit as well.
Yeah. It did go by very, very fast. I think maybe this is one of the downsides of watching the videos, is that we don't get to fully sort of
take it all in
to the point, because I don't remember seeing, doesn't Bowser have a crown?
Yes.
And I don't remember seeing one.
I don't think I saw one either. No, because we saw the scepter, but we never saw a crown. Yeah.
So anyway, but I might be wrong.
Well, I feel like at some point in his life, Bowser has a crown. So we're gonna go ahead with yes on that. We're not allowed to play favorites, but were there any looks that stood out to you in particular?
The Elden Ring character. That just. Even though I've not even encountered that character in game yet, I knew who it was straight away, and it looked like such a professional take. Maybe I'm a sucker for Pokemon or something. The Pokemon character as well really stood out.
Really good. Yeah. Really excellent work. Yeah, I'm still kind of struck by the boys from the very, very beginning. I wasn't expecting to see that, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think we might have some names to announce.
Some winners?
I think so.
Oh my gosh. Oh, well, do you want to do the honours?
I think you're our guest host. I feel like you should do the honours.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Right. Oh, goodness me. Right, you're going to have to tell me who they did then. Oh, maybe you should do it.
Maybe I should do it. Okay, so in joint second place, we have Yuffie Moon and Taurus Kozart, who Taurus Kozart, I believe, was the evil Cetrion from the second one, the Mortal Kombat cosplay, which was fantastic.
Lovely.
Yuffie Moon, there were so many. I'm trying to remember, and then I'm gonna go ahead and announce our winner.
Okay, drum roll, please.
Was Annie Maul, which I believe was our Elden Ring cosplay.
They won!
They won.
Oh my god, well, I'm so excited for them.
I'm very excited for them. Not a surprise. That was the one we both, at the same time, we kind of looked and we were like...
I gasped.
Yeah, that was tremendous. And again, I'm not even familiar with Elden Ring, but it still stood out to me so much. So congratulations to all of our winners. You will be contacted shortly. And yeah, honestly, congratulations to everybody that entered. It is not an easy thing to make a cosplay in the first place, but to enter it in the competition, yeah, it's a lot of work, and I am impressed by all of you. So on that note, that means we've reached the end of day one of Gayming Live, which is very sad, I know. It has been such an awesome day, and I'm excited to do it again with you all tomorrow. Veronica, I can't believe we've gotten to this point. It's the end of our show.
You're joking, right? I thought we were
know.
just getting halfway started.
I know. What was your highlight of the day? I need to know.
Do you need to ask, Shay? It was the cosplay competition. It's probably my favourite element of gaming and fantastical media. It's just being able to put on a wig, some makeup, create your own costume. That is just the cream of the crop, icing on the cake for me.
100%, and it was great being able to judge them all with you. So I want to give a huge thanks to our presenting partner, Healthysexual, and our sponsors, Remag, MPG, Paizo, and Prismatica Games. I think we should take a quick look at what's coming up tomorrow. So we're starting off the day with a panel. We're looking at queer characters, queer worlds, and queer stories. Then we move into an indie showcase. Then it's Queer Eye for the Baldur's Gate guy, which is a fantastic name. Then we're moving into Cozy Gaming. Then it's the Stream Queens Extravaganza. And finally, we're getting into some tabletop gaming with a Pathfinder quest. So I will be back at 11 Eastern tomorrow when our guest host for the day will be the amazing Tia Coffee. And don't forget, there's loads more exciting things happening here at Gaming Live. Go and check out gamingmag.com/live for the full lineup. I've been your host, Shay Thompson, and I will see you again tomorrow.
I